Coming up here on Weather Underground, a dangerous start to the week for the South as round after round of severe weather marches across the region. We're going to let you know what you need to know to keep you and your family safe over the next 3 days.
And with some of these storms firing up in time for the morning and afternoon commute, we're going to tell you what to do if severe weather strikes while you're in your car. We'll discuss the safest options. And here on the first full day of spring, winter, it's still hanging on. Maybe by a fingernail, but it's still there, where several inches of snow could stack up before the week comes to an end. All coming up this hour on Weather Underground.
So glad you can stay with us here for Weather Underground. Good afternoon. I'm Mike Bettis.
I'm Alex Wilson. We're also joined by our expert, Dr. Rick Knabb. We've got full team coverage for you. Get to him in just a minute for that expert analysis that you can only get here on the Weather Channel. But of course, we've got to talk about the first full day of spring, and here we are getting into that severe season.
We really are. You know, you look at the stats back here, you see this little uptick that happens in March, right? But it really takes off April, May, and June in particular. So this is the time of year where things really start to amp up. We all need to be aware of what our risk can be.
Right. And then when we look at our Torcon values for both today and tomorrow, they're way up there. Now, Torcon, if you're not familiar, it's a scale from 0 to 10. The higher the number, the greater the risk of tornadoes. And today and tomorrow, Torcon value is up to a 7.
It's a pretty high number, but also a large area that's under a 5 as well. So these numbers are getting up there. And so really what we need to do is be paying attention to the weather pretty frequently, check in with your radar very frequently, and have that plan ready for you and your family so you know exactly where to go when that warning is issued. You can get there quickly.
Yeah, this is tomorrow's threat. So today, Texas, tomorrow, it's parts of Louisiana and Mississippi that need to be prepared for that greatest risk.
Yes, for some of you, the storms might happen in the morning. For some of you, they might happen in the afternoon. So again, checking with the forecast regularly so you know when your risk comes in is very, very important. All right, so let's get to it all with our Dr. Rick Knabb. He's in the lab for us right now following that radar. When are things really going to start to get kicking here, Dr. Knabb?
Well, Mike and Alex, we could get our first watch of the day in central to northwestern Texas, north of Abilene. And I think I just seen the alert come on that the watch has been issued. So I'll show you. That's going to be kind of in this zone, right up in here. And I'll show you why in a little bit. But that's only the first area to go under a watch because a lot of you are going to be dealing with lots of different hazards, right? Because of our parent, middle, upper level low. It's energetic, it's got a strong jet stream, it's got cold air aloft, and it has spawned our surface low here in northwestern Texas. And we've got the southerly flow off the Gulf of Mexico. And it's in this area where we're getting the first, significant organized area of thunderstorms. And this is where our dry line is, the back edge of the warm, moist air. And then here's the leading edge of our warm, moist air. And this thunderstorm complex here that was near San Angelo moving northeastward, that's formed along the dry line and moving northeastward. It's got, kind of southerly component to the wind shear there because of the orientation of the upper level low there. So the storms are kind of moving parallel to the edge of the dry line. And so it's mostly going to be a linear kind of thunderstorm complex with the main hazard being strong gusty winds and large hail. And so in this area near Abilene, we've had probably wind gusts around 50 miles an hour, maybe up to ½ inch diameter hail. And this is the zone now. And I'm going to turn on this other depiction here so I can show you where that watch is. There it is right there, just issued. So the severe thunderstorm watch there includes the Wichita Falls area. It's the distant northwestern Dallas-Fort Worth area and just east of Abilene. So east of Abilene, I-20 northward, and it's in portions of southwestern to south central Oklahoma. That goes till 9 o'clock central time, and that's mainly because of this complex moving in ahead of our dry line right ahead of our low pressure system. And you can see there's some wind shear in the atmosphere, but if I back this out, you can see that the wind shear is a little more apparent. Down in here, we see the low level clouds coming this way and the middle clouds coming this way. That's the wind shear in the atmosphere that is going to cause this zone to really light up. And watch the dew points change as the dry line moves eastward, okay? That is going to be the back edge. That's where the warm, moist air will then be right up against the middle upper level forcing. So that's why this zone is really going to light up first here after the storms we're getting here in northwestern and north central Texas. Watch the future radar depiction between Austin and San Antonio in just a couple of hours. And that will be breaking through what is left of any capping in the atmosphere. We've got the wind shear down there and a lot of instability. So these supercells will probably rotate very quickly, and hail will be very large, probably damaging winds, and they could quickly spawn tornadoes, and it will evolve into a line here that will be, again, tapping into that wind shear ahead of the dry line. So this is the problem zone, Mike, and it will last all night long as it evolves into that line and goes into Louisiana tomorrow morning. So we got our first watch of the day of the next 3 days, and a lot more to come.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? For a lot of us, it could include a multitude of threats. Dr. Knapp was really outlining what the tornado risk is going to be for you, and that could really be the one that is most dangerous to, for your life and your livelihood, right? But there's also going to be that threat of hail, and I'm going to kind of highlight what that risk may be because it could be really intense, large hail, and it's likely to occur. And Dr. Knapp was doing a good job of focusing on this area ahead of the dry line here. That's really also going to be the prime zone for some hail, we believe. As you get cooler air aloft, we'll get strong updrafts into a storm, and we've got a really good environment for hail to form here. Very likely in many areas, but if you this area that's hatched here in the white hash marks here, 2-inch diameter or greater hail. So this is some really sizable stuff, potentially larger than golf balls. Would not surprise me at all today if we saw baseball size hail. Now, if you look at the record largest hailstone in Texas history, we get a ton of hail in Texas, 6.4 inches in diameter, and it happened just last spring. So we can get some of these monster hailstones. This stuff is awful, right? But it happens very infrequently. But you can get some pretty significant size hail with some pretty strong updrafts. So if you're looking somewhere between maybe a golf ball size and a baseball size hailstone today, you're talking 65 to 80 mile per hour vertical velocity, updraft speeds, where the air is moving, Alex, literally directly up into a storm here, sustaining those stones until they either become too heavy or the downdrafts win out and they fall down to earth.
Yeah, that is pretty incredible stuff when you actually think about it. Think about driving at 80 miles an hour on a highway. I know that's like not the speed limit, but think about that air moving up. Incredible. Well, we've seen thunderstorms across parts of Texas already, and we know that this is just the start. Austin currently sitting at 75. The Dallas area has been up against the showers and thunderstorms as well. Now, Austin, it's gloomy skies. We've got a lot of moisture in the air, so you can feel the mugginess. And we've seen, again, some passing showers, but nothing really significant yet. Torcon values up to a 5 in Austin. As you head off to the north and east of Austin, though, that's where we get ourselves into that Torcon value of 7, and that would include a place like College Station. So really, once you're at a 5, I mean, you're looking at a significant threat of severe storms and tornadoes, and then we just up the ante for a place like College Station. Let's take a look at the future radar. 3 o'clock, you can see some of those storms, but by 4 o'clock, this is when those really significant storms really take off. So I expect rapid development of these, and they're going to be bringing hail quickly. You can see some of the white cores here on the future radar. That's signaling to us that we are dealing with those storms with really strong updrafts, and those strong rotating updrafts don't just produce hail, but also tornadoes. And these are the storms that are also capable of producing the strong tornadoes. Those will slide east through the evening. So around 7 o'clock, that's when we're going to be working into those areas with the higher Torcon values. You see also how those storms are more individual. Again, when we've got those supercell thunderstorms, these are the ones that oftentimes bring the very large hail and the stronger tornadoes. Dallas, I mentioned, getting in on some shower thunderstorm action right now, especially on the east side of town. It is coming down in buckets, and you guys are under a Torcon of 5 today for both Dallas and Fort Worth. You head up into North Texas, right along the Red River. That's where we get that Torcon value of 3. Now, that's today's threat. We know there's more severe weather coming into our Tuesday. So Dr. Knapp is closely watching that threat. We shift the threat a little farther to the east, though.
Yeah, it is so important to be up to date on where the watches and warnings are probably going to be issued, because you want to be planning ahead of time, even before a watch is issued, to know what will you do when a watch is issued? What will you do when a warning is issued? So the quickest, simplest answer are, when a tornado watch is issued, get off the roads. When a warning is issued, get to your safe place. Now, we've got the same weather system causing the problem today, tonight, and overnight tonight in Texas that's going to be causing the problems in Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia tomorrow and tomorrow night, because the surface low is going to go over Oklahoma and Kansas and then into Missouri and take the cold front with it out of Texas and then through the southeast in the southern plains, lower Mississippi Valley tomorrow. When it gets over Missouri tomorrow evening, that's going to put Mississippi, Alabama along and ahead of the front in the warm sector, and then it moves to the Alabama-Georgia border area by Wednesday morning. So that's going to put Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama in that very dangerous warm sector with the warm, moist, unstable air, the southeasterly flow with the surface off the Gulf, few thousand feet up, those winds strengthen and turn with height like they are today over Texas. That will happen over Louisiana and Mississippi and Alabama tomorrow, and we're going to have that really energetic middle upper level system to organize the thunderstorms. We've got torcons as high as 7, but everybody with any risk at all needs to have a plan for tomorrow about where you're going to shelter. Mobile homes, not a good place. Large rooms, gymnasiums, not good places. So be thinking about where you could spend the day tomorrow so that you are actually in a safe place or very close to a safe shelter when a tornado watch and especially warning is issued, because this is going to be a significant risk tomorrow, not just along the front, but in the open warm sector. In that warm, moist, unstable air, we could have supercells. So you could go through more than one episode of severe weather warning. So the risk is significant, and it could be multiple episodes of it. That's why you really got to have a plan for sheltering tomorrow. And why are we going to get those supercells forming out ahead of that front? Because once the instability causes those storms to have the updraft, this low-level wind shear is going to cause those updrafts to rotate. We're going to get supercells very, very quickly. So what happens is surface winds this way, a few thousand feet up this way, you get an updraft, it tilts that into the vertical, you get your supercell, and a lot of those could produce tornadoes tomorrow, Mike.
Dr. Knapp, thank you for that. So let's highlight some specific locations on what your threat will be and the timing for it. Hello to you in Oxford, Mississippi. Kind of filtered sunshine for you right now, but 72 degrees. It's a pretty comfortable day, and we've got a risk for tornadoes that comes in, especially tomorrow. Torcon as high as a 7 across portions of Louisiana into Mississippi, from around Lafayette to Baton Rouge up toward Jackson, Macomb, Vicksburg, Alexandria. We're a 5 that extends up around, say, Tupelo as well. So when you've got a Torcon, that basically says it's tornado condition index. It's a 1 to 10 scale of what your risk will be. Tomorrow, a 7. So numerous tornadoes are possible, and some of those tornadoes could be very strong. EF2 strength or higher. Remember the scale for tornadoes, EF0 to EF5. So something that's an EF2 or higher is considered to be strong. Some of those storms could also be long track, meaning they stay on the ground for a long time. They're long lived, could be 20 miles that they're on the ground. Could be 30, 40, 50 or more miles on the ground. Be ready to take cover as soon as a warning is issued for your location. So as soon as you get a tornado warning, that's when you need to take action to protect yourself. So make sure you've identified a safe spot in your home or your workplace, your school, or wherever that may be, that you can take shelter in, and that offers you some maximum security. As far as a place like Alexandria or Lake Charles, what's the timing for us? About 11 o'clock in the morning. Baton Rouge to Jackson between 5 and 7 o'clock in the evening, then quickly going east from there. A place like Jackson, there's our Torcon of a 7, Yazoo City of 5, Brookhaven down I-55 is a 7 here. I want to give you that timing here for Jackson with the storms coming in. Likely prime time between 5 and 7 in the evening. They're right on our doorstep here at 3 o'clock, and then quickly going east from there, but heads up on I-55 and I-20. Now, when a tornado threatens, do you know what to do? Meteorologist Mark Elliott has some advice for you.
If your area is currently under a tornado warning, it's time for you to take action immediately. If possible, find the nearest sturdy structure and go inside. Once inside, go to the lowest level and move to the interior of the building. It's critical that you stay away from doors and windows. Broken glass and flying debris can cause serious injury or death. Surround yourself with interior walls, typically a closet or a bathroom. While your area is still under that severe threat, stay informed and always have a plan to stay safe.
And on top of all of that, we're also watching for the possibility of flash flooding. So I know there are so many threats. It feels overwhelming. But the important thing is just to be aware of the danger where you are and put yourself up in a situation where you'll be successful. That safe, sturdy spot. Obviously, if flash flooding comes in play and you live in one of those flood-prone areas, you want to go up. The problem is when we've got tornadoes, lowest level where you want to be. So again, think about where you are situated, where your home sits, and what your greatest threat is going to be. Off the roads, really key, both with the severe storms and the flash flooding. Flash flooding and vehicles where we tend to get ourselves into big trouble. Through Wednesday, Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, these are all states with the higher likelihood of seeing the flash flooding problems. Remember, with everything these storms are bringing, they're also bringing really heavy rainfall rates. So you're going to get those torrential downpours, could see a quick inch or two in a very short period of time. And so that results in the water on the roads and the rivers, creeks, streams, especially the smaller waterways rising really quickly. Rainfall to come through Thursday. You can see 3 to 5 inch totals here across Texas into Louisiana, but a lot of areas in that deeper green where 2 to 3 inch totals are likely. So again, why we're heightened our alert, or why we are heightening our alert of flash flooding. Mike?
Thanks, Alex. Well, it's not just severe weather we're following here on Weather Underground, also tracking some spring snow, believe it or not, for the Midwest and Northeast. It'll be deja vu for some of you. We'll show you just how much snow is expected in the coming days. And don't forget, stay tuned to the Weather Channel app for all the very latest live coverage, radar, and local forecasts.
As a struggling actor, I need all the breaks that I can get. At Liberty Buchamode.
Cut.
Liberty Bibbity.
Cut. We'll dub it.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Our most powerful spot and stain cleaner, the Bissell Little Green Pet Pro, combines superior suction and versatility to keep carpets and upholstery fresh all year long. Bissell, live in the moment, not the mess.
For the line crew and the go-getters. For shoulders to lean on and backs that don't break. For everyday heroes keeping doors open, lights on, and gears turning, there's Grainger. Supplies and solutions for every industry, plus 24/7 support and over 250 local branches. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As our parents get older, they can stay more active with the right care.
Yeah, oh, did you have 4 of those?
Yeah. Find care for your mom and dad at care.com.
Before Clear Choice, my dental health was so bad. I would be in a lot of pain. I wasn't able to eat. It was very hard.
Kimberly came to Clear Choice with a bunch of missing teeth, struggling with pain, with dental disease. Clear Choice dental implants solved her dental issues.
I feel so much better. I feel energized to go outside and play with my daughter. I can eat anything, like I don't have to worry. Clear Choice changed my life.
We love our Ring alarm. Setup was simple. We've got sensors for motion, doors, and windows. So if anything happens, Ring lets us know. With our Ring alarm, we feel safe and protected.
Learn more at ring.com.
Add Downy to your wash for all the freshness and softness of home, even when you're not at home. Feel the difference with Downy.
Did you know you can get discounts on your meds even if you don't have a Medicare prescription drug plan? It's true. All you have to do is go to singlecare.com, type in your prescription, and then present the coupon to your pharmacist. It's that simple. Not to mention, it's free. SingleCare is accepted by major pharmacies across the country, and it works for everyone, whether you have insurance or not. Next time you need a prescription filled, go to SingleCare to make sure you get the best price. Visit singlecare.com and start saving today.
This is the biggest televised music event you've ever seen. The first state versus state song competition. And look who's hosting. California's gonna crush it.
Nah, it's all Texas. I see you.
American Song Contest tonight on NBC.
You don't go to an accident scene every day and see a truck hanging over a bridge.
No way.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient. But with a Generac
fur, you won't faze me. Unlike Zyrtec, Allegra won't make me drowsy.
And Allegra starts working 2 times faster than Claritin.
So when allergies attack,
take Allegra before your symptoms take over you. And for congestion relief, find Allegra D at your pharmacy.
Had enough? No, arthritis. Here, Aspercream arthritis.
Full prescription strength. Reduces inflammation. Thank the gods.
Don't thank them too soon.
Kick pain in the Aspercream.
Over 150,000 people with non-valvular AFib have left blood thinners behind with Watchman, a safe one-time procedure that reduces stroke risk and bleeding worry for life. Watchman, it's one time for a lifetime.
With Square, your business is all connected. From how you work with your customers to how your money works for you. So you can focus on the connections that matter most.
Fair skies with windy conditions. Tonight, some clouds, low 43, winds northwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tuesday, sunshine and clouds mixed, high 59, winds northwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tuesday night, a few clouds, low 39, winds north at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Adventure level, very high.
I feel like the first person on the moon.
This recovery has to happen in a hurry.
I'm here for one thing only, that's gold.
That was crazy. I did not expect to see that.
We're pushing everything to the max.
There's something alien about it.
Get the gold, dude.
You're into a whole world of new.
I've never seen anything like this. Expect the unexpected.
Well, you are watching Weather Underground. We are watching a significant severe threat, not just today, but into tomorrow, Wednesday. We'll continue to watch for the possibility of heightened severe weather chances into the southeast. But today and tomorrow, that's when Torcon values are at their highest. And you can see we've got those areas of purple. That's where severe weather is very likely. Today across parts of Texas, tomorrow into Louisiana and Mississippi. But let's get to the here and now. Dr. Knabb, of course, closely watching what's happening on the radar. And again, anticipating those storms to fire. Once they do, they're going to take off quickly.
Yeah, they will really ramp up in the hill country and near Austin, San Antonio in a couple to a few hours. And that will be the big severe event. But we've already got our first severe thunderstorm watch of the day and our first severe thunderstorm warning of the day. Where? Closer to the surface low. Our cyclones here in the Texas Panhandle. Here's the moisture coming up from the Gulf of Mexico, but it's up in here, right along the dry line and near that surface low where we've had enough instability and we're close to the forcing of our parent system. And that's where the moisture and instability has found a narrow corridor going up through Abilene and northwestward from there. And so that's why we've got some surface-based convection in here, and that's where we're getting some severe weather. We've got the severe thunderstorm watch. It's along the interstate between Abilene and Fort Worth, northward to Wichita Falls, portions of southwestern and south central Oklahoma. That goes till 9 p.m. Central Time. Now, the primary concerns here are going to be damaging wind gusts and large to maybe very large hail. 1 to isolated 2-inch diameter hail, but you can't rule out an isolated tornado or two, even in a severe thunderstorm watch situation. So here we are, I-20 going Abilene to Fort Worth. This is where we've got our first severe thunderstorm warning. The thunderstorm is located near Cisco, Texas. Breckenridge and Eastland are in this warning. The system is moving, kind of the northeastward direction, about 50 miles an hour. We got wind gusts to 60 miles an hour, could have 1-inch diameter hail in here. And this is the first of many. So you got to remember how damaging and dangerous hail can be, and that's one of the reasons we're getting the severe thunderstorm warnings right now in that watch. Got some storms southward from Dallas, not severe yet, but you're going to get yours later because these areas of budding convection are the first signs of where the instability and the wind shear are going to work together along with those rising dew points and that dry line moving eastward. This is the zone here just in a couple hours where we're probably going to get some really strong updrafts, and they're going to rotate quickly. We're going to get supercells growing up into this line, Mike. So it's starting, and it's going to last for a while. That low-level wind shear ahead of that dry line is going to be really nasty. That's going to produce the supercells and the tornadoes tonight.
Dr. Knapp, thanks for that. But winter also hanging on. Feels like into the last possible moment, a place like Caribou, Maine. Look how rough the conditions are here at the National Weather Service office. You can't hardly see anything, right? There's still a lot of snow on the ground. This is how you ushered in the first day of spring. But usually we wait quite some time for winter to be over in northern Maine. But the storm that we're going to be dealing with this week is eerily similar in almost everything it does, with the track of it, where the snow falls, how much rain you get in the Midwest and Northeast. So there's look at conditions right now from Englewood back toward Boulder. Temperatures in the 30s with light snow. We've had winter weather advisories in the foothills down through the Palmer Divide over into western Kansas and the panhandles of Oklahoma and Texas. This is what happens for us in Denver. The snow won't be there for long. It's been pretty light, and that snow ends for us this afternoon and evening. As far as totals go, probably not looking for more additional accumulation around Denver, but some pockets here of 1 to 3 or even 3 to 5 are possible into eastern Colorado, western Oklahoma, Texas, and then Kansas as well. So just be ready for that in portions of I-70. At times might be a little snow covered for you here. Here is a look at the low. This is about where it sat last week. And where did it go? Right up here in this direction. For most of us in the Midwest and Northeast, Ohio Valley, it brought rain. But for some of you, it will bring some snow. The cold air will have a harder time this time of year getting in there. So it's all on the backside of the low here, a small area that encompasses probably Michigan, portions of Wisconsin, back down through Iowa. Now, I don't think we'll get a ton of snow out of this, and we'll get a little bit up in Maine, but a lot of us end up getting rain. And so snow that you might still have in the ground, and it's not much. In most of these places, we'll try to melt here. Detroit, could we end as snow? I think it's possible, but I don't think you get any accumulation. There's a look at the accumulation forecast, and a swath here of maybe 1 to 3, back down into Minnesota, Iowa, some heavier amounts in northern Wisconsin, and then the upper peninsula of Michigan as well, where it wouldn't be out of the question to get 8 inches or more there. In the Northeast, highest elevations, and northern Maine gets the most with 5 to 8 inches of forecast Wednesday through Saturday, most of it happening Wednesday into Thursday. All right, stick around. Multiple days of severe weather happening this week. We're timing out each day hour by hour, and of course, closely watching the radar. Storms now starting to erupt across Texas. What dangers will they hold in the hours ahead? We'll break it down for you.
With Armor All, a little bit of this protects you from a lot of that. Armor All, minimum effort, maximum protection.
Hey, you two, go outside and play.
Create a season full of playfulness. Your happiest spring starts at Lowe's.
The Clear the Rack sale starts this Thursday at Nordstrom Rack. Take an extra 25% off items already on sale. Hurry before the rack is cleared. This Thursday through Sunday, only at Nordstrom Rack.
Say goodbye to daily insulin injections and simplify life with diabetes with Omnipod. It's a tubeless waterproof pod that provides insulin without multiple daily injections. Now is the time to try it with a free no-commitment 30-day Omnipod Dash trial. Go to omnipod.com/free for risk information, instructions for use, and free trial terms and conditions. Consult your healthcare provider before starting on Omnipod. Simplify diabetes. Simplify life. Omnipod.
Do you take aspirin? Plain aspirin could be hurting your stomach. Vazalore 325 liquid-filled aspirin capsule is clinically shown in a 7-day study to cause fewer ulcers than immediate-release aspirin. Vazalore is designed to help protect, releasing aspirin after it leaves your stomach, where it is absorbed to help prevent another heart attack or stroke. Heart protection with your stomach in mind. Vazalore, the first liquid-filled aspirin capsules. Amazing.
Add Downy to your wash for all the freshness and softness of home, even when you're not at home. Feel the difference with Downy.
You're pretty particular about keeping a healthy body. What goes on it? Usually. In it? Mostly. Even what gets near your body. Please, please, please take that outside. Here to meet those high standards is the Walgreens Health and Wellness brand. Over 2,000 products, rigorously tested, Walgreens pharmacist recommended. And particularly kind to your wallet.
NexGard is the flea and tick protection that's #1 with vets. It even prevents the infection that causes Lyme disease. Your vet trusts NexGard for her patients and her own dog. Plus, its delicious beef flavor is #1 with dogs. Ask your vet about NexGard.
Keeps has given me the control of my hair back.
Seeing the progress was awesome. Seeing my hair grow back so quick.
I feel great. I feel confident. I feel very happy about my journey so far with Keeps and where it's going in the future.
Get started at keeps.com/TV.
Entresto is the #1 heart failure brand prescribed by cardiologists and has helped over 1 million people. It was proven superior at helping people stay alive and out of the hospital.
Don't take Entresto if pregnant. It can cause harm or death to an unborn baby. Don't take Entresto with an ACE inhibitor or aliskiren, or if you've had angioedema with an ACE or ARB. The most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney problems, or high blood potassium. Ask your doctor about Entresto.
You know what makes the rooster cocky? He got picked for the weather vane. He trumpets the day. Here comes the day, he shouts. And we'd have to agree with his weather vane stance that every day with weather is a great day. Get into the Out There, the Weather Channel.
Well, we are looking at a balloon launch, up, and away. Looks simple, right? But it's giving us a ton of information here at the National Weather Service office in Jackson, Mississippi. Just one doing additional weather balloon launches this week ahead of the severe weather across the southeast.
Now, data from the weather balloons helps us increase our accuracy with our forecast modeling, which is a very good thing. But also, this launch in particular, in collaboration with a field project studying squall lines that produce tornadoes. So kind of double dipping, if you will. That's okay.
Checking all the boxes. You know, we hate events like this, but there are so many researchers that are going to hopefully get so much information. It only makes us better and better about forecasting these and understanding, which is still, you know, a mystical thing, these tornadoes.
The tornadoes, for sure. You know, those radio sondes that they send up, temperature, humidity, and air pressure, and wind speed. That's wind speed and direction.
And you go
pretty simple.
Right.
And out of that, they do these launches all over the country, by the way. So it kind of gives you a grid of conditions at the surface and through the atmosphere and gives you a good idea what's going on.
Yeah, it helps us forecast so we can bring the information to you. You are watching Weather Underground, by the way. I'm Alex Wilson here with Mike Bettis, Dr. Nab in the lab. And in fact, I want to get to Dr. Nab because we've got a significant threat of severe weather today. A lot of players in the atmosphere that those weather balloons are telling us about.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the more data we get today, the more we see the atmosphere destabilizing and the wind shear increasing to the point where we are legitimately concerned, and with good reason, for all of the hazards that severe thunderstorms can bring, including tornadoes, where the torque count is as high as 7, but there's a very large area with at least some risk. And you really need to have a plan for where you're going to shelter and how you're going to get your warnings, especially farther east. The more that becomes a nighttime, overnight threat. Damaging winds, even if you don't get a tornado, 60, 70 mile an hour plus gusts are very likely in portions of eastern Texas and possible over a larger area. And hail, don't underestimate this hazard, the damage that 1 to 2 inch diameter hail can do to cars and homes. And look at how far north and west that threat goes. Well, this is the zone that is actually at risk first for the large hail and the damaging winds. This severe thunderstorm watch north and northeast of Abilene, including Wichita Falls. It's northwest of the core of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Goes till 9 local time. This is the complex of thunderstorms that developed along the dry line and moving northeastward right along along our surface low, and we've got our first severe thunderstorm warning of the day in the Breckenridge, Cisco, Eastland area. I-20 going northward from there could have 60-mile-an-hour gusts, could have 1-inch diameter hail, and that is just the first of many such warnings that we're probably going to be dealing with in that watch zone. But we got to watch these thunderstorms here developing in the warm air south of Dallas, and then we really got to watch what could happen in the Austin, San Antonio area. Just another hour or two, Alex. I think these storms are really going to blossom, and they could rotate very quickly with all hazards, could produce warnings very quickly in the drive time area.
Really need to be on alert. Yeah, that drive time going to be critical. If you're able to leave early, maybe finish the day from home, that's a good bet. You don't want to be out there on the roads while those storms are rolling through. And then we look at tomorrow's danger. Parts of Louisiana and Mississippi are the areas to watch, but even into western Alabama, Torcon values as high as a 5. Baton Rouge and Macomb, Mississippi, Torcons up to a 7. Again, high likelihood of tornadoes, some of which could be strong, even long track tornadoes. So let's break down the Tuesday threat, because we'll have these storms racing east and they'll continue into the day tomorrow. Tomorrow's threat, again, greatest where you see that purple shading. So right along the Mississippi River there across parts of Louisiana and the state of Mississippi at greatest risk, but significant threat even into parts of Alabama from, say, the Gulf Coast of Alabama up into the northwest part of the state. Southeasterly flow will provide the moisture, and also our strong winds out of the south will also help to organize our severe storms. So we're not just going to be looking at random thunderstorms. This isn't like a summertime threat where you get some hit or miss pop-up thunderstorms. They rain themselves out and we're done. This is more of an organized line of storms. And with those winds turning at mid-level, so changing direction, that change of direction throughout levels of the atmosphere, that's wind shear, that promotes those storms that rotate. Those rotating updrafts are the storms that produce big hail and tornadoes. So here's your future radar. Starting things off in the morning, early in the morning, we could be up against some strong storms by midday right along the Mississippi River, and that will roll east through the afternoon. I think by dinner time, evening hours, now we're looking at parts of Alabama for the greatest threat of strong storms. So again, anywhere in this zone, make sure you have a way to get those alerts, and I'd stay off the roads. In addition to the severe weather, we'll also be watching for that possibility of flash flooding. We're back after this.
And I'm on a roll. Hey, 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 yeah, yeah. And I'm on a roll.
Alice loves the scent of Gain so much, she wished there was a way to make it last longer. Say hello to your fairy godmother, Alice, and long-lasting Gain scent beads. Try Spring Daydream, part of our irresistible scent collection.
My fingers and I do this to make a living. We're too busy to do taxes.
I love doing taxes for self-employed people. You can hand those off to me.
Yeah, but can I hand them off without using my hands?
We can arrange that. You do your thing. We've got your taxes. Intuit, TurboTax Live.
Introducing the all-new Infiniti QX60. Take on life in style.
Really awesome for any type of plant, especially for beginning gardener. Yeah?
I think he likes some.
Create a season full of celebration. Your happiest spring starts at Lowe's.
Hi, folks. Medicare Part C plans with extra benefits like getting money added back to your Social Security check may now be available to you in your zip code. Make sure you're not missing out. It's simple. 1, call the number on your screen. 2, they'll look up your zip code and see if you're eligible. 3, they'll check for plans with extra benefits like prescriptions, dental coverage, and the benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every single month. Call now.
I called to get everything I deserve.
I called to check my zip code for a plan with a benefit that adds money back to my Social Security check.
I called to check my zip code.
Millions of people have called the Medicare Coverage Helpline. Call Check your zip code, see if you're eligible, and get what you deserve. Call now.
Call 1-800-346-4800. That's 1-800-346-4800 now.
Imagine the benefits of fasting without the hunger. Introducing Prolon, a revolutionary patented nutrition program that nourishes, rejuvenates, and curbs hunger.
I have so many clients that will say to me, tell me what my options are. And my answer is always, well, there's only one option, and that's Prolon. It really is the only program in the world that mimics a fast.
To learn more, go to ProlonFast.com. Save 25% and receive 20 free fasting bars on your first order. Prolon, the fast that lets you eat.
Can a company help you live a better life? We're talking about the one in your neighborhood, with almost 2 million people helping you live a little better every day. We see your hopes and dreams. It's why we show up day after day to keep you healthy, to help you put a better meal on the table. So, can a company help you live a better life? We're working on it every day.
You don't go to an accident scene every day and see a truck hanging over a bridge.
No way!
You're watching Weather Underground, and we are watching Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Could end up being a target of severe thunderstorms and even tornadoes later on tonight and tomorrow. You see, everything's fine right now, and I think most of your day today, you're in fine shape. No real concerns for the day today, but things get pretty gnarly for us, especially later on tonight and tomorrow. Let's update you what the big picture is for you on Tuesday, with a large area here across the south that could be under the gun for severe thunderstorms. It's going to include Baton Rouge up toward Jackson, Hattiesburg. You're in the very likely area for severe thunderstorms tomorrow, but it could extend well past Tupelo all the way down to the Gulf Coast, as far east as extreme western Georgia. There's a look at our Torcon for tomorrow. The area that's highlighted in purple is a Torcon of 7. So it's a pretty high number. If you look at the scale here, a 1 to 10, 7 is up there, right? So please be aware from Baton Rouge to Jackson to Hattiesburg and all points in between that you could have an enhanced risk here for some tornadoes. Then a 5 that goes from Lake Charles to New Orleans, then up towards, say, Greenwood, and getting close to, say, a Tuscaloosa, Alabama as well. So that number is sitting right in the middle of our Torcon index. Here's a look at the high-resolution modeling for what happens for us later on tonight. Here we are now and tomorrow. Here we are, 11 o'clock in the morning. So a really intense squall line here from near Memphis down through Monroe, Alexandria, Lake Charles, hitting us in Baton Rouge middle of the day tomorrow, coming across 55, and eventually we think coming across 65 as well later in the evening. But that storm really holds together right through Tuesday night and Wednesday. Now Wednesday morning, coming through the Panhandle of Florida, and plenty of energy right up through Georgia, including Atlanta, the upstate of South Carolina, and eventually western North Carolina as well. Alex?
Well, you need to have a plan in place and be prepared for these storms that are moving across the South. And these states are already getting ready, rightfully so. Joining us now from Louisiana Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness is Casey Tingle. Casey, thanks so much for joining us. You know, we're here in the early part of spring, so one of the earlier significant events. How do you start to get the word out and you know, brush off some of the cobwebs?
Yeah, I appreciate the opportunity. So certainly we started some messaging. We had a similar type of front come through last week. So some of this messaging is already started. And as we enter this time of year, these are some things that can happen. Certainly what's projected for tomorrow is a significant weather event for some areas that have been impacted by recent events, you know, from the last couple of years. So we've got some vulnerable populations, and working together with state, local, and even federal partners because of the involvement that FEMA has had in some of the recovery processes. All of these partners engaged, trying to get the message out and helping people to know what they can do now to be ready for tomorrow.
And Director, with this threat materializing during the daytime tomorrow, so people be in school, so people be at work, what sorts of questions can parents be asking the schools, or what can people be asking their employers so that everybody's on the same page and ready for tomorrow?
Yeah, as you start to look at what maybe tomorrow afternoon commute times look like, we certainly encourage all of our citizens and residents to pay attention to local instructions and what their local officials are saying. Our team here in the state is well versed in how to handle these sorts of events and what kind of decisions need to be made and when. And so certainly we're going to be working with our National Weather Service partners and other partners to get the right information into everybody's hands so they can make the kind of informed decisions leading into tomorrow afternoon to make sure that everyone is as safe as possible.
Casey, you had mentioned that you may have a vulnerable population because of previous weather events. Does that include victims that you've had for hurricanes or previous severe weather events? A lot of times I know they get some sort of temporary housing, but it's not always the sturdiest. What can you do for those folks?
Yeah, so we've got probably close to about 7,000 families in either state-provided or FEMA-provided trailers, manufactured housing, that type of housing. So getting the word out to them, that started today in the messaging piece to be sure that they're identifying safe locations that they can go when the winds get strong, to be aware of the potential flooding threat as well. And then working with our local partners this afternoon to ensure that that message is getting down to the ground and to those families, and that we've got the appropriate support ready for them so that they can, make the best decisions to leave those units at the right time when and if that's necessary.
And Casey, I see the Get a Game Plan slogan behind you. What else that we didn't cover here do you want to urge your residents?
Yeah, with winds this strong, certainly the potential for power outages is there, and so people should be ready to, have food and water that they can have available to their family, and just stay in close communication with local news, local officials. Make sure your cellular devices are charged up so that you can have that right kind of communication leading up to and even following what potentially happens tomorrow. And then always check on vulnerable citizens around you, friends and family. It takes a whole community for the right outcomes in situations like this.
You are right about that. Well, Casey Tingle with the Louisiana Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness Department, we thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Well, coming up next on Weather Underground, severe weather can strike at any place, anytime. So what do you do? Where do you go if you're stuck in your car? We're going to break down the safest options next. And stick with the Weather Channel all night long. We'll continue to cover this week's dangerous severe weather threat.
Weatherproofing your wallet, brought to you by Rocket Mortgage. When you need a home loan that works for you, Rocket can.
Nothing here.
Nothing in the walls.
Nothing in the vent.
I found a quarter and buttons.
Why?
There's money hiding somewhere in our house.
With Rocket Mortgage, we can use the equity in our home and turn it into cash.
So I can stop looking and we can finally consolidate our debt?
Yes, please stop.
For a better way to find money in your home,
Rocket can.
Rocket.
Move over, KFC. It's KFC Tenders. And the same creamy mac and cheese, crispy fries, buttery biscuits, and delicious sauces. The KFC 8-piece Tenders meal. Order ahead on the KFC app. It's finger-licking good.
JC tried Game Flings for the first time the other day and forgot where she was. You can always spot a first-time Game Flings user.
I'm a millionaire.
I'm not a millionaire?
I'm a millionaire? I'm not a millionaire.
Crypto is complicated, but as a tax expert with crypto experience, you can hand your taxes off to me. You do your thing, we've got your taxes. Intuit, TurboTax Live.
Hey, I get it. Commitment can be scary, but not when you're saving up to 15% with Subscribe and Save at Amazon. You get free repeat delivery on your favorite items. And if things don't work out, you can always cancel. Seriously, no one would judge you if you call it off. Okay.
Learn all the ways to save with Amazon.
If you don't repaint every now and then, it's like the old you is still hanging around.
I'm listening to music.
So today, let's paint with Behr, America's most trusted paint brand, and make your home yours. Behr, exclusively at the Home Depot.
At Southern New Hampshire University, you can reach your goals faster. That's because you can transfer in up to 90 credits toward your online degree.
I was able to cut my time in half.
Apply free at snhu.edu.
Hey, you two, go outside and play.
Create Create a season full of playfulness. Your happiest spring starts at Lowe's.
Does this look familiar? You probably think this is what owning hearing aids would be like. Let me tell you.
Carry the one.
Tony, what are you here trying to figure out?
Kev, these mobile fees keep adding up.
Tony, Spectrum has the best deal in mobile. I have 2 lines for just $29.99 a month each. Go online to the Spectrum Mobile Savings Calculator, grab your mobile bill, enter your mobile provider and how many lines you have, how much data you use, and how much you pay for your monthly service. You can save up to 60% on your mobile bill.
Haberdashery. I'm switching. For real.
Get Spectrum's unlimited mobile plan for just $29.99 a month per line on 2 lines or more. Call 1-844-417-2999.
Carmel is cheaper to the airport. That's right. Cheaper than Uber and Lyft to and from all New York airports. JFK, Newark, LaGuardia. Carmel is cheaper. App, phone, or online, all the time. Check for yourself. Did I mention Carmel is cheaper to the airport? Well, it is. Use it. It's cheaper.
There, big puffy mountains float. They say it's boring to talk about the weather. I say it's boring not to. Get into the Out There, the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 61 degrees under sunny skies with windy conditions. Tonight, some clouds, low 43, winds northwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tuesday, sunshine and clouds mixed, high 59, winds northwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tuesday night, a few clouds, low 39, winds north at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
We are looking at Dallas. You've been seeing some storms. Last hour, we didn't see Dallas in this tower cam. Currently sitting at 66 degrees. Still the low clouds, still showers and thunderstorms around, although at least we get a little better viewpoint at the city currently. Storms likely across parts of north and central Texas today. Torcon values anywhere from 3 to 7. Now, central Texas Torcons of 7. We've got our system, so we've got that low. You can see that spin on our water vapor imagery. Out ahead of that, you can see where we've got all that moisture and where we've already seen some shower and thunderstorm development. And unfortunately, more of that likely to play out here in the hours to come. A few severe warnings have already fired, including this one off to the north and east of San Angelo. We've got the tornado watches also posted. This one here into parts of Oklahoma and North Texas. We anticipate more. Another one likely to come here across central Texas. This is the 95% zone where we've got a 95% chance of a tornado watch. So again, we're going to get the tornado watch. It's coming from Austin to Waco to Dallas and then back off towards the west as well, where we currently are looking at those active severe warnings. New warning, this one for Eastland and Stevens, and then again another one just off to the south. That one because of the threat of hail. You're likely seeing that. In fact, if we go back to the radar picture, I'll take you back to it. You are likely seeing hail out of this storm because you can see some of that magenta showing up. That's those high reflectivity values tell you you've already got the hail focused in these areas. So supercell thunderstorms likely, and these are especially dangerous when you're away from home. So here are some tips to stay safe while you're out on the road. You're out on the highway on a collision course with a massive tornado. This is scary. It's bearing down on you. What should you do? This is not a good position to be in, and every situation will be different. But there are a few options that can help save your life. If you know you can safely drive away from the tornado or get to a nearby underground shelter or sturdy building, do that. Do not try and outrun a tornado. Tornadoes can move at over 60 miles an hour, and their path can be unpredictable with strong winds far from the funnel. This is especially true for semi-trucks. The large surface area of the trailer makes it easier for strong winds to loft the vehicle into the air. If the tornado is about to hit and there's a ditch on the side of the road and deep enough to protect you from flying debris, pull completely off the road, move away from your vehicle, lie down flat on the ground, and cover your head. If you decide to stay in your car, keep your seatbelt on, keep the engine running so airbags can deploy, and cover your head. Duck below the windows to protect yourself from glass. Now, admittedly, both of those options are scary, so you might be tempted to park underneath an overpass, but this is not a good idea. Winds accelerate under the overpass, bringing dangerous flying debris. And if you climb higher up the sides of the overpass, you will be exposed to higher winds and more flying debris. They act like missiles. This is what injures and kills people the most in tornadoes. A single piece of wood flying around in a tornado can have the same energy as detonating a gram of TNT. And there are thousands of pieces of debris whirling around. So before you hit the road, plan your day around the timing of the storms. Give yourself a buffer to be in or nearby safe shelter because you want to have the advantage on severe weather days.
So some advice there to help you out when you're out in your car. Hopefully you can be home, though. Another story that we're keeping an eye on, the wildfires raging in Texas. The Eastland Complex, as it's known, has grown to 7 individual blazes that have burned 55,000 acres. At least 2 firefighters have been injured. 1 firefighter has died. Evacuations underway in parts of Eastland County and in Airth County, where the Big L fire has consumed 6,000 acres. So a lot of poor conditions for us across Texas with low humidities, high winds, drought conditions. It's all combined to give us a really bad fire season so far. A lot of the fires that are burning back in here in this dry air will continue to because there's no rain in the forecast. The humidities have increased here in central and east Texas, where we're going to get some thunderstorms and some rain. Hopefully that can help douse some of the flames, but a lot of the action up in Oklahoma will be beneficial. Some in Texas will be, but it may not fall in the exact areas that we need it. Where the fire danger is high today is going to be in maybe parts of the hill country, South Texas, back toward western Texas. So elevated risk in places like Abilene, Midland, back toward El Paso. Critical danger from San Angelo to Marfa to Rock Springs. The danger there is going to be really high, so make sure you're following the local burn bans and just being very, very careful. No open flames whatsoever. Low humidities here. Dew points are in the 20s right now. We've got extreme to exceptional drought in these locations, and that really extends through all of Texas, truly, and up through Oklahoma. Some of the rain we'll get in Oklahoma should be well placed and help put out some of the fires. We're back after this.
When eye allergens attack, the itch can last 24 hours. But with Pat-A-Day Once Daily Relief Extra Strength, you get fast 24-hour relief in one drop. Make it a Pat-A-Day with a drop that's right for you without a prescription everywhere.
Ever wonder what everyone's doing on their phones? They're banking with Bank of America. The groom's parents, they just found out they can redeem rewards for a second honeymoon. Romance is in the air. Like these two. He's realizing he's in love and that his dating app just went up. Must be fate. And Phil, he forgot a gift, so he's sending the happy couple some money.
Digital tools so impressive, you just can't stop banking. What would you like the power to do?
Stains appear, ruining the things you love. But when you get to work, magic happens. Save the things you love and save money. We make OxyClean, you make it work. Work your magic.
Every day. Every day. And I'm on a roll.
As a struggling actor, I need all the breaks that I can get. At Liberty Mutual.
Cut.
Line.
Cut. Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Cut. Liberty. Am I allowed to riff? What if I come out of the water? Liberty Bibbity.
Cut. We'll dub it.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Ah, what a beautiful day to welcome you to your retirement with Physicians Mutual, including coverage for the gaps in Medicare.
Oh, I'm so happy I could just sing.
You've got that happy retirement feeling.
I've got that Physicians Mutual feeling. You help me find the coverage I need.
So you can have the retirement you deserve.
I've got a good feeling now that I'm covered.
Physicians Mutual, Physicians Mutual.
Oh, man, that's a whole lot of wrinkly.
At least my shoes look good.
Help prevent wrinkles with Bounce Wrinkle Guard, the mega sheet with 3 times the wrinkle-fighting ingredients.
Need to get your windshield fixed? SafeLight makes it easy. You can schedule in just a few clicks, and we'll come to you with a replacement you can trust.
It's great.
That's service on your time. Schedule now.
SafeLight Repair, SafeLight Replace.
Why do dermatologists use Dove Bar at home?
The Dove Beauty Bar is gentle, it is moisturizing.
I bring the Dove Beauty Bar home because it not only cleans, hydrates my skin, I see what it does for my patients, and it's exactly what I want to do for my family.
As a dermatologist, I want what's best for our skin.
Who doesn't want soft, clean, fresh-smelling skin?
With 1/4 moisturizing cream, Dove is the #1 bar dermatologists use at home.
Coming up here, a dangerous start to the week across the South. And round after round of severe weather is going to march its way across this region. What you need to know to keep you and your family safe over the next 3 days.
And with some of these storms firing up just in time for the morning and afternoon commute, what should you do if severe weather strikes when you're in your car? We're going to discuss your safest options. Plus, on the first full day of spring, winter still trying to hang on. We'll tell you where several inches of snow could pile up before the week comes to an end. All starts right now.
Hi, everyone. Welcome into our special coverage here on the Weather Channel, tracking severe weather for you. I'm Mike Bettis.
I'm Alex Wilson. Also, our expert, Dr. Rick Knabb, with us. He'll join us in just a moment for the expert analysis. But we've officially kicked off spring, first full day, and severe weather ramping up to start the week.
Yeah, it really is. We often talk about severe weather and tornadoes in the springtime. You look how tornadoes month to month go up here. They click up here in March and really take off April, May, and June. So now is the time to start thinking about that type of day that happens that makes you a little bit anxious, a little bit nervous. This is one of those days, but don't panic.
No.
You can be safe. Just taking the right steps can save your life.
We've got all the tips for you, things you need to do, things you need to know. Things have really ramped up. Torcon values as high as a 7. So our Torcon scale is a 0 to 10 scale. The higher the number, the greater the risk. And today, those values as high of a 7 means it's significant.
Yeah, there's an area here, especially around, say, Waco and College Station, we're worried about. We're going to give you a live report here from College Station in just a little bit. But the threat won't end today.
No, you're looking at tomorrow's threat. Torcon values again up to a 7 through parts of Louisiana and the state of Mississippi. So very likely that we see tornadoes, some of which could be strong, even long track tornadoes on the table.
Things are just now ramping up. So let's bring in our expert, Dr. Rick Knabb. He is in the lab tracking the radar where things are just beginning, Dr. Knabb.
Yeah, Mike and Alex, with daytime heating and adding more moisture off the Gulf of Mexico, the atmosphere over Texas is rapidly destabilizing, and we've got the parent low pressure system adding all the dynamics and instability from aloft, and that's why thunderstorms that will be severe are likely, very likely, over portions of Texas the rest of today, this evening, tonight, and in the overnight period. The farther east you go, the later the threat will be. But it is all going to be part of this low pressure system that's over the Texas Panhandle. It's got a parent middle upper level low, and that is bringing in a tremendous amount of moisture. The dew points are surging through the 50s, even 60s in Texas. And when you add moisture to the low levels, that makes the atmosphere more unstable, and you've got the cold air aloft to complete the picture on how unstable the atmosphere is getting. And up near the surface low, that's where we've got enough lift in the atmosphere, along with the instability to produce the thunderstorms that we're seeing coming into the Wichita Falls area. But the even greater instability is farther to the east and southeast. And in fact, this zone is likely to see a tornado watch somewhere in here very soon. So that is the area where the instability and the wind shear and the lack of capping in the atmosphere, that's going away. Will likely lead to a tornado watch with all the hazards on the table. Right now, this is the only severe watch we have. Got the severe thunderstorm watch here in the Wichita Falls area, I-20 northward between Abilene and Fort Worth. And we've already got some severe thunderstorm warnings. The main hazards with this particular severe thunderstorm watch will be the strong damaging wind gusts, 60, 70 miles an hour, and large hail that could be 1 to maybe even 2 inches in diameter. Now, here's where the 2 severe thunderstorm warnings are along I-20. The most recently issued one here is in the Comanche and Eastland County areas until 3:30 local time. As this moves northeastward at about 50 miles an hour, again 60-mile-an-hour gusts, 1-inch diameter hail are the hazards with that warning. Same thing for the warning just next door, which is also producing some vicious lightning between Eastland and Breckenridge. As that moves to the northeast, that goes for a few more minutes. And then we've got some strong thunderstorms just leaving the Haskell and Throckmorton areas. Wichita Falls up in here, so this is headed in your direction. Now, watch how these dew points have really surged into the 60s all the way up to the Red River. And that, again, is ahead of our dry line. And that's why this zone is likely to see the supercells and all the hazards, including potentially tornadoes, and just go within the next hour or so. Not only these ongoing storms that might be running out of instability, but new storms will be firing in that instability. And once the vertical development occurs, we're probably going to get rotating supercells, and those could produce tornadoes and strong winds and hail and flash flooding, especially after it grows into that line. There's the low-level wind shear. That is the problem ahead of that dry line, Mike.
All right, Dr. Knabb, thank you for that. Well, Texas in the bullseye for today's storms. Threat of hail, damaging winds, tornadoes also possible. Meteorologist Reynolds Wolf joins us live from Austin, where the storms could go well into the night here. For many folks, what does that mean for them here in the Austin area, Reynolds?
Means loud times. And what's interesting is Mike, as you know very well, looks can be deceiving. I can tell you, we start off the morning actually to the south, right along parts of the I-35 corridor in New Braunfels, where we had cloudy skies, light drizzle, occasionally some heavy showers. And then just as Dr. Knabb mentioned, we had really what appeared to be much better looking weather. Just as the untrained eye, you look up, you see the sun, the clouds, you think, okay, things are going to be fantastic. But for the 2.3 million people that live here in the Austin area, which is Texas' 4th most populous city, you got to know that we're going to see the atmosphere just become increasingly unstable. Now, what exactly does that mean? That means that, as you mentioned, we have the chance of having some very strong storms, some damaging wind, large hail, and tornadoes. What's something else that's very important to mention is that you look at how the forecast was, what the models were showing just, say, less than 24, 48 hours ago. We had, for parts of, let's see, College Station, Austin, we had torcons that were basically in the range of, well, 5 to here in Austin it's 3. Now we've gone up considerably. Austin now has got a torcon of 5. College Station now up to a 7. So things are evolving. And I'll tell you, it's again one of those times where people need to have that plan in place of where to go and what to do if severe weather comes calling. Now, I was reading a stat the other day about over 80% of Americans have some kind of a smart device. Well, use that tool to get those heads up. For one, you can watch the Weather Channel. We'll keep you up to speed too. But if you have that smart device, guess what? That can also alert you when you have a warning in your area, and you can see cover immediately. But Mike, as you know very well, it takes more than just getting that information. You've got to be able to apply it. So one thing, mom and dads and grandparents, if you're able to, get the kids, have a conversation with them, let them know what their county looks like, the shape of the county, and where they happen to be located, the home, in proximity to other places in the county. Say, for example, if you're in Austin and you live over on I-35 and Bee Cave Road off to the west, you've got a storm rolling that direction, you know where it's going, and you can see cover immediately. And I'll tell you, situations like that, seconds matter. They really do. How many times have we seen in the past where just people were not able to act quickly enough, and sure enough, it makes a big difference. It truly does. But of course, folks, keep it here. We're going to keep you up to speed. And something else to mention very quickly is keep in mind this is a multi-day event that we're going to see. Just this wave of activity moving from west to east across much of the Gulf Coast and certainly parts of the Southern Plains. So it's not really a sprint. It's really a marathon, Mike, when you think about it.
It is. Good advice there, Reynolds. Thank you so much. More with Reynolds coming up here throughout the evening. Let's show you some of the other threats that we're dealing with. Yes, tornadoes, I think, are our first and foremost. They can be the most destructive. They can often be, unfortunately, the most deadly. But if you take a look at this area, especially between the warm front and the dry line, this is an area where the air is the most unstable. Also, where you have a lot of lift in the atmosphere to produce strong updrafts. And in that case, you can oftentimes produce some pretty big hail. So likely areas across Texas today for hail, 2-inch or greater hail threat. So 2 inches in diameter or greater, bigger than golf balls here. And that that could really hammer us. So make sure that you can protect your car today. Park it in a parking garage, in your garage, carport, wherever you can to avoid the dings, because the insurance agent, especially if you get a lot of dings on it, will literally total your car because they've got so much repair to do on it. It's just too expensive for them to repair it. If you look at a place like Hondo, Texas, last year we set the state record for largest hailstone, 6.4 inches in diameter. Again, that happened just last year on April 28th. Now, we're talking about the updraft speeds in these storms. This is basically the air that rushes into a low pressure center, then swirls up and goes up into the thunderstorm. This is what really begins to make them build tall thunderstorms. If you have really strong updrafts into a storm, they can sustain really large hailstones. So say an 80-mile-per-hour updraft, that's a really fast, vertically moving parcel of air, will give you baseball-sized hail, potentially, but, teacup, softball-sized hail. Not saying we may get to that, but I wouldn't be overly shocked if we did. And these are the areas in the purple that are most likely to get the hail. Some areas here in the darker purple could be sizable stuff here. It's interesting how we can map all this, but Texas in particular will be in that threat zone for extremely large hail today, Alex.
And Austin, another area that we're watching very closely. Torcon of 5 right now. So storms firing here. Temperature at 78. We've got a lot of moisture. The low clouds, the showers have been hanging around. And this late day commute time is going to be the time that you need to watch. Also, I know you're out there on the campus of the University of Texas. Make sure you're weather aware. You don't want to be walking across campus at this time either. Right now, fairly quiet, but again, we had the cloud cover. It feels murky out there, so you can feel the moisture, that air you can wear when you walk outside. East of Austin, we've got a few spotty showers, but things really escalating here over the next hour or two. When we look at Austin, Torcon of 5, 7 as we head to the east and northeast, 3 off towards the west and down to the southwest, closer to, say, San Antonio. There's 4, 5 o'clock. You can see a few thunderstorms, but by 5 to 6, that's when we really anticipate those big storms begin to take off. And they're going to explode really rapidly, moving eastward as we move through the evening. You can see some of the purple and the white on our future radar. That's indicative of that large hail threat we've talked about. And also, you get these individual supercell thunderstorms. They're the ones with the rotating updrafts. They're the ones that can produce these strong tornadoes. So both of those hail and tornadoes will be significant risks moving forward. Into tomorrow morning, few spotty showers very early, but I think for the morning commute, things turn quieter, and obviously the severe threat will be well off to the east. Closer look right now at the Dallas-Fort Worth area. You can see some showers and storms here along I-30, along I-20. New tornado warning here just off to our west. This is around the Graham area, Jack, Palo Pinto, Young counties. Our expert, Dr. Nab, standing by in the lab with a little bit more on this one.
Yeah, and Alex, this is the same severe thunderstorm that was off to the south and west in the Breckenridge area. And, we talked about how that severe thunderstorm watch could be, could involve, 1 or 2 tornadoes. And I want to back up in here. So here's the collection of warnings. And you notice we've got, the 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, and that complex has evolved into the tornado warning. So let's zoom in on that particular tornado warning. And this is, Jack and Palo Pinto counties, Bryson and Graham are in this. And this is, a multi-hazard kind of situation. Yes, there's a tornado warning, but there could also be some large hail in here and the 60-mile-an-hour gusts that the severe thunderstorm warning had previously highlighted. But the problem is now we've got the rotation here. So we've probably got a mesoscale cyclone taking shape in here. There's pretty well-defined rotation there. Now, that does not mean for sure that there's a tornado on the ground, but it does mean we've got a mesocyclone, and there's enough rotation there that we got a warrant for a tornado. And if we look at this on the big picture, you can see where this is in the whole scheme of things, right? This is up near the surface low west of Dallas-Fort Worth. So, we're probably going to get a tornado watch in this zone, but even on the northwest flank of all of this, we've gotten this severe thunderstorm warning. So, again, this is this tornado warning. This warning, again, goes, for Young and Palo Pinto counties and Jack counties till 3:30 Central Time. So for another 20 minutes or so, you got to be taking shelter in Bryson and Graham as this moves quickly off to the northeast. Here's Graham up in here on the western side of the warning. Here's Highway 380. That is, again, north and east of Breckenridge. This is the same severe thunderstorm complex. So another reason to pay even more attention to the severe thunderstorm warnings than you might otherwise think you need to, because they can quickly evolve into tornado warning situations. So we're going to have to watch that velocity signature. Heads up in Jacksboro, too, because this warning, goes until 3:30 local time, but it might be not long after that you might be under warning if this were to hold together, because this is looking pretty healthy, unfortunately. Now, again, backing out, we're going to likely have a tornado watch issued farther south and east in that general zone pretty soon, because we've got new cells trying to form down to the south. The atmosphere continues to destabilize. These storms right here might run out of steam before they become severe, but we're going to have new development. You can see it's really percolating out there. And down in Austin and San Antonio, you're starting to see isolated cells show up. And this is the beginning of the new convection that is something we've been anticipating from the future radar for a while. And look at that. Look at how quickly this could evolve. And once you get, the instability to break through what capping is left and that is going away, it's going to quickly lead to explosive development into a line that will affect a lot of folks. So that's why the tornado warning, the tornado watch likely to be issued in this zone pretty soon. And then it will evolve into that line that lasts all night long. Again, the wind shear is the problem. There's the low level turning with height. And that will take our updrafts and turn them into rotating supercells, Mike and Alex. So we've got our first tornado warning of the day, but I fear that there are going to be a lot more, and let's not lose our focus on the other hazards. And also, we are getting the alert that the tornado watch has been issued, so let me show you where that is. So you see our severe thunderstorm watch up in here in northwest Texas, but here is the new tornado watch. So this goes till 10 p.m. Central Time. It includes a lot of folks in the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area, in Waco, in Austin, in San Antonio. And this is a really significant situation that you've got to now be thinking about. Now that a tornado watch has been issued, what do? I would say, if at all possible, this is the time to start getting off the roads and going to your safe, sturdy building, have a way to get your warnings so you can quickly go to your safe spot.
The Bissell Pro Heat 2X Revolution Pet Pro removes even the toughest stains, odors, and allergens, making it our best deep cleaning system for pet messes. Whatever stage of pet parenthood you're in, Bissell helps you live in the moment, not the mess.
Introducing the all-electric Chevy Silverado RST, the only EV truck that combines four-wheel steer, a multi-flex midgate, and up to a 400-mile range on a full charge. And the only way to reserve it is at Chevy.com. Find your future, find new roads.
Your record label is taking off, but so is your sound engineer. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Say goodbye to daily insulin injections. Omnipod is a tubeless waterproof pod built to simplify life with diabetes. Try it today. Go to Omnipod.com for risk information, instructions for use, and free trial terms and conditions. Consult your healthcare provider before starting on Omnipod.
Tide Pods Ultra Oxy one-ups the cleaning power of liquid.
Can it one-up whatever they're doing?
For sure.
Seriously?
One-up the power of liquid, one-up the toughest stains. Any further questions? One-up the power of liquid with Tide Pods Ultra Oxy.
This is Antonelli's Cheese Shop.
And we're the Antonellis.
Do good, eat good.
That's our mission.
We chose our Spark Cash Plus card from Capital One because it gives us unlimited 2% cash back on everything we buy.
And it has no preset spending limit, so our purchasing power adapts to our business needs. We use our 2% cash back to help cover our employees' healthcare costs.
That's how we take care of our most valuable asset.
Our people. It may sound cheesy,
but we like it that way.
What's in your wallet?
Should Viagra really cost $90? We don't think so. RexMD.com has FDA-approved generic Viagra starting at just $2 per tablet. Want to know what other guys are saying about RexMD.com?
This was my first time using telemedicine, and I'd recommend this process to anyone. I couldn't be happier with the product.
Just fill out a brief survey, and if appropriate, you can try a sample pack of generic Viagra, which are currently available to new customers. Your consultation is free. There's no copays, no doctor office visits, and your shipping is always free. Visit RexMD.com.
You want to make pizza night with the family even better? Bam! Get yourself this Parmesan crusted papadilla. It's like a golden, crispy little fireworks show in your mouth. Get a Parmesan crusted papadilla, only at Papa John's.
You don't go to an accident scene every day and see a truck hanging over a bridge.
No way.
Every new day offers opportunities to connect, chances to motivate and inspire, moments to express well.
Hi, I'm Rotasha from New York City, and I'm a Balance of Nature queen. I used to be a walker, but I gained weight. When I started Balance of Nature, I was walking about 3,000 or 4,000 steps a day. That's nothing. Now I could go as much as up to 14. It's doing so much great work in my body. Even my girlfriend downstairs, I said, you need to try it. She told me I couldn't afford it, but I have to remind her, look, the nails, I pay $50 to get my nails done. Breakfast is about $10. Then you go out and buy lunch. Lunch is either $10 or maybe a little less, depends on how hungry you are. So in the course of a week, you could have ordered the vitamins for the whole month. She says, I'm thinking, I said, okay, well, while you're still tired and I'm still beating you up the block, it's okay. Because that's all I'm going to do. I mean, she's taller than me and I move faster than her now. That's because the energy I'm getting from Balance of Nature.
Start your journey to better health. Go to balanceofnature.com and don't forget to get 35% off your first preferred order by using discount code SAVE.
Under fair skies with windy conditions. Tonight, partly cloudy skies, gusty winds during the evening. Low 43, higher wind gusts possible. Tuesday, intervals of clouds and sunshine. High 59, winds northwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tuesday night, a few clouds. Low 39, winds north at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
It's impossible to think of a place, to picture it in the mind, and not to picture its weather. I'll bet you do it too, maybe without realizing. Seattle, Washington. London, England. Los Angeles, California. See what I mean? Get into the out there. The Weather Channel.
Severe weather really the story here as we start the new work and school week, not just today, but into tomorrow. So you're looking at Monday's severe threat greatest in the purple. That would be across parts of Texas today. And by tomorrow, we're looking at Louisiana and Mississippi for the greatest risk of strong storms and tornadoes. Torcon values as high as 7 today and tomorrow. That would mean likely tornadoes. Some strong, perhaps even long track. And by the way, the severe threat does not end with these 2 days. We'll also be watching Wednesday for strong storms, severe storms across sections of the southeast. Dr. Knabb is in the lab. He is keeping a very close eye on the radar as storms have really begun to fire. We've already got active severe and tornado warnings.
Yeah, and Alex, one thing I want to make sure I tell everybody right off the bat is these are fast-moving storms, like at 50 miles an hour. So when you get a warning, you got to take shelter right away because we've got a really strong southerly to southwesterly flow here that is moving things along. Here's our surface low up in here. Moisture just destabilizing the atmosphere tremendously. Got the cold air aloft, and there's where the most unstable air is, with a nose going in between, San Angelo and Dallas into northwestern Texas. So while this is the zone we're getting more and more concerned about, this is the zone where it's already been happening. Those storms fired along the dry line and then they moved northward. Now we've got a tornado watch that's in effect effect till 10 local time, includes Dallas, Fort Worth, Waco, Austin, San Antonio. A lot of folks under that tornado watch till 10 local time. Now's the time to be getting off roads, getting to a sturdy building, and be in a place where you can get your warnings and take shelter in that safe spot if a warning is issued for where you are. But we've also got the severe thunderstorm watch north and west of there. This was issued first. And, the primary hazards here are the strong damaging wind gusts, 60 miles an hour, 1 to 2 inch maybe diameter hail. But we talked about how there's a possibility for 1 or 2 tornadoes with these storms. And we've got a tornado warning here north of Interstate 20, northeast of Abilene, west of Fort Worth, Texas. So Jack and Palo Pinto and Young counties under a tornado warning until 3:30 local time. So for a few more minutes, as this core of reflectivities, which could have some large hail in it as well, moves quickly northeastward at about 50 miles an hour. Now here's Highway 380, and the communities there of Graham and Bryson are the ones of great concern. I would say heads up in Jacksboro as well, because while this tornado warning only goes for another 8 minutes or so till 3:30 local time, it is possible this holds together that this could be extended northward and eastward. So Jacksboro, you could have something on you, within the next half hour or so. But Graham and Bryson, you got to be taking shelter right now because there's pretty well-defined rotation on the radar. That is an indication of a mesoscale cyclone. It doesn't directly say whether there's a tornado there, but it certainly shows that conditions in the atmosphere with a mesocyclone could be producing a tornado. So it's enough to warn for and enough to take shelter for. And we got to look at the correlation coefficient here to show us if we've got any co-located indicators of non-meteorological debris, objects. So if we go back, and I'll show you where the velocity signature is, right in there. And then we look at the correlation coefficient. It's at least possible that this has some non-meteorological debris in there. It's hard to be sure, but there does seem to be some brightness in there, some dropouts that could indicate that it's hopefully not hitting buildings, people, but maybe hitting trees or some other objects. So there could be some debris in there. Now, we got a severe thunderstorm warning to the south of there on the other side of Interstate 20. And again, it's always possible this could convert to a tornado warning at some point, like that previous tornado warning that used to be a severe thunderstorm warning did. Comanche and Eastland counties coming across I-20 near Gordon. And then when we look at the big picture, Mike, you can see why we've got the tornado watch up. The moisture, the instability, the wind shear, all ramping up. San Antonio, Austin, Waco, and Dallas, heads up.
All right, Dr. Knapp, thank you for that. Another story that we're following for you is some of the snow. Just got hit pretty good here in Caribou, Maine over the weekend. This is how you ushered in the first day of spring, right, with some snow. Now, the storm that we're going to be dealing with this week, very similar to the one we had last week, actually almost identical in what it does. With most of us getting rain, some of us getting snow in Caribou, that might be us. Now, today, the snow is basically wrapping up for us in a place like Denver where it's kind of originating. The snow could pile up 1 to 3 inches in most places, small pockets where you might get 3 to 5. The low itself comes through the Midwest, exits up into Canada. Almost identical to what happened last week. The low was over Missouri, and then eventually it rolled right through Michigan and then up into Ontario. So what happens for us with this one? And if you notice, in that kind of path, it's mostly rain. Hard to get some really cold air this time of year, but the cold air is on the backside of the system here, where you get some snow that might dip down to Iowa or maybe even Illinois, but most of it Wisconsin, and then up through, say, Michigan. Just about everyone here, though, ends up getting rain out of this. Snow could be 1 to 3 in a small area across Minnesota, Wisconsin, up through Michigan.
Move over, KFC. It's KFC Tenders. And the same creamy mac and cheese, crispy fries, buttery biscuits, and delicious sauces. The KFC 8-piece Tenders meal. Order ahead on the KFC app. It's finger-licking good.
That little rocket ship was just going on up, and that thing boosted my score 21 points. I'm really grateful for Experian.
Experian Boost has helped millions of people. How can it help you? Boost your credit scores instantly. Download the Experian app now.
Entresto is the #1 heart failure brand prescribed by cardiologists and has helped over 1 million people. It was proven superior at helping people stay alive and out of the hospital. Don't take Entresto if pregnant. It can cause harm or death to an unborn baby. Don't take Entresto with an ACE inhibitor or aliskiren, or if you've had angioedema with an ACE or ARB. The most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney problems, or high blood potassium. Ask your doctor about Entresto.
Tide Pods Ultra Oxy one-ups the cleaning power of liquid.
Can it one up whatever they're doing?
For sure.
Seriously?
One up the power of liquid, one up the toughest stains. Any further questions? One up the power of liquid with Tide Pods Ultra Oxy.
Cracked windshield? Make it easy and schedule with SafeLight because you can track us and see exactly when we'll be there.
I have a few more minutes. Let's go.
That's service that fits your schedule. Go to safelight.com.
SafeLight Repair, SafeLight Replace.
And it's easy to get a quote at libertymutual.com, so you only pay for what you need. Isn't that right, Limu? Limu? Sorry, one sec. Yeah. Oh, boy.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
With thyroid eye disease, my whole world became about my eyes. I hid my bulging eyes, and double vision made things look like this. But then my doctor recommended Tepezza, a prescription medicine that treats thyroid eye disease. With my symptoms under control, things are really opening up.
In a clinical study, nearly 7 out of 10 patients taking Tepezza saw improvements in double vision, and more than 8 out of 10 patients had less eye bulging. Tepezza is an infused medicine. Patients taking Tepezza may experience infusion reactions. Tell your doctor right away if you have symptoms such as high blood pressure, fast heartbeat, shortness of breath, or muscle pain. Before receiving Tepezza, tell your doctor if you have diabetes, inflammatory bowel disease, or IBD, or are pregnant or planning to become pregnant. Tepezza may raise your blood sugar even if you do not have diabetes, and may worsen IBD such as Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis.
My world is more than just my eyes.
Ask your doctor about Tepezza and visit mytepezza.com to see Jeannie's before and after photos.
Hi, Phil Swift here. People everywhere tell me how much they love the Flex Seal family of products. Nothing compares to the strength of original Flex Seal. Flex Seal Liquid, Flex Shot, Flex Tape, Flex Glue, and Flex Paste. Now you can coat, seal, and repair. And now, your favorite Flex Seal products are giant size. Imagine everything you could do with the Flex Seal family of products. Available at these fine retailers.
My fingers and I do this to make a living. We're too busy to do taxes.
I love doing taxes for self-employed people. You can hand those off to me.
Yeah, but can I hand them off without using my hands?
We can arrange that. You do your thing. We've got your taxes. Intuit, TurboTax Live.
All right, turn it this way a bit.
Sometimes you push your trucks maybe a little farther than you'd like to.
You don't go to an accident scene every day and see a truck hanging over a bridge.
No! No way!
Well, up and away, the National Weather Service office in Jackson, Mississippi, one of several offices in the Southeast doing additional weather balloon launches this week ahead of the severe weather. These are critical for the data that these balloons gather.
Absolutely. Helps us make a better short-term forecast. But this data in particular is in work with a collaboration project with a field project that studies squall lines that end up producing tornadoes. So, two purposes here, but two very needed purposes.
Yeah, double duty. You hate events like this, but there will be folks out there gathering really critical data that will hopefully help us just get better and better about forecasting these events. We welcome you back into our continuing coverage here on the Weather Channel. I'm Alex Wilson.
Everyone, I'm Mike Bettis. So things are starting to get very active right now. Let's get right to our expert, Dr. Rick Knapp. He is in the lab following that radar.
Mike and Alex, remember a couple days ago, late last week, we had that situation where we had a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings that made the transition to tornado warnings. Well, that is kind of happening in northwestern to north central Texas today. A couple areas, a couple cells that had produced severe thunderstorm warnings are now producing one tornado warning and another severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible. It's up in this zone, close to the surface low, and that's where we've got enough instability that is nosed in here and enough lift and energy in the atmosphere near the low where we've got severe weather popping, surface-based storms, and we've got the broader area that's under a tornado watch. So this is just beginning to bubble up in this zone. cyclone. But in our severe thunderstorm watch that had been issued first, we talked about how there was a possibility for 1 or 2 tornadoes. And just along Interstate 20 there, west of the Dallas-Fort Worth area, that's where we've got our 2 warnings. Now, all this complex of storms moving up into the Wichita Falls area, but for right now, let's focus on these 2 warnings. The first one here is in Jack, Palo Pinto, and Young counties. Bryson, Texas is up in here east of Graham. So Graham, you're no longer under the tornado warning. This has progressed farther to the north and east. This warning goes till 4 p.m. Central Time. So this is the same cell, just an extension in space and time of the previous tornado warning. So now, Bryson is clearly within it. But Jacksboro, you're not in the warning yet in downtown, but south and west of town you are. And I would have a heads up there because this warning could have to go farther north and east. But look at the rotation on radar indicating our mesoscale cyclone, not necessarily, confirming a tornado, but certainly a strong mesocyclone that could be producing a tornado. So radar indicated rotation that is worthwhile of issuing this warning. And so let me just update the timing on this just to really keep track of this fast moving cell that's moving northeastward at about 50 miles an hour. So in Jacksboro, it could be on you shortly after the expiration time of the tornado warning. So keep tabs on this one. And because it's moving so quickly, if you get under a warning, you got to take shelter, lowest level, most interior room right away. You're not going to be able to see this coming. Don't waste that precious time. Now, that's the velocity signature that's very concerning in that particular cell. But I want to show you the severe thunderstorm warning that's just across Interstate 20 from that other cell. So Eastland, Erath, and Palo Pinto counties. Now, Mineral Wells, you're up at the top end of this severe thunderstorm warning, but Interstate 20 goes right through there, and it's about to get hammered by the heavy rain, the lightning, and probably some large hail in there. But look at the velocity signature on this one. So that's why they're saying, if you look at the severe thunderstorm warning, says tornado possible. So we're going to have to watch that one very closely. So heads up along Interstate 20 between Eastland and Weatherford and up near Mineral Wells, we could have that cell making its way up in there by less than an hour from now, Alex.
In the Brazos Valley of Texas in the bullseye, so want to get right out to Austin. That's where Reynolds Wolf is joining us live. Reynolds, this community definitely storm savvy, but especially today need to be weather aware.
Absolutely right about that. They are storm savvy, but you got to think about the 2.3 million people that live in the Austin area. And this is a rapidly growing city, which means you've got people from all corners of America that converge here. And some of them may not be as weather savvy as some who have been here for generations. But today's the day we're all going to be learning. We know that as we get into the late afternoon, certainly into the early evening hours, the gray skies over the Colorado River may grow darker. And with it comes the heavy rainfall, the prospect of some large hail, damaging winds, and yes, perhaps even some tornadic activity. And as Dr. Knabb mentioned, now is the time. You need to have that strategy, that plan of where to go, what to do. So when you hear the sirens, or you have the alarms on your smartphone that tell you to seek cover, or of course on the Weather Channel, as we keep you up to speed with what to expect, you can get to that safe spot and stay there for the duration. And folks, it's every second, every minute certainly matters. And we've got full team coverage assembled, not just for this afternoon, this evening, or actually for days, because we're going to see the system move across America, affecting millions. We're going to see you on the other side of this commercial break. Talk to you then.
With Armor All, a little bit of this protects you from a lot of that. Armor All, minimum effort, maximum protection.
The Bissell Crosswave X7 Cordless Pet Pro Multi-Surface Cleaner vacuums and washes at the same time. No surprise, it's our best crosswave for homes with pets. Whatever stage of pet parenthood you're in, this'll helps you live in the moment, not the mess.
To pivot. Work bye, vacation high. Book at Priceline, because when you save more, you can no way more.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. No way. Priceline. Every trip is a big deal.
You're pretty particular about keeping a healthy body. What goes on it? Usually. In it? Mostly. Even what gets near your body. Please, please, please take that outside. Here to meet those high standards is the Walgreens Health and Wellness brand. Over 2,000 products, rigorously tested, Walgreens pharmacist recommended. And particularly kind to your wallet.
this take any longer? Come on, load. Where's my delivery? When will this commercial be over? It's been on like forever. In case you haven't noticed, I hate to wait. And sometimes when stuff happens, you might find yourself waiting for cash. When I found out J.G. Wentworth could give me cash up front for my structured settlement payments instead of waiting over the course of 25 years, I jumped at it. A structured settlement is a settlement to you that's paid out over a period of time. Now, you may have a structured settlement for medical malpractice, personal injury, or wrongful death. So, if you find yourself needing some money and, like me, can't wait, call J.G. Wentworth at 877-CASH-NOW or go to jgwentworth.com. Ooh, dinner's here. Took long enough.
If you have a structured settlement and don't want to wait for your money, call 877-CASH-NOW or visit jgwentworth.com.
If you've struggled to lose weight, you might think you were born with a slow metabolism. That's exactly what these people thought. But the truth is, a slow metabolism can be created by a condition called insulin resistance. Once you have insulin resistance, fat becomes trapped inside your body, and it becomes very difficult to lose weight, even if you crash diet. But now, there's a solution to insulin resistance. It's a completely new way to lose weight called GOLO. GOLO works to reverse the effects of insulin resistance, increase metabolic efficiency, and target stubborn belly fat. Join over 500,000 people who have found a smarter way to lose weight and get healthier without starvation dieting. GOLO allows you to step off the yo-yo dieting merry-go-round and obtain lasting results, just like these people have. Head to GOLO.com now. That's GOLO.com. Go lose weight. Go look great. Go love life. GOLO.com.
The new season just dropped. Enter the Big Dinner Box from Pizza Hut. 2 pizzas, breadsticks, and wings all in one box. You'll run out of episodes before you run out of food. The Big Dinner Box, only from Pizza Hut. No one outpizzas the Hut.
The stress level is huge.
The tension has to go somewhere.
Every second that we're out here, we're at risk.
We have multiple tornado warnings in Texas right now, west of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. But reminder, Dallas-Fort Worth, you're under a tornado watch till 10 p.m. local time, as is Waco, Austin, San Antonio. A lot of folks, as new cells are going to be forming. We've got tremendous instability and wind shear in the atmosphere. And we've also got this severe thunderstorm watch north and west of there till 9 p.m. Central Time. But we've always talked about how severe thunderstorms can and do produce tornadoes, even if it's a severe thunderstorm watch. So this is kind of on the borderline between the two watch areas. But in any case, we've got warnings that require action right now. You could save your life by taking action when you're under a tornado warning. Lowest level, most interior room in Jack, Palo Pinto, and Young counties. This is a tornado warning. It's in effect until 4 p.m. Central Time, a radar indicated rotation. And let's switch over to the velocities. And you can see the rotation in there. This has persisted for a while now. So this is a well-organized mesoscale cyclone, radar indicated rotation, prompting a tornado warning. So here's Bryson and Jacksboro and Runaway Bay, all along Highway 380 there. And let's take a look at the timing on this, and I will continue to update this as the storm moves northeastward quickly at about 50 miles an hour. So in Jacksboro, it could be on you shortly after the expiration time of that warning. So Jacksboro and Cundiff and Truce, you're not in the warning, but if this holds together, you could very well be under a warning before too much longer. And again, let's look at that timing on the warning and show you this goes up until here, till 4 p.m. Central Time. But again, you want to be ready to take action quickly and get your warning if you're not in it and you're farther north and east, because this could last, and it has lasted for a while. So let's take a look at not only the velocities on that one, but we've got this second tornado warning just to the south and east. So here's Interstate 20 west of Fort Worth, which is right there. And here's Weatherford and here's Mineral Wells north of I-20. And this was a severe thunderstorm warning that's now a tornado warning. Again, radar indicated. So if you are in Mineral Wells, in Millsap, in Gordon, you got to take shelter right now. Again, your life could depend on it. By not trying to go out and see if there's a tornado, not try to go confirm it elsewhere. Trust the warning. And when I show you the velocities, we've got reason to be concerned. The velocity signature is right on Interstate 20 there, east of Strawn and northwest of Morgan Mill. And again, moving northeastward, pretty quickly. These have been moving in the 35 to 45, 50 mile an hour range. So they're moving pretty quickly because they're so close to the parent low pressure system, strong flow driving these things. And on the timing of this, in Mineral Wells at the top of the warning there, could be on you by, about 4:15, plus or minus. In Brazos at 3:59. So you've got to be taking shelter. And then if you're in Agnes, that, just like up in Jacksboro, it might be a little while before it gets to you, but you could go under a warning before too much longer. So Mike, this is just the beginning of what's probably going to be a very busy night of many tornado and severe thunderstorm warnings. And oh, by the way, those tornado warnings, they also include the possibility of 1-inch diameter hail.
Yeah, if not bigger in some instances too. Dr. Knabb, thank you for that. So as far as the timing goes on our storms, one thing we'll end up watching for here is the opportunity for some storms, say along I-35, I-10 here for the remainder of the evening. They're pushing through East Texas. Severe storms, heavy rain. Use caution on the roadways, that's for sure. You can see all the action that we have going on for us right now, with plenty of storms that are firing here. And we think some timing here along I-35 is imminent here. So the next couple of hours is when these storms will pop in for us here. We've got a 5 toward kind of 5 for us here in Austin, a 7 over toward College Station, and then Buffalo. Here's the timing for us here with storms firing up near Austin around 5 o'clock this evening, coming across I-35 within an hour or so of that. So here we're at 6 o'clock, some big storms even around Temple. Now this just kind of gives you a flavor. It's not going to happen exactly as this is depicting here, but I-35 for hours could be an issue between Austin, Waco, and then Dallas and Fort Worth. So just be ready for that. And once that line goes through, I think we're in much better shape. Torcon for the remainder of the day is a 5 around Dallas and Fort Worth and over toward Commerce as well. As far as the timing for us, we're getting the storms here this evening. They're going to last off and on for the next couple of hours here. Then the bigger squall line likely comes through around 7 o'clock this evening, races through the Metroplex, and then pushes its way eastbound from there. Once that one goes by, though, we should be a lot clearer for the rest of the night. Alex?
And then we look at tomorrow. More severe weather possible into our Tuesday. Torcons again in that 7 range. Baton Rouge and Macomb, Mississippi would be communities that have a Torcon of 7. That indicates tornadoes are likely. Some of those could be strong. We're talking EF2 or greater, and some could even be long track. There's a lot of weather ingredients in play tomorrow that would promote significant severe weather. Meridian, Mississippi, a Torcon of 5 for you. And that 5 even continues into portions of western Alabama. We take a closer look at some of the areas that we'll be watching tomorrow. The purple, the greatest threat zone for the severe weather, so right along the Mississippi River. And again, that's where we've got that Torcon as high as a 7. Once again, the Gulf of Mexico, it's wide open, so we've got that moisture coming in. That will help to fuel our storms. Strong southerly winds at the surface will help to promote organized thunderstorms. Turning of wind with height, though, allows those rotating updrafts, those storms that produce hail and tornadoes. We're back after this.
Unleash the freshness. Still fresh. In wash and booster.
Downy Unstoppables.
This is an athlete 20 reps deep, sprinting past every leak in our softest, smoothest fabric. She's confident, protected, her strength respected. Depend. The only thing stronger than us is you.
Create a season full of curiosity. Your happiest spring starts at Lowe's.
So your message said you wanted to talk about insurance? I said I want you to talk about insurance. Most people know that bundling home and auto saves you money. Keep going. But did you know that new customers who bundle with Progressive can save an average of $800? Sleeping baby.
I've seen how cancer can affect the people I care about. That's why I'm helping protect myself against some cancers, like certain cancers caused by HPV. For most people, HPV clears on its own. But for those who don't clear the virus, HPV can lead to certain cancers in both women and men. Gardasil 9 is the only vaccine that helps protect adults through age 45 against certain diseases caused by HPV, including cervical, vaginal, vulvar, anal, and certain head and neck cancers, such as throat and back of mouth cancers, and genital warts. Gardasil 9 doesn't protect everyone and does not treat cancer or HPV infection. Your doctor may recommend screening for certain HPV-related cancers. Women still need routine cervical cancer screenings. You shouldn't get Gardasil 9 if you've had an allergic reaction to the vaccine, its ingredients, or are allergic to yeast. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system, are pregnant, or plan to be. The most common side effects include injection site reactions, headache, fever, nausea, dizziness, tiredness, diarrhea, abdominal pain, and sore throat. Fainting can also happen after getting Gardasil 9. For women and men through age 45 who have not been vaccinated, talk to your doctor or pharmacist about your risk for certain HPV-related cancers and Gardasil 9. Help protect yourself.
Hi, it's me again. Listen to this. Medicare Part C plans with extra benefits like getting money.
Hey, New York City business owners, stop overpaying for internet and phone. Switch to Spectrum Business. You'll get faster internet and get New York City's best deal for small businesses. For only $49.99 a month, you'll get 600 megabits per second of blazing fast internet. Add business phone for just $19.99 a month. Taxes and fees included. Call 888-845-5132. Count on Spectrum Business to deliver faster speeds at an incredible price with over 99.9% network reliability. It's the best choice for your business. Other providers don't even come close. Just $49.99 a month for 600 megabit internet. Add phone for $19.99 a month. No taxes, no fees, and no contracts. Switch to Spectrum Business and get New York City's best deal for small businesses. Call today, 888-845-5132.
Puffy mountains float. They say it's boring to talk about the weather. I say it's boring not to. Get into the Out There, the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 61 degrees under fair skies with windy conditions. Tonight, partly cloudy skies, gusty winds during the evening. Low 43, higher wind gusts possible. Tuesday, intervals of clouds and sunshine. High 59, winds northwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tuesday night, a few clouds. Low 39, winds north at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
We have an observed tornado, radar indicated but observed. I mean, there's enough data coming from the radar that we basically have the data we need to say we've observed a tornado. Now, this is in Jacksboro, Texas, out to the west-northwest of Dallas-Fort Worth. If you're in Jacksboro right now, save your life by taking shelter right now. This is an observed tornado, a radar observed tornado headed right for you in the next few minutes. And look at the velocity signature there. So this is the tornado warning that has been extended farther to the north and east that does include Jacksboro. We called you out earlier saying you could get a warning. You're under one now. There's the velocity signature right about to go through the town. And here is the worst news. You've got only a few minutes. Could be there right after the top of the hour here in the next 10 minutes or so, maybe less. Just assume you have basically no time. Get to your safe place right now and look at the correlation coefficient. What this shows us right in here is, and I'm going to stop that so you can see it more clearly. This indication right here is where we have a dropout in our correlation coefficient, meaning the particles in the atmosphere that the radar is sensing aren't correlated. It's non-meteorological debris. This is likely the fact that a tornado has struck something or multiple somethings on the ground, sending debris up into the air. So when you look at the location of the velocity signature right in there, and then you see the correlation coefficient right in the same spot, that doesn't leave a whole lot of doubt that a damaging tornado is likely headed into Jacksboro. So please take shelter right now, lowest level, most interior room. Put as many walls between you and the outside as you possibly can. Now, that is not the only tornado warning that we are dealing with. We've got one to the south and east of there. If you're in Mineral Wells, Texas, Millsap, in Palo Pinto and Parker counties here, this cell has now crossed Interstate 20 and moving northeastward. And this tornado warning goes until 4:15 local time. So these are two adjacent cells here right near our surface low. And look at the velocity signature on this. It has crossed I-20 a little bit ago, now about to move across the north-south highway 281 there. Mineral Wells could be very close to you. And let me move the timing indicator on here to update this so we get a better indication. I'll put it right there on the velocity signature. So in Mineral Wells could be there within the next 10, 15 to 20 minutes. And again, that warning is in effect for you as it moves quickly to the northeast. Again, that tornado warning in effect until 4:15 local time. So that area is encompassing the zone in which this quickly moving supercell moving northeast is going to go. So in Mineral Wells, you've got precious little time to take shelter because this system, you can't guarantee that it is going to miss you. You're in that warning, and Highway 180 is going to be going north and eastward from there. So that's why we say if you've got, if you're in Brazos, you got to be taking shelter now. Mineral Wells, you got to be taking shelter now because in Brazos, it's essentially on top of you. So got two tornado warnings, and it's right on the boundary between our severe thunderstorm watch and our massive tornado watch that includes Dallas, Waco, Austin, and San Antonio. So, Mike, we've got to really get into the habit tonight of as soon as the warning is issued to take shelter in our safe spot.
For sure, Dr. Knapp, and the threat that goes through the night and then returns again for us tomorrow. We're going to walk you through the forecast in a few of those spots that might have a nocturnal threat or a morning threat. It could include a place like Louisiana and Mississippi. So storms coming through in the middle of the night in Shreveport, Alexandria, hitting us in the morning around 9, 10 o'clock in the morning, right along I-10 and I-49, highways you'll want to be off of. Vicksburg down toward Lafayette, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Our Torcon and Jackson down toward Brookhaven, Vicksburg is a 7. Up around Yazoo City, points north from there, Torcon of 5. How about the timing for Jackson? A few light scattered showers for you in the morning, but then the bigger show comes in later on in the day. This is more your typical afternoon and evening threat. 3, 4 o'clock, the storms are coming in. Could last for a couple of hours before they also roll out. And once they do, you're much better shape for the remainder of your evening. Torcon of 7 from Baton Rouge to Macomb, a 5 around New Orleans. And our threat here could include storms, maybe briefly some showers in the morning, but storms that come in afternoon and evening. There's the big squall line. Looking back to your west around 4 o'clock, the skies will be getting dark. Storms along I-10 and Baton Rouge. New Orleans coming through maybe around the tail end of rush hour tomorrow evening, and then through dinner time and beyond. Storms then go eastbound on I-10, hitting us in southern Mississippi. That could really go all the way up through the state of Mississippi. Let's take you over toward Biloxi, Torcon of 5. Tomorrow, Torcon of 3 around Pensacola and Gulf Shore. So the threat continues right through the night tonight, Alex, right through the day on Tuesday.
Absolutely. And our live coverage continues here on the Weather Channel throughout the evening. So stay tuned. We will keep you posted on the radar. We've got meteorologists Tevin Wooten and Chris Warren coming up next.
Remix your routine. Make it a Hidden Valley Ranch night.
For 100 years, State Farm has been among the first to arrive, and we'll be there again and again. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Having a 5G phone that's not on T-Mobile makes as much sense as playing ice hockey using pool noodles. T-Mobile, more 5G bars in more places. Another reason T-Mobile is the leader in 5G.
Booster. Easy as Target.
Easy like that. What's up, Jones?
Jones.
Jones. Woo! Jonas?
It's keeping up with the Jonases now.
Try to keep up, whoever you are.
Stay ahead in the all-new Tundra.
Cover it up. That's what I did when I started losing my hair. But then I realized I could actually do something. Now I use Keeps, the easiest way to keep my hair. And it only costs $1 a day, which means no more covering up. Get started at Keeps.com.
Maybe it's another refill at your favorite diner, or waiting for the 7:12 bus, or Sunday afternoon in the produce aisle. These moments may not seem remarkable, but at Pfizer, protecting the regular routine and every day drives us to reach for exceptional. Working to impact hundreds of millions of lives, young and old. It's what we call the pursuit of normal.
It starts with little things, little things.
Hi, folks. Medicare Part C plans with extra benefits like getting money added back to your Social Security check may now be available to you in your zip code. Make sure you're not missing out. It's simple. 1, call the number on your screen. 2, they'll look up your zip code and see if you're eligible. 3, they'll check for plans with extra benefits like prescriptions, dental coverage, and the benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every single month. Call now.
I called to get everything I deserve.
I called to check my zip code for a plan with a benefit that adds money back to my Social Security check.
I called to check my zip code.
Millions of people have called the Medicare Coverage Helpline. Call, check your zip code, see if you're eligible, and get what you deserve. Call now.
Call 1-800-346-4800. That's 1-800-346-4800 now.
Ordinary tissues burn when Theo blows, so Puffs Plus Lotion rescued his nose. With up to 50% more lotion, Puffs brings soothing relief. A nose in need deserves Puffs Indeed, America's #1 lotion tissue.
And breaking now on the Weather Channel, a series of tornado warnings popping up due west of Dallas, Texas. The first of many we're going to experience through the afternoon, evening hours, and possibly overnight. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf coming to you from right here, Town Lake in Austin, Texas, where 2.3 million people that call this area home may deal with certainly rough weather over the next several hours. Full coverage coming up.
Reynolds, good afternoon from Corsicana, Texas. We're about an hour south of Dallas-Fort Worth. We're in a tornado watch like Reynolds is until 10 p.m. tonight. We'll run down what we expect and what's in store for the overnight and a look ahead to tomorrow. First, back to the studio, Tevin Wooten in Atlanta. Tevin.
Welcome to the Storm Center. I'm meteorologist Tevin Wooten alongside meteorologist Chris Warren. Chris is on the radar tonight. We'll get to him momentarily. A couple of tornado warnings already popping up. But first, a closer look at the Torcons and all the real estate that could get clobbered by storms. We're talking about dangerous winds, strong storms, big hail, and even tornadoes as well. This is a Torcon here, College Station. Throughout the Brazos Valley, we have a Torcon of a 7. But we want to show you a much larger area here for areas under a tornado watch. A lot of real estate here. Some 13.8 million Americans under this tornado watch until 10 o'clock tonight. And then outside of that, to the north and west, we have a severe thunderstorm watch for another 700,000 Americans at this hour. That courtesy of the Storm Prediction Center. Of course, those are the watches. We do have tornado warnings popping up right now on the radar. We want to get it over to meteorologist Chris Warren, who is on the radar. And Chris, can you take us through some of those latest warnings that we have at this hour?
Yes, indeed. Tevin, do have some tornado warnings right now, severe thunderstorm warnings in Texas. This right here is one of the views. Here at the Weather Channel, we have a network of cameras and crews out in the field keeping an eye on the sky and the changing conditions, what are expected to change in a big way. This is Storm Tracker Charles Peak in Georgetown, Texas. And on the radar right now, we are seeing these storms really firing up here. And this is really just the beginning. Last hour, the tornado warnings started happening, and this is is going to be the beginning now of a multi-day, serious, severe weather, possible life-threatening situation in terms of the potential for tornadoes. Several tornadoes are possible. Large, possibly long-lived, intense tornadoes are also on the table in today and going into tomorrow as well. So let's take a look at one of the latest here in Jack County. This tornado warning issued from the National Weather Service office there in Dallas-Fort Worth. This is an observed tornado. This is a radar observed. So what we see, there has been in the National Weather Service office, the local National Weather Service office, seeing enough of essentially the clues that tell us what's going on. First, the spin, and I can tell you the spin's not as tight as it was a little bit earlier, but it's still there. Also, what we saw with this, and we still may be seeing that right in here, is the correlation coefficient. So what we look for is the uniform areas right here. This is where it's all rain or hail. It's meteorological targets, if you will. And there's the radar scanning the sky, sends out a signal, hits something, comes back. And most of the time it's rain or it's hail. But in some cases, you see like right in here, there's something that may be something other than a raindrop or a hailstone. In this case, it would be potentially some leaves in the air. Unfortunately, it could also be parts of structure, siding, shingles, something other than raindrops. And you saw how it was kind of messy. So in some areas where it's not raining, you're going to have different colors too. But you match that up with what we're seeing on the radar, and it gives us confirmation that there's a tornado in progress. So now going through time, if this does hold together, does continue, even if it's let up a little bit, broadened out, it can tighten back up. That is certainly on the table. That's one of the possibilities going through time. So Cundiff and Crafton, if this does hold together and if the warning does get issued again or a new warning on this storm, Crafton, you're in this, Bowie also, and Park Springs. Again, that was the velocity, so the motion of the raindrops, where the rotation is. To the south, this is showing a whole area of thunderstorms, and these also starting to have that little appendages on here as well, showing that these storms are evolving, and we're seeing some of the winds coming down and wrapping around. So this could be the early makings of potentially a tornado. So the National Weather Service giving it the threat that a tornado is possible. Otherwise, damaging winds and extremely large hail, a possibility here. Not seeing any obvious rotation here north of Interstate 20. This is west of Weatherford, where you see a live camera right here with some dark skies off in the distance. And we're going to see the skies get even darker as some of these storms really erupt and explode throughout this evening. A decent amount of lightning here, not an overwhelming amount where the storms are right now, except for that tornado warning is. That gives you an idea that these storms are continuing to get stronger in that growing phase. So you look for the lightning to drop off, and then you hope that we'll see the storms calm down. But unfortunately, again, this is still early in the game. A lot of instability here. So the air from the surface, once it starts to rise, it's going through an environment where it's going to keep rising. And there's a lot of moisture to act as the fuel for these storms. And we're seeing initially some storms right now on the east side of Dallas, but we're looking to the west of Interstate 35 for some of the storms that are eventually going to be developing. And some of these could potentially be long track storms and possibly intense tornadoes. So we want to go now to right here in Austin. That is where we find meteorologist Reynolds Wolf. Hello.
And I'll tell you, Chris, it's an interesting time. During the last hour, I had a conversation with Alex Wilson on the air, and I got to bring up a point that she really brought up that really drives home the situation here in Austin. In Austin, you've got 2.3 million people. It is one of America's rapidly growing cities. I mean, more people move here every single day. And although you have people who have been here for generations, you also have a lot of people who may be in this spot and they have no familiarity with severe weather that often does occur in central Texas. So for this morning, we did have some scattered showers south of this location, New Braunfels. Cloudy cloudy skies, light to moderate rain, and then we had it break up. Then we had the sunshine that came out. So those who may not be in the know may see that sunshine and think, hey, things are fine. Things are going to be much better. But as we know, the inverse is true. That will cause the atmosphere to become increasingly unstable. And with it, the strong storms, the heavy rainfall, large hail, and the development of possibly some tornadic activity. So from where we are located, we are right on the spine of the 35 corridor. We expect the development to come from our southwest and roll its way to the northeast, moving across the Balcones Escarpment, the Texas Hill Country, and eventually coming onto this corridor by early in the evening and then possibly even more during the overnight. But it's one of those things, too, that if you are new to this area, you need to become very familiar with your county. If you're in Williamson County, know that Williamson County looks very different from Travis County. If you're in Bastrop County, it looks very different from Bexar County and in San Antonio. So know what the county looks like and know where you are in other communities around you. For example, if you're in Austin, you live along parts of 35, let's say you're in Round Rock, but you hear that in Dripping Springs, you've got possibly some tornadic activity and it's rolling in your direction. Well, then you know it's moving in your direction. You can see cover immediately. I can't tell you how many times over the years you'll have people who will get those warnings, but they can't apply that knowledge just because they happen to be new to an area. So quick education. You got to be on your toes and certainly have a myriad of ways to stay informed. For one, you've got your smart devices. Over 80% of Americans have some kind of smart device, whether it be a tablet, a smartphone of some variety. But then on top of that, you know what? You got the Weather Channel. We'll keep you up to speed, too, of what we can expect. We're covering a lot of bases here. One base that we're covering is in Corsicana, Texas. That's where we find your friend and mine, Mike Seidel. Mike, certainly an active night, and it looks like it's going to become more tumultuous as we roll forward in time. Mike.
Yeah, that's the plan right now. We're in Corsicana. We're about an hour south of Dallas-Fort Worth. We're down I-45, and that is the highway on the other side of the hotel. And what I can tell you here is we've had a lot of heavy rain over the past couple of hours, thunder and lightning. We've had no severe thunderstorm warnings, but we have just gusted just over 40 miles an hour. There is a wind advisory till 7, so we have very strong south and southeast winds. That's been advecting the moisture up from the Gulf of Mexico and also pushing that warm front north. When I left Dallas this morning, we were in the 50s, and now we're certainly in the warm sector. Temperatures up around 70. The dew point, which measures that moisture here at the surface, is, boy, it's moist out here. The temperature, dew point temperature now, 68 degrees, so 70 over 68. One thing we haven't had today is a lot of sunshine, little if any sunshine in this area, but it really doesn't matter because there's so much low-level wind shear, and that's why we think the tornado threat is a torcon of 5 here, but south and east of here we have a torcon of 7, and that's where the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center has issued a moderate risk. So all phases of severe weather on the table: straight line wind damage, large hail, and that risk of tornadoes. Some of those could be strong and long track. You can see on the radar now that the rain and thunder has moved just to our north. We had 73/100ths of an inch of rain last hour, so almost an inch of rain. So it was a pretty rambunctious hour, and those wind gusts last hour over 30, 35 miles an hour. Just had the gust to 44. But now we're in the break, and for now, we're going to stay dry, Chris. Keep an eye on the radar and see what develops. The tornado watch here, and for a lot of north and central Texas, it's a big watch until 10 p.m. tonight.
All right, meteorologist Mike Seidel will be checking back in with you frequently throughout the course of this evening as conditions continue to change and as this night unfolds. Let's get back right now to the radar, and there is still one tornado warning, one severe thunderstorm warning right now in Texas. Again, this is all expected to get even more active, more busy through time here. I update you right now here on that latest tornado warning that the south end of that is near Jacksboro, and we're seeing this big area of heavy rain through here and possibly some large hail as well. And this is where I'd be looking right in here for that possible rotation. And that is what we're seeing, a little bit broader rotation. So you kind of look at these as different pieces of a puzzle. First, the shape the raindrops make give us a little bit of clue as to what's going on in the storm. This is the motion of the raindrops, and what we're seeing here are the winds that are either going toward the radar or going away from the radar, and there is some very strong winds going in opposite directions close to each other, and that's where you can infer that spin somewhere in here. So again, the velocity here, the motion of the raindrops is showing us that we've got some rotation here, also back here as well. As we look a little bit farther to the south, there's going to be a lot lot of different locations along these lines that could see spin up. So this is going to be one of the factors going forward, is the nature of this evening, this late afternoon into the evening hours is going to be pretty messy. Could have some storms that are out by themselves. Other ones may be part of a line where you have individual storms that can be hard to distinguish them from each other, and they will end up looking like a big line or a squall line. So in this area, there is a tornado possible tag. So that is the threat here. As we look at the velocity and the motion of the raindrops, and not seeing any obvious spin, but we'll go ahead and continue to watch. Right in here, starting to see at least a little bit of red showing up right there. So there might be something going on there. And we're going to pull back out, give you an idea of how things are working now with the visible satellite. This also shows us some clues. So we saw where those tornado warnings were earlier, and there's still the one. But look, right up here, this right here is telling. I'm going to go ahead and pause that as well on the last frame to just kind of show you that we have the anvil of the cloud through here. What you're seeing right here, that dark bit, that's a shadow. The cloud casting a shadow down on some of the other clouds down below. And a closer inspection here also shows that kind of that cauliflower look. That's the building cumulus stage, the air rising, getting up above the stable layer. Where we get to the stable layer, the clouds start to spread out in this direction. So that is one of the telltale signs that we've got development ongoing. And that's what you see right here with those storms that had. One still does have a tornado warning on it, and the other one no longer does, but did. And this is well within an area where conditions do remain favorable for the development of tornadoes. Again, tornadoes are likely. Did have a radar confirmed tornado on the tornado warning that we're seeing right now. And it's also possible that some of the tornadoes that do develop through this evening could be intense.
All right, let's take you to Houston, which is in for a long and possibly loud and bumpy night from thunderstorms. Gusty winds could blow some debris around, so do be careful if you have to venture outside. But I'm going to go ahead and call it. Go ahead and bring everything closer to your front door, your back door, so that such that trash can or the kids' toys that are maybe in the backyard don't end up in your neighbor's backyard. It's 72 right now. Looking at those flags, they are starting to blow as well throughout portions of the Texas Gulf Coast. We are bumping in a lot of moisture. Just checked out some of the latest observations. We've got dew points in the upper 60s, low 70s across the Gulf Coast. So that will be thunderstorm fuel to really cause things to really erupt. If you're in this yellow shade, we've got a severe thunderstorm watch for nearly 670,000 Americans. That tornado watch, by the way, for some 13.8 million folks, primarily through the I-35 corridor throughout Texas, from Dallas to Waco to San Antonio. The zone in the pink here, especially throughout the Brazos Valley, that is where we're not only likely to see thunderstorms, but some of them may start to rotate here. This is that dry line which really just lifts a lot of our moisture up. That dry line separates the warm and dry air from the hot, or the warm and moist air from the hot and dry air. I just told you the dew points that we have. Here's that cluster of storms already starting to get a little bit more umph and instability, but there's a long line of instability that sort of rides the I-35. So this is that initiation point that we see right now. A lot of that is bumping up towards the north and also towards the east here. Strong winds, not only in the lowest levels of the atmosphere, but you climb upstairs just a bit, they're still strong, but they also rotate a bit more. So we do have that chance or that possibility to see a tornado, very likely here, somewhere in the zone of red to pink. We want to get you the latest, though, on the tornado warnings that we have right now. This is for, I believe, Jack County, Texas, until 4:30 Central Time this evening. So we've got another 15 minutes or so to go. We'll zoom in. That's just to the south of the Red River region here. This includes Jacksboro. Again, an observed tornado. Radar observed, that is. We'll be right back.
It's the most wonderful time of the year, with the kids jingle belling and everyone telling you be a good cheer.
Claritin provides non-drowsy symptom relief from over 200 indoor and outdoor allergens, day after day. Feel the clarity and make today the most wonderful time of the year. Live Claritin Clear.
You're a one-man stitchwork master, but your staffing plan needs to go up a size. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
with the cell moving toward the north and east.
No matter where you live, with Dish, you get 99% signal reliability.
Okay, everybody, let's get to the basement. Abby, Austin, hurry.
Well, we're all here.
99% signal reliability anywhere in the country with Dish. Tuned in to you.
At Olive Garden, when we say never-ending first course, we mean never-ending. Never run out of buttery, freshly baked breadsticks. Never reach the bottom of your garden-fresh salad bowl. Never get to the last spoonful of homemade soup. And it's always on us. Just don't forget, it's only your first course. Olive Garden, we're all family here.
All this heat around Jimmy John's new Zesty Garden Turkey Club, boss needed to take some time to relax. Try and forget about the pickled red onions, roasted tomatoes.
Stir or shaken.
Did you say turkey and bacon?
Jimmy?
John, how you doing?
At Jimmy John's, but not for long.
Plain aspirin could be hurting your stomach. Basilor 325 liquid-filled aspirin capsule is clinically shown in a 7-day study to cause fewer ulcers than immediate-release aspirin. Basilor, the first liquid-filled aspirin capsules. Amazing.
My teeth were a mess. I had a lot of pain as far as my physical health. My body was telling me, you got to do something. And so I came to Clear Choice.
Your mouth is the gateway to your body. Joe's treatment plan was replacing the teeth with dental implants from Clear Choice.
Clear Choice has changed my life for the better. It's given me my health back. There's an amazing life out there if you do something for your health now.
This is the biggest televised music event you've ever seen. The first state versus state song competition. And look who's hosting. California's gonna crush it.
Nah, it's all Texas. I see you.
American Song Contest tonight on NBC.
You don't go to an accident scene every day and see a truck hanging over a bridge.
No way!
Hi, folks. Medicare Part C plans with extra benefits like getting money added back to your Social Security check may now be available.
Carmel is cheaper to the airport. That's right. Cheaper than Uber and Lyft to and from all New York airports. JFK, Newark, LaGuardia. Carmel is cheaper. App, phone, or online, all the time. Check for yourself. Did I mention Carmel is cheaper to the airport? Well, it is. Use it. It's cheaper.
Air skies. Tonight, partly cloudy skies, gusty winds during the evening. Low 43, higher wind gusts possible. Tuesday, intervals of clouds and sunshine. High 59, winds northwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tuesday night, partly cloudy skies. Low 39, winds north at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Adventure level, very high.
I feel like the first person on the moon.
This recovery has to happen in a hurry.
I'm here for one thing only, that's gold.
That was crazy. I did not expect to see that.
We're pushing everything to the max.
There's something alien about it.
Get the gold, dude.
You're into a whole world of new.
I've never seen anything like this.
Expect the unexpected.
This is Storm Center, and we are tracking a lot of storms picking up across the state of Texas. This in Georgetown, Texas, which is north of Austin and near Interstate 35. Interstate 35 is going to see a lot of activity today. This is Storm Tracker Charles Peak, not on the interstate, but he is here in Georgetown, Texas, where temperatures are quite warm. There's plenty of moisture in the atmosphere. It is a springtime severe weather day here. Unfortunately, intense tornadoes are possible. Tornadoes are likely. We've already had some tornado warnings today. Let's take a look at some of the other areas that we are currently watching right now live as we continue to watch the skies in Texas, where there has been some wind gusts associated with some of these storms, upwards stronger than 40 miles an hour in some places, and in some cases here, Marlin, Texas, also almost 80 degrees right now. And it is well to the west of Interstate 35, where there is a lot of activity right now. I'm meteorologist Chris Warren. This is Storm Center. Meteorologist Tevin Wooten is with us. Also, we have live crews in the field, and we're going to get to them in just a moment. First, and unfortunately, we're getting word of some damage associated with what is likely a tornado. It was radar-confirmed tornado. Now getting reports of damage on the storm that still has a tornado warning on it. This is for Jack County right here, but also notice there's a new tornado warning up here, and we were wondering if the National Weather Service there in Fort Worth was going to issue another warning, and they have. And this is for the areas to the north here in Clay County now. You can see right here. And as we take a closer look, including Clay County, also over into Montauk County, this is until 5 o'clock. Of course, this is Central Time, and this does include Bowie. If you are in Bowie right now or in St. Joe, make sure you take cover. Make sure you are in your safe place, because this storm does have a history of producing damage, and it does have some pretty obvious rotation right here. There might even be some more rotation down here as well. But again, so we have a couple of tornado warnings, one here, and some rotation in these areas. This is the storm velocity showing us the movement of the raindrops. And so we've got this Bowie, just a matter of time here at 4:40. So less than 20 minutes roughly before it arrives. Again, go to your safe location. Interior-most portion of your home in a basement is absolutely the best place to be. This, unfortunately, is going to be a day where a lot of people are going to need to be underground for some of these storms that are expected to potentially, at least, be intense and long-lived. Here's a look at some of the reports here in Jacksboro. The fire department reporting extensive damage at Jacksboro High School. That's all the information we have right now. We're going to do our best here at the Weather Channel to bring you more information on the damage of what, of course, what may have happened here. Also, a roof collapse being reported on a house west of downtown Jacksboro, and also the Wesley Chapel, some heavy debris, according to firefighters, with damage to buildings, mobile homes, and also a lot of tree damage as well. So that supports what we were seeing on the radar. Here, just east of Amarillo along Interstate 40. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, large hail, damaging winds possible here. This includes Claude and Panhandle for Armstrong and Carson counties right now. Severe weather is ongoing here as well. Here we go outside of Austin. And meteorologist Reynolds Wolf is in Austin. We'll be back to him in just a little bit, but there is a severe thunderstorm warning now, which does get in here to several counties to the west of Austin right now with these storms. And this includes Blanco, Hayes, and Travis counties, so including the county where Austin is located. Again, some very heavily populated areas potentially in the threat or in the crosshairs later on. There are a lot of areas, heavily populated areas, millions in the threat zone with more storms developing and several warnings that we are currently seeing right now. Again, scanning the skies here in Georgetown, Texas. This is from Storm Tracker Charles Peak. Again, he is still in an area where the storms have yet to get going. He is just north of Austin, but we see in the red tornado watches. Remember, watches mean conditions are favorable for the development of that type of weather. In this case, it's tornadoes. or yellow, severe thunderstorms. Could see some very large hail. Hail larger than baseballs is possible out of this. And again, tornadoes are expected. They could be intense. They could be strong, long-lived tornadoes. I also like to think of watches, tornado watches, as we are watching for a warning. And of course, warning means you need to take action. So when you see weather happen, you can count on us here at the Weather Channel to provide life-saving weather information no matter the time of day. You can find us on the Weather Channel TV app, on your smart TV or streaming device.
If you don't repaint every now and then, it's like the old you is still hanging around.
I'm listening to music.
So today, let's paint with Behr, America's most trusted paint brand, and make your home yours. Behr, exclusively at the Home Depot.
Before Clear Choice, my dental health was so bad. I would be in a lot of pain. I wasn't able to eat. It was very hard.
Kimberly came to Clear Choice with a bunch of missing teeth, struggling with pain, with dental disease. Clear Choice dental implants solved her dental issues.
I feel so much better. I feel energized to go outside and play with my daughter. I can eat anything, like I don't have to worry. Clear Choice changed my life.
Head up, nothing gonna take me down. Feel the pressure building inside my bones. It feeds my body, it's liquid gold. Let go.
Kim Crawford, make it amazing.
New projects means new project managers. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job, you immediately get your short list of quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job criteria. Visit Indeed.com/hire and get started today.
All this heat around Jimmy John's new Zesty Garden Turkey Club, boss needed to take some time to relax. Try and forget about the pickled red onions, roasted tomatoes.
Stirred or shaken?
Did you say turkey and bacon?
Jimmy?
John, how you doing?
At Jimmy John's, but not for long.
I recommend Nature Made vitamins because I trust their quality. They were the first to be verified by USP, an independent organization that sets strict quality and purity standards. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
Alice loves the scent of Gain so much, she wished there was a way to make it last longer. Say hello to your fairy godmother, Alice, and long-lasting Gain scent beads. Try Spring Daydream, part of our irresistible scent collection.
Your mission, stand up to moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis and take it on with Rinvoq. Rinvoq, a once-daily pill, can dramatically improve symptoms. Rinvoq helps tame pain, stiffness, swelling, and for some, Rinvoq can even significantly reduce RA fatigue. That's Rinvoq relief. With RA, your overactive immune system attacks your joints. Rinvoq regulates it to help stop the attack.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers, including lymphoma and skin cancer, death, heart attack, stroke, and tears in the stomach or intestines occurred. People 50 and older with at least one heart disease risk factor have higher risks. Don't take if allergic to Rinvoq, as serious reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Talk to your rheumatologist about Rinvoq relief. Rinvoq, make it your mission. Learn how AbbVie could help you save on Rinvoq.
The all-new tunnel. Toyota, let's go places.
You know what makes the rooster cocky? He got picked for the weather vane. He trumpets the day. Here comes the day, he shouts. And we'd have to agree with his weather vane stance that every day with weather is a great day. Get into the out there, the Weather Channel.
Right now, we are tracking the trackers. Storm tracker Charles Peak here in Texas. There are ongoing severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings right now, but we're taking a moment to show you the scene in some areas. A few raindrops here north of Austin, Texas. Again, this is in Georgetown, Texas, where it's 78 degrees and conditions are prime for some very nasty weather tonight. And this does include the Dallas-Fort Worth area where storms are increasing now. now in intensity west of town. And notice where these storms are moving. All of these storms are moving, with the exception here where the tornado possibly could still be in progress here. These areas are moving into an environment that is prime for severe weather. And one of the big ingredients is the instability. So we're looking at the radar, where the storms are, and the instability. The air from the surface, once it starts to rise, is going to continue to rise here in this kind of environment, an explosive environment for severe weather. And the setup with the winds through the atmosphere are going to keep these storms going longer and possibly help them be even stronger. Tornado warning does remain in effect here for Montague County. This includes Bowie, Nakona, and St. Joe. This is radar indicated, and there's likely some very large hail associated with this storm as well. That's kind of what this is showing right here. The pattern of the raindrops, don't see an obvious hook here, but what else we can do is look in and see what the raindrops are doing, how they're moving. This is the velocity. This shows us the movement of the raindrops either toward or away from the radar. So when you see that, we infer there is spin or rotation right here. And this storm does have a history of producing damage in Jacksboro, extensive damage to the Jacksboro High School. Again, we're well away from there, but still, you can see that this storm is still rotating here. And some of the timing, you can see roughly 441, Bowie, Salona, Montague, and St. Joe through time. So if you're in any of those areas, make sure you are in your safe location, or you're getting to your safe location as soon as possible. Also, with the severe weather that we're seeing, the severe thunderstorm warnings, treat them like tornado warnings. Go to your centermost portion of your home. Go to your designated safe location here, because some of these storms may spin up tornadoes as well. I'm going to go a little bit farther to the south here. This is west of Austin, Texas. Blanco, Hayes, and Travis counties under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. We can see damaging winds and some large hail. Also here just west of Amarillo, another severe thunderstorm warning for Armstrong and Carson counties here. Again, conditions remain favorable in these areas here for either tornadoes or severe weather, very large hail and damaging winds. Tevin?
Our crews are spread out all over the storm threat. Weather Channel meteorologist Mike Seidel is keeping an eye on the storms from the town of Corsicana, which is just to the south of the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Mike, good evening to you. Can you take us through what you're seeing right now?
Yeah, just some scattered showers right now. Let's go to the radar first, and we'll show you what we're looking at. The heavier band that came through in the past hour has produced wind gusts over 40 miles an hour now up towards Wills Point. You can see that area, that blob with the lightning moving away from us. Just about everything moving a little east of due north. And down here in Corsicana in Navarro County, where, by the way, I looked up a stat, since 1880, they've had a reported 46 tornadoes. So that's about one every 3.5 years, to put it in perspective. But you can see around us just little popcorn showers, no lightning at this point. Take a look at the wind. This is what we've been following all day. This is literally pushed the warm front north of us towards DFW. And those flags, that's a southeast wind running at about 20 to 25 miles an hour. So the Texas flag, state flag, and Old Glory are certainly being affected by the wind. We've got the tornado watch tonight until 10. We've got a long way to go, although nothing imminent severe-wise here, where we're sitting about an hour south of Dallas-Fort Worth.
Yeah, Mike, some of those storms coming through rather quickly at times. We appreciate that report. That wind, by the way, ushering in ample moisture out of the Gulf of Mexico. We want to get a closer glimpse at the radar, the future radar, as to how things may look as we go throughout the course of the evening. Here's that I-35 corridor. A lot of this activity already happening towards the west and throughout the Red River region. Ahead of it, we do have some moisture pumping in. I think overall, these thunderstorms that we'll likely see should remain sub-severe for regions in Arkansas and also western Louisiana at this time. However, it's still this main line that we really have to watch. You start to get some kinks in the radar. These storms starting to look like kidney beans here or there in terms of their structure, and all of a sudden you've got a severe thunderstorm warning or potentially a tornado warning rather. Here's a closer glimpse at 9 p.m. Still seeing an onslaught of storms throughout the Arklatex, now portions of central Arkansas and southwestern Arkansas too. Western Louisiana, you'll be next in line for storms tonight.
Okay, everyone, our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy. Ensure complete balanced nutrition with 27 vitamins and minerals, and Ensure Complete with 30 grams of protein.
This is Antonelli's Cheese Shop, and we're the Antonellis.
We chose our Spark Cash Plus card from Capital One because we earn unlimited 2% cash back on every purchase.
And with no preset spending limit, our purchasing power adapts to our business needs. What's in your wallet?
Hey, I get it. Commitment can be scary, but not when you're saving up to 15% with Subscribe and Save at Amazon. You get free repeat delivery on your favorite items. And if things don't work out, you can always cancel. Seriously, no one would judge you if you call it off. Okay.
Learn all the ways to save with Amazon.
Our first vehicles weren't the fastest. Our first maps weren't that accurate. And the first electric vehicles weren't, let's just say, they look nothing like the first ever Ioniq 5.
The fully electric Hyundai Ioniq 5 with a 300-mile range. All this heat around Jimmy John's new Zesty Garden Turkey Club, boss needed to take some time to relax. Try and forget about the pickled red onions, roasted tomatoes.
Stirred or shaken.
Did you say turkey and bacon?
Jimmy?
John, how you doing?
At Jimmy John's, but not for long.
As a professional bull rider, I'm used to taking chances. But when it comes to my insurance, I don't. I use Liberty Mutual. They customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. And by switching, you could even save $665.
Hey, Tex, can someone else get a turn?
Yeah, hang on, I'm about to break my own record. Yeah! Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
I recommend Nature Made vitamins because I trust their quality. They were the first to be verified by USP, an independent organization that sets strict quality and purity standards. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
The overtime went into overtime. What do? You turn to DiGiorno to be MVP. MV Pizza. Fresh baked taste. The win and move. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
Add Downy to your wash for all the freshness and softness of home, even when you're not at home. Feel the difference with Downy.
This is a hero walking his youngest down the aisle, which to his bladder feels like a mile. Yet he stands strong, dry, keeping the leaks only to his eyes. Depend. The only thing stronger than us is you.
Especially for beginning gardener. Yeah?
I think he likes some.
Create a season full of celebration. Your happiest spring starts at Lowe's.
If you don't repaint every now and then, it's like the old you is still hanging around.
I'm listening to music.
So today, let's paint with Behr, America's most trusted paint brand, and make your home yours. Behr, exclusively at the Home Depot.
You don't go to an accident scene every day and see a truck hanging over a bridge.
No way!
Welcome back into Storm Center. Meteorologist Tevin Wooten alongside meteorologist Chris Warren. We want to give you an update on the radar right now. We do have severe thunderstorm warnings and a tornado warning across portions of Texas to the north and west of the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. This is about to cross the state line if this circulation holds together. This is an observed tag on this, so we have seen some damage done, or at the very least given us radar clarification and confidence that there is a storm on the ground or a tornado in progress here. This is for Bowie County, Texas, until about 5 p.m. So this does include Montague as a county, Bowie, and also St. Joe, too. We want to zoom in a little bit closer. That green shows you the wind going towards the radar. The red shows you the winds going away from. It's a bit more difficult to make out, but we can put a track on this and sort of track some of the towns in the way of this storm here over the next 15 to 30 minutes or so. For Salona at about 441, Montague at about 453, and then St. Joe, if this circulation does hold together just after the 5 o'clock hour, perhaps perhaps this storm does cross the state line as well and throughout the Red River region. So you really need to be on guard as we go throughout the evening hours today. Here's a severe thunderstorm warning for Erith County, Texas. This does include De Leon, Dublin, and also Stevensville as well until 5 o'clock. And notice how this line of storms is really holding together, and it's not really moving fast either. What we're likely to see as we get into the evening today, a lot of these storms, even if they don't put down severe weather, some of them can certainly put down a lot of rainfall. Rainfall rates on the order of 1 to 2, maybe approaching 2.5 inches per hour. So this is a flash flood concern as well, and a flood concern throughout the Red River region and portions of Texas as we get into the overnight hours. For Blanco, Hayes, and Travis County, Texas, you are now under a severe thunderstorm warning. This goes until 5:15, so we've got another 25 to 30 minutes or so for this severe thunderstorm warning. This is just to the west of I-35 and right along State Route 290 and Highway 290 and 281 at the intersect. So Johnson perhaps getting clipped or sideswiped as well by this storm. But again, this is a storm putting down some very heavy rainfall and also the potential, by the way, for strong gusty winds, 60, maybe even 70 miles an hour. Here's another severe thunderstorm warning. And notice where this is, to the east of Amarillo, Texas. And this goes until 5 o'clock today, so another 20 minutes for this severe thunderstorm warning. Damaging winds, another threat with this. Also the potential for some hail, especially as you get into that colder pocket of air aloft, which a lot of these storms can be efficient and decent hail producers, so not just heavy rainfall rates as well. Look to the north and west in the Texas Panhandle. We actually have snow coming down as well. So in close proximity here, a severe thunderstorm warning, and to the north and west of that, potentially some snow, maybe even thunder snow as well. A much larger or wider picture as to what we're watching at this hour. Severe thunderstorm watch for the folks in yellow until 9 o'clock Central Time. Tornado watch, though, Chris, for about 13.8 million Americans throughout Texas until 10 p.m.
And, of course, these storms are going to continue to march east during the overnight hours and into tomorrow. So heads up here in New Orleans and in Jackson, Mississippi. A lot of central Louisiana up to central Mississippi. In fact, the entire state of Louisiana, either today and tonight and into tomorrow, will be under the threat. And then Mississippi, the entire state, will be under the threat. But central Mississippi to central Louisiana is where some of the most certainty is for some of the strong storms that could produce tornadoes, also large hail, damaging winds, and flooding. Let's take a look at the threat. Not only is it possible, it is likely there is going to be severe weather, and in some areas it is very likely there is going to be some severe weather. Here's the system that will be moving through, and in here is where we're expecting to see some of the strongest storms fire up with that flow coming up from the south, the strong winds coming up from the south, bringing more moisture in, some turning with height, helping to produce an environment where these storms have the potential to rotate. 7 out of 10 on our exclusive Torcon here at the Weather Channel is getting up there in the threat zone here. So the max threat only goes up to 10. 7 out of 10 is significant, but even if you only have a 2 and a 3, that is still a threat. If there is a number, there is a threat. The bigger the number, the bigger the threat. Quick look at the timing. Storms flaring up in Louisiana in the morning hours, eastern part of the state into the afternoon, and early afternoon through the evening for much of Mississippi. Then, of course, from there, Tevin, it will continue to march into Alabama and Georgia.
All right, Chris, thanks for that. We've got another tornado warning that we want to get to right now. Tornado warnings that we're watching rather to the south of the Texas and Oklahoma state line, just to the west of I-35. So you can see if we push in to this north tornado warning here, just to the north. This is right around Bowie, Texas here. We're watching this storm. It goes until 5 o'clock, but I think we'll likely see this extended not only in time, but also in coverage as well. I want to get you the latest information, by the way, on that tornado warning. The Bowie fire chief reporting property damage at a gas plant off of Highway 59 South. And then we've also got the potential for some other structures to be damaged as well. So that is coming from the Bowie fire chiefs there and the Emergency Operations Center. And then there's another tornado warning, by the way, for Wise County. We'll drop down and get you the latest on this. That's right along State Route 114 and also near, I believe, 287 as well. So a lot of these are still rain wrapped. So if you walk outside, you can't see it. Do not walk outside and look for these. You need to be in your safe place at this moment in time. Very dangerous storms pushing through right now. This is for Denton and Wise County, Texas until 5:30 today. We can see this storm pushing through right now. If we were to put a track on it, if we can. Actually, we're going to go back to this north tornado warning to the north and west for Bowie County, Texas, and also Montague as well. Heed your tornado precautions right now.
If you don't repaint every now and then, it's like the old you is still hanging around.
I'm listening to music.
So today, let's paint with Behr, America's most trusted paint brand, and make your home yours. Behr, exclusively at the Home Depot.
All this heat around Jimmy John's new Zesty Garden Turkey Club, boss needed to take some time to relax. Try and forget about the pickled red onions, roasted tomatoes.
Stir or shaken.
Did you say turkey and bacon?
Jimmy?
John, how you doing?
At Jimmy John's, but not for long.
Hey, you two, go outside and play.
Create a season full of playfulness. Your happiest spring starts at Lowe's.
Yes. There he is.
There he is. Combining your stuff is hard. Combining your TV with Dish, easy. Prime Video. Combine your live TV and popular streaming apps like Prime Video all in one place. Live TV and streaming apps all in one place. Dish, tuned into you.
Oh, man, that's a whole lot of wrinkly. At least my shoes look good.
Help prevent wrinkles with Bounce Wrinkle Guard, the mega sheet with 3 times the wrinkle-fighting ingredients.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. With the kids jingle belling and everyone telling you be a good cheer.
Claritin provides non-drowsy symptom relief from over 200 indoor and outdoor allergens, day after day.
Oh, the most wonderful time.
Feel the clarity and make today the most wonderful time of the year. Live Claritin Clear.
NexGard is the flea and tick protection that's #1 with vets. It even prevents the infection that causes Lyme disease. Your vet trusts NexGard for her patients and her own dog. Plus, its delicious beef flavor is #1 with dogs. Ask your vet about NexGard.
If Mark, Mr. Cartoon Machado, didn't have the fighting spirit to draw out his passion, he never would have perfected the street look that made him a street legend. That's the fighting spirit. That's what makes a lion. Modelo, root for those with a fighting spirit.
Yeah, I'm a cord cutter. Remember when that sounded kind of cool and interesting? Well, now it's time for the next switch by ditching your...
Around here, people count on Spectrum to keep them connected to what matters most. With over 93,000 employees, our commitment runs deep. We were born to build, with a network almost 800,000 miles long. From cities to farmland, connecting communities large and small, bringing internet, TV, and mobile service across the country. Our commitment, it's local too, because this is home. We live and work in the communities we serve. We send our kids to the same schools, cheer for the same teams, shop at the same stores, and support those that support us all. Like you, we work hard every day to deliver the best services, since we count on them too. We have commitments to keep, so our work is never done. And that's okay. We are Spectrum, connecting the places we all call home.
Where big puffy mountains float. They say it's boring to talk about the weather. I say it's boring not to. Get into the Out There, the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 61 degrees under sunny skies. Tonight, partly cloudy skies, gusty winds during the evening. Low 43, higher wind gusts possible. Tuesday, intervals of clouds and sunshine. High 59, winds northwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tuesday night, partly cloudy skies. Low 39, winds north at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
We're back here on Storm Center. Meteorologist Tevin Wood. We are still tracking dangerous and severe storms pushing throughout the Red River region and the state of Texas at this hour. We want to zoom in to a couple of tornado warnings that we have right now. One with an observed tag, so we have put eyes on this storm. At least folks on the ground have put eyes on this storm. This goes until 5 o'clock today if this rotation does hold together. It's right along Highway 287 here. Reports of this storm being rain wrapped. So if you look outside your window, which you absolutely should not do, you would not be able to see it. It would just be like a wall of water coming your way. This tornado warning, again, stretches until about 5 o'clock here Central Time. We'll get you a closer glimpse as to what this rotation looks like. This is actually showing us using the velocity signature here. That green shows you winds going towards the radar. You can almost make out how this rotation does sit. And a lot of these areas still in line for this storm if it were to hold together. So Montauk here, 4:53. Bonito right around 5:09. And Cap Center about 20 minutes after the top of the hour if this rotation does hold together. And there's also the potential, by the way, for this to cross the state line and get into Oklahoma, too. Let's go to the southernmost tornado warning that we have at this hour. This is for Denton and Wise County, Texas. And this goes for another 5:30 here. So another 20 to 30 minutes or so for a lot of folks. And notice how we've also got a lot of rainfall embedded in this line of storms as well. This does not have an observed tag on it, so this is radar indicated. We've got confidence at the very least from looking at things like this, the velocity signature on this storm showing us where this couplet or where this rotation might be at this hour. So just to the south of Decatur. Don, if we can, thank you so much. I appreciate that. We want to get you the latest track on this, and these things are really moving through at about 35 miles an hour. This is for Herman, Texas until 4:57, and then Slidell right around 5:30 if it pushes through Highway 380 after that. A huge hop and a skip down to Austin, Texas and San Marcos as well. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning just to your west by about 15 or 20 miles or so. So not a lot of real estate or room here for these storms to go before they really ramp up and hit the I-35 corridor. What we're likely to see with a lot of these storms, especially as they get ahead or away from the main line, is they could start to take in some sort of kink or some sort of rotation, and then all of a sudden we've got a severe thunderstorm warning that turns into a tornado warning. That is the potential with a lot of these storms coming through. Another to the south of that, by the way, until 5:45. New Braunfels, Texas, just to the north and east here of San Antonio, another severe thunderstorm warning. But Chris, we want to get the latest on a tornado warning right now, maybe even some damage reports.
Yeah, extensive damage actually in Jacksboro as the storm came through. This now is our first look at some new pictures into the Weather Channel from the Jacksboro High School here, where there is the extensive damage you can see to the gymnasium. According to the Dallas affiliate KXAS, no students were hurt. All students are safe. That is the report from KXAS. So that is some good news. However, the Jacksboro Animal Shelter took a direct hit from the storm, and they are still out trying to figure out what the damage, again, that is according to KXAS. Also, in fact, we can go right now and take a live look from KXAS. I believe we have a feed coming in here. Okay, so this is some of the rain with the storm that is ongoing right now. Where there is some rain. So there's not the damage itself, but this is some rain here that is falling, some of the heavy rain with the storms that are still ongoing. The potential tornadic storm has moved up farther to the north, but still some stormy times. Also a reminder that once a storm comes through does not necessarily mean that's it. There are some storms east of Dallas, south of Dallas, and there's likely to be more storms on the way. So here's Jacksboro. Here are some of those reports, including to the Jacksboro High School. We saw those pictures here just a moment ago. Also roof collapse on a house and a lot of damage on 380, getting reports of that as well. Again, this storm has moved off, but still a tornado warning associated with it. Tevin?
All right, Chris, let's do a closer check on the radar right now. We're still tracking tornado warnings through North Texas, a cluster of severe thunderstorm warnings as well. It looks like here, this northernmost tornado warning that we have just to the south and east of Wichita Falls, it does not have that observed tag on it. So what we're seeing now at the very least is the radar indicated rotation, or the potential, by the way, for there to be some rotation until 5 o'clock. Still looks like something here, especially if you look at the collision of that green and then also this blue and some of the red coming in right along State Route 175 to the west of Highway 82. So still, if you are in this red triangle here, red polygon, you need to take your precautions, specifically Bonita, and also I would as well if you're in Cap's Corner. This goes until about 15 minutes after the hour. To the south of that, another radar indicated tornado for all the folks here in this red polygon, specifically Decatur to the south, by the way, right along State Route 114. Zooming in a little bit closer, a closer glimpse at some of this rotation. We'll be right back.
This is the biggest televised music event you've ever seen. The first state versus state song competition. And look who's hosting. California's gonna crush it.
Nah, it's all Texas. I see you.
American Song Contest tonight on NBC.
GMC Sierra with hands-free driving offers the most advanced and luxurious pickup in its class. Yeah, it rocks.
All this heat around Jimmy John's new Zesty Garden Turkey Club, boss needed to take some time to relax. Try and forget about the pickled red onions, roasted tomatoes.
Stir or shaken.
Did you say turkey and bacon?
Jimmy? John, how you doing?
At Jimmy John's, but not for long.
Oh, man, that's a whole lot of wrinkly. At least my shoes look good.
Help prevent wrinkles with Bounce Wrinkle Guard, the mega sheet with 3 times the wrinkle-fighting ingredients.
Why do dermatologists use Dove Bar at home?
The Dove Beauty Bar is gentle, it is moisturizing.
I bring the Dove Beauty Bar home because it not only cleans, hydrates my skin, I see what it does for my patients. And it's exactly what I want to do for my family.
As a dermatologist, I want what's best for our skin.
Who doesn't want soft, clean, fresh-smelling skin?
With 1/4 moisturizing cream, Dove is the #1 bar dermatologists use at home.
Toughest spills are no match for the world's best vehicle protection. Laser-measured WeatherTech floor liners. Discover all the ways to keep your vehicle looking like new at WeatherTech.com. Proudly made in America.
Oh, it looks like we're in a screensaver.
We need to go higher.
Higher.
Definitely higher.
We're like yodeling high.
Yodeling?
No, don't do that.
We should go even higher.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
I'm good.
Me too.
Adventure has a new look.
Let's go lower.
Lower. That sounds good.
Discover more in the all-new Subaru Outback Wilderness. Love. It's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
Whoever you are, you have a style. And we want to help you own it. With top brands, great value, and the inspiration you need. So you can own your style.
Does your windshield have a crack? Trust SafeLight. This customer had auto glass damage, but he was busy working from home. So he scheduled with SafeLight in just a few clicks. We came to his house. Then we got to work. We replaced his windshield and installed new wipers to protect his new glass while he finished his meeting. Let SafeLight come to you.
Looks great. Thank you.
Our pleasure. That's service on your time. Schedule now.
SafeLight Repair, SafeLight Replace.
Breaking now on the Weather Channel, several tornado warnings popping up across the states of Texas, and I'll tell you, across the state of Texas, reports of damage. Now, in our present location here in Austin, Texas, we do have some severe thunderstorm warnings just to our west and our southwest. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf, just along Congress Avenue, where we've got more moisture coming in, a very unstable atmosphere, heavy rain, large hail, damaging wind, and possibly tornadoes for much of this area. Full coverage coming up.
And Reynolds here in Corsicana, Texas. We're well east of you, about an hour south of Dallas, so we're going to take the worst of the weather a little bit later on. But the tornado watch continues for this whole area until 10 p.m. tonight. We're keeping an eye on the radar. We'll time it out for you coming up. But first, let's bring in Justin Michaels. He's in Houston, Texas. Justin, you're in for a long night and even into tomorrow morning.
Absolutely, and they're getting ready for it here, Mike. I am Justin Michaels, live right outside Minute Maid Park here in Houston, Texas. We have a wind advisory. We also have a flash flood watch in place. We've got a lot going on here tonight, folks. The Weather Channel has you covered here on Storm Center. Into you guys.
And that is Justin. I'm meteorologist Tevin Wood alongside meteorologist Chris Warren. Chris is on the radar tonight. We'll get to him momentarily, tracking some of the latest severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings as well. But first, a closer look at this large chunk or area of real estate likely to see dangerous storms as we get into the evening hours. Some big hail and damaging winds also a possibility. Check out the Torcons here. A 7, by the way, right along I-35 throughout the Brazos Valley as well, into places like College Station, Texas. That's the Torcon. But we want to give you the latest details, by the way, from the Storm Prediction Center. Areas under watches and warnings at this hour. We have some 13.8 million Americans under a tornado watch. Check out the severe thunderstorm watch, by the way, to the north and west of that. That crosses the Red River and gets you into Oklahoma. A host or a myriad of things to watch out for as we get into the evening hours today and even into tomorrow for more locations. Details on that in just a moment. But first, let's head over to meteorologist Chris Warren, who is on the radar right now. Chris has the latest on storms firing up. Hey, Chris.
Already, Tevin, hello. Some storms producing some damage here. The storm's still in progress as well. This here is Jacksboro, Texas. This is the high school in Jacksboro where there is extensive damage. We did hear from KXAS, one of the local television stations there in the Dallas-Fort Worth area that checked on the school, and all students are safe. But it's some extensive damage here and to other parts of the city. So there's still a lot of information we're trying to learn about Jacksboro, but we are looking now in Jacksboro from KXAS, where there is currently a bit of a backup here, it appears, on the road, which is quite frequent when there is a storm that just came through, a possible tornado. The damage certainly indicates either some very strong straight line winds or a tornado. The radar does support the possibility that a tornado came through. So there may be some damage on the road. Don't know exactly what's going on here, but Highway 380, we hear there was a lot of damage around that. And right now, severe thunderstorm warnings outside of San Antonio and west of Austin. But here are the tornado warnings to the north. A lot of energy. So it's still early in the severe weather day here. It's going to be a severe weather night as well. Tornadoes are expected, and potentially strong tornadoes as well. Some intense tornadoes possible with this. So this right here, the one is now heading toward Oklahoma. This does go until 5:45. Here is that rotation right over Highway 82. So if you're in Leon there in Oklahoma, I'd say heads up to you. The rotation right in here, again, right over 82, and through time as we adjust for the timing of this. Bonita, Capps Corner, it's just a matter of minutes now before the storm gets close to you. Remember, if you have a warning, you need to take action. And this is a tornado warning, so that means you need to take action. Go to your safe location and make sure you are in a safe building as well. Mobile homes aren't going to fly or not going to work here in this situation. Denton and Wise counties are also under a tornado warning. Radar indicated tornado warning until 5:30. As we look a little bit closer here, we're starting to see the messy nature of some of these storms where the rotation is not super obvious. Similar story along what is more of a line of storms where it's hard to determine exactly where one storm starts and another ends here. They kind of start to come together as a line. So it's possible some of these storms may spin as well. This for Erath, Hood, and Parker counties in effect until 5:30. Again, it's a severe thunderstorm warning. Treat those like tornado warnings. Get away from windows, the interior most portion of your home, wherever your designated safe place is, because damaging winds, also large hail, is possible with some of the storms in Texas. They could be larger than baseball. So some damaging hail, certainly a possibility. Here's the latest severe thunderstorm warning right here. This right over New Braunfels. This is east of San Antonio. We look up now west of Austin, and this is where the thunderstorms, and this one right here, it does say, you see the tag on here? It says tornado possible. Well, just look at this right here. There's that little bit of a hook when you get a mature supercell thunderstorm. It starts to have that little appendage on the bottom. And when you look at where that appendage is and the motion of the raindrops, it looks like the last scan was a little bit more obvious compared to this, but there may be right in here some of that rotation with maybe right in there where the winds are either going toward or away from the radar here. So that would put some spin right in here. Again, these storms have the potential to rotate, produce large hail, and if they're not tornado warned, they're severe thunderstorm warned, damaging winds are still one of the big concerns. This also has a tornado possible threat on it. Radar indicating that. Again, there's a little bit of an appendage up here. This one has a similar look to it as well. As you look closely, you can kind of make out what we're seeing here with that little bit of an appendage. And what this does, this is the pattern of the raindrops, gives us clues to what's going on in the storm. You've got an inflow right here. Winds are blowing the rain and the hail in that direction. You get some cold pooling down from the downdraft, and that's where you can get some wrap around the backside of the storm. And oftentimes right in here is where you get a tornado. No warning on it right now, but of course we're going to keep an eye on it. And of course, as close as this is to Austin, Texas, we know that meteorologist Reynolds Wolf is keeping an eye on this. He joins us now live from Austin. Hey, and Reynolds, I see you lost the ad here. How have conditions changed in the past several minutes?
They've changed dramatically. I can tell you, in a sense of direction, our west is that direction. You'll find north over here. That's east, and this direction is south. And that really has been the conveyor belt. That's where you have the strongest winds that have been coming in, and still the moisture moves in unimpeded from the Gulf of Mexico. What's interesting, Chris, is a few hours ago we had mostly sunny to partly cloudy skies, and that really caused the atmosphere to begin to ramp up. Now, in our present location, the story for now is out west, where we have a series of severe thunderstorm warnings. Those strong storms are moving in this direction. And I can tell you from our vantage point, not only do you, it's all about the senses. You can feel the wind, you can smell the rain, all of it coming in this direction. So what we anticipate here in Austin, in the greater metropolitan area, home to 2.3 million people, is that we're going to have the winds really continue to ramp up, the potential of some very heavy rainfall. Hail, could it be large? Absolutely. And certainly you can't rule out the tornadic activity also. We already have had reports of damage, which we've shown you around the state. I fear we might see a bit more of that as we go forward into the afternoon, evening hours, and then maybe even into the overnight. And the thing to remember, too, is that we're seeing a lot of this activity roll from the west to the east. And it's something that's going to last not just in terms of hours, but possibly in terms of days, affecting millions of people. So one thing we implore you is to have a strategy, have a plan, have a place to go. If you can, lowest floor away from walls and windows, as we tell you. If you've got a basement or storm cellar, that is option number one. If you live in a community where you may have a relatively strong house, your neighbor across the way may have a mobile home, invite him over. Be a good neighbor and have shelter together, seek shelter together. That certainly would be your best option. It's going to be a very long night, and it's one of those situations where I know at night, what do? We go to sleep. Have a way to be alerted. Your smartphone, a tablet. Over 80% of Americans have some way of getting up to speed with things in terms of the smart devices. But you know what? The Weather Channel is going to be here too, Chris. All during the next several hours and certainly several days, doing our best to keep people safe as the system continues just to thresh out, again, the heavy weather, already damage reported across more of Texas, and we fear more is on the way. Chris, back to you.
All right, Reynolds, thank you. We'll get back to you in just a moment, because as we look at where the storms are in relationship to where Reynolds is, it's just a matter of time now. As you see, this is Austin, and on the north side of town now, under a severe thunderstorm warning, and this having signs that there could be some rotation going on right now. So a tag on this does say tornado possible. Again, heads up here on the north side of Austin, and then eventually you see there's another storm down here to the south, eventually the south side of Austin. It's going to be tough to escape some of the stronger storms here in Austin. So stay tuned to us, and we'll go back to Reynolds in just a little bit. A lot of lightning associated with these storms. Let's remember there are multiple threats that is ongoing here across Texas. So we're going to talk a lot about the tornadoes because those, of course, can do a lot of damage and some violent damage in a hurry. And we've already seen some of that in Jacksboro, Texas. But the severe thunderstorm warning means we could have some damaging winds that can do damage similar to what tornadoes can do. Very large hail, could be around 3 inches. And then also, of course, there's the lightning and the potential for some heavy rain and flooding. What we're seeing right now is we're getting into the higher category of an environment that is ready to go, ready to rise and continue rising. A very unstable environment, and the storms are just starting to get going in this area with the peak heating of the day. A lot of spots in the upper 70s. Dew points are way up there as well, so there's a lot of moisture, a lot of fuel for these storms. This is the storm that earlier did go through Jacksboro. This one is in effect until 5:45, and there is still some rotation we see right in here. And again, as we go through time as well, make sure that you are staying in your safe location until the storm has passed. Give it a little bit of time, of course, and make sure that until the storm passes that you are out of the warning. This is a very active night, seeing some of that rotation, of course, also up here with the velocity. This is what we're seeing with the rains going in different directions. In relationship to the radar, give us an idea of where that spin is. But these storms just west now of Fort Worth, getting closer and closer to the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex with the severe thunderstorm warning, including Springtown, Weatherford, and Willow Park. So again, Tevin, still relatively early in the severe weather event that's going to last a few days.
Absolutely, especially overnight tonight. As we head into the night, by the way, the threat for severe storms increases for portions of East Texas and the Gulf, including Houston, by the way. And that is where we find the Weather Channel's Justin Michaels. Justin, good evening to you. I can tell that the rain has started to push in now.
Yeah, in fact, Tevin, I can see down the avenue here, down Texas Street, there are some dark clouds coming our direction. And in fact, we have major problems happening even in this part of Texas tonight. The 2.3 million people who just live in the city of Texas, or city of Houston, Texas, are going to be dealing with a lot, including a wind advisory and also a flood watch this evening. Could we see 2 to 4 or maybe more inches of rain tonight? That is a concern. So what they did here is lowered one of the great reservoirs here in Houston, Texas, Lake Houston, by a foot, just in anticipation of the amount of rain coming tonight. Could we also see, as that wind advisory is in place tonight until about 10 o'clock, upwards of 45-mile-per-hour gusts? That is also possible. So different schools and universities are canceling all sorts of activities this evening and even into tomorrow morning out of an abundance of caution of what might be coming tonight. They're also asking people who live along Lake Houston tonight to make sure they have a plan, pull things in away from the lake, just in anticipation of what could be coming, because again, 2 to 4 is the forecast tonight, but could you get locally 6 or even more inches of rain tonight? It certainly is possible. So it's one of those evenings to be weather aware. You're going to hear that a lot on the Weather Channel tonight, Tevin. You guys are keeping people safe this evening with this life-saving information about what's happening up in Dallas, but this is not a night for anybody in this part of Texas, Tevin, as you well know, to let their guards down. Have a plan and be ready to implement it. Tevin, into you.
Yeah, you want to have a plan. You want to be ready to implement it. And the other way, by the way, that you can be prepared, go ahead and take this. If you've got a cell phone, guess what? You can get those emergency weather alerts coming right to your cell phone. Make sure that volume is turned up into the overnight hours such that if you do get a watch or warning, you know exactly when it's issued. Turn the volume up. That's the way you'll know, of course, so you don't want to turn it down tonight. Very likely to see at the very least severe thunderstorms still throughout the Brazos Valley. Some of those pushing in right now just to the west of Austin, also to New Braunfels as well. Waco perhaps on the cusp of strong to damaging storms overnight tonight. In terms of ingredients, we've got a lot at play, unfortunately, for severe weather. One of those being the energy that we see. This is the dry line. It's a cousin to the cold front here. It separates the warm and moist air from the hot and dry air. This is a lifting mechanism. It takes that moisture that is pumping in out of the Gulf of Mexico. It rises it up. It cools it down into the middle and upper levels of the atmosphere, condenses out, by the way, and brings us that chance of rain and thunderstorms. The dew points, they are climbing. We're talking about mid to upper 60s, maybe even approaching 70 degrees right now. So that is a lot of fuel, unfortunately, for these thunderstorms to erupt. We also have wind shear, so the winds not only turn with height, but they also speed up with height, especially in the lowest 1 to 2 kilometers of the atmosphere. And some of that can produce tornadoes, or at the very least, supercells here. So right around College Station in Brazos County, Texas, a 7 on the Torcon as we get into the evening hours. Very likely that we see tornadoes. We've already started to see a lot of activity here to the north and west west of Dallas, throughout the Red River region. More to come as we get into the overnight hours, 7, 8, 9, 10. Look, a lot of these storms are still coming through Houston and Victoria and Lufkin, some of those very efficient rainfall producers.
You know they're out there. Morning, noon, and night, eye allergens are on the attack, and the itch can stay with you 24 hours a day. Get Pat-A-Day Once Daily Relief Extra Strength, the first and only 24-hour eye allergy itch relief drop without a prescription. A single drop of Pat-A-Day Once Daily Relief Extra Strength works on the cells that make your eyes itch fast. In minutes, you get relief that lasts 24 hours. That's a full day and night in one drop. Make it a Pat-A-Day with the drop that's right for you. Available everywhere.
It's that time again. Sneakers squeaking, balls bouncing, refs whistling, and fans eating Arby's Reuben while they coach from their living rooms. Arby's, we have the meats.
This is Antonelli's Cheese Shop, and we're the Antonellis.
We chose our Spark Cash Plus card from Capital One because we earn unlimited 2% cash back on every purchase.
And with no preset spending limit, our purchasing power adapts to our business needs. What's in your wallet?
My dental health was not good. I had periodontal disease, and I just didn't feel well. But then I found Clear Choice.
Replacing Marcia's teeth with dental implants at Clear Choice was going to afford her that permanent solution.
Clear Choice dental implants gave me the ability to take on the world. I feel so much better, and I think that that is the key.
No matter where you live, with Dish, you get 99% signal reliability.
Okay, everybody, let's get to the basement.
99% signal reliability anywhere in the country with Dish.
The overtime went into overtime. What do? You turn to DiGiorno to be MVP. MV Pizza. Fresh baked taste. The win and move. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
Oh, man, that's a whole lot of wrinkly. At least my shoes look good.
Help prevent wrinkles with Bounce Wrinkle Guard, the mega sheet with 3 times the wrinkle-fighting ingredients.
For 100 years, State Farm has been among the first to arrive, and we'll be there again and again. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Faces get all the love. What about the body? New Dove's shower collection is infused with hyaluronic and peptide serums to make your skin feel smoother and more radiant. New Dove Body Love face care ingredients now in the shower.
Our strength, our power, our purpose starts within. So let's start there, with collagen that supports our body from the inside out.
You don't go to an accident scene every day and see a truck hanging over a bridge.
No way!
Clothes, like life, are meant to be enjoyed. That's why Blair makes quality.
This is how Bridget got me to switch to Aldi. Bridget loved Aldi, but I didn't know what to believe. I was like, what about ground turkey? Do they have ground turkey? And I was like, yes, get the ground turkey. Then I was like, what about specialty cheeses? And I'm like, they have all the cheeses. Brownie mix? Yes, the best brownies. Tail and shrimp? All the shrimps have tails. So then I was like, have you tried the red bag chicken? It's insane. And you were like, holy cow. I don't say holy cow. All my shopping now is legit from Aldi.
Friends don't let friends pay too much for groceries.
With a full range of BMW X vehicles available, no matter what adventure lies around the corner, there's an X for that.
Hurry in, release a 2022 BMW X3 X-Drive 30i for $569 per month.
Air Skies. Tonight, a few passing clouds, otherwise generally clear, low 44, winds northwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tuesday, partly cloudy, high 59, winds northwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tuesday night, partly cloudy skies, low 39, winds north at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
It's impossible to think of a place, to picture it in the mind, and not to picture its weather. I'll bet you do it too, maybe without realizing. Seattle, Washington. London, England. Los Angeles, California. See what I mean? Get into the out there. The Weather Channel.
Right now, tracking tornado warnings and several severe thunderstorm warnings right now here on the Weather Channel. This is a live view here from Storm Tracker. Charles Peak, who is in Leander, Texas, at 78 degrees right now. And the rain continues to fall. The rain will continue to fall as the storms continue to fire up across Texas. I'm sorry, I'd like to let you know this is Jacksboro, Texas. I believe this is the affiliate KXAS crew that we were watching a little bit earlier. Charles Peak is out there. I believe last we heard from Charles, he was north of Austin. This is west of Dallas right here, where we have seen some of the strongest storms so far this evening. This right here as another look, this time from, I believe, John Humphreys here, Severe Studios. Or is this Charles? In fact, let me tell you here, just a second. This is John Humphreys. Now we're looking at another camera here. Again, a lot of cloudy skies currently across a lot of Texas, and embedded within these cloudy skies, you've got a lot of vertical development of the storms. I'm meteorologist Chris Warren. You're watching the Weather Channel. Meteorologist Tevin Wooten is here as well. We have crews in the field tracking what is a developing situation in terms of severe weather. And as we're talking, there is now a tornado warning that is south of where meteorologist Reynolds Wolf is right now. Reynolds is in Austin. There's a tornado warning to the south. Most of the tornadoes and the tornado warnings we've been following have been up here, where there do remain some tornadoes, some tornado warnings currently in effect. And now our first tornado warning also in Oklahoma, which likely has some very large hail associated with it right here. This for parts of Jefferson and Love counties. The rotation will be right in here, and then that larger hail would be up here. The red and the green, the winds going in different directions really close. And we know when winds are going really fast, really close to each other, there is some spin in the atmosphere. A little bit farther to the south, also rotation with this tornado warning. I did mention there's a tornado warning south of where meteorologist Reynolds Wolf is right now. He is not in the warning just yet, but you could bet he is keeping a close eye on things. We go to him live right now. Hello to you, Reynolds.
All right, Chris, I got to tell you right now, things really have begun to change. We were talking about how the wind really picking up due south, but we are starting to hear a few peals of thunder just off in the distance, and we as a crew are going to seek shelter in just a few moments. At the Weather Channel, we do practice what we preach. When we tell people that they need to seek shelter, by all means, we do mean it. We will be doing the same as this line gets ever closer. These are fast movers, too. This is not the kind of thing where if you are out and about and you see any of this activity, you want to try to outrun in a car, because these have had a history all day long of moving very, very rapidly across the Texas landscape, from the hill country, from the Balcones Escarpment, and eventually expecting it to pass over the 35 corridor and continue its march over towards places like College Station. And still the journey continues across much of East Texas, eventually going into Louisiana and beyond. But it really, over the next several hours, we're going to see conditions get quite bad. And I'll tell you, Mike Seidel, one big concern, obviously, nocturnal tornadoes, nighttime tornadoes. Certainly a huge fear that we have, not only here, but obviously in your location in Corsicana. Mike, let's turn it over to you.
Yeah, I think the worst weather here is going to be after the sun goes down. Your line is approaching 35, and in your neck of the woods, you're heading for a safe spot. We have our safe spot here at the hotel. Right now, though, nothing imminent. Look at the radar. We've got a few showers in the area, but again, we've got to look all the way upstream and southwest to those storms lining up there from Austin and Waco down to San Antonio, and those are going to be due in here after 8 o'clock tonight. They're moving pretty quickly, generally a little east to north at about 55 to 60 miles an hour, some of the cells I looked at on the radar. So again, after 8 p.m. this evening, that's when we expect the worst of the weather here. The tornado watch continues until 10. We're in Navarro County where the Torcon is 5. We're about an hour southwest of DFW. By the way, I did check today. They've canceled about 450 flights at both Intercontinental and also Love Field. That's about 15 to 20% of all departures out of those two airports in Dallas. And likely more departures tomorrow will be canceled in and out of Houston and airports off to the east, as Reynolds mentioned, as the line goes that way. Behind me, you can see how fast the low-level clouds are moving. There's a lot of low-level wind shear, and that's why we have that tornado threat ramped up tonight into Tuesday. So we'll keep an eye on the radar and again get you the watches, additional watches and warnings, because there will be more watches and overnight threat for severe weather, including tornadoes. So have a way to get those warnings. We'll keep you updated. We'll go back live to Reynolds at Austin, Justin Michaels in Houston, and we'll keep you updated on the severe threat into Tuesday and Tuesday night.
Ever wonder what everyone's doing on their phones? They're banking with Bank of America. The groom's parents, they just found out they can redeem rewards for a second honeymoon. Romance is in the air. Like these two. He's realizing he's in love and that his dating app just went up. Must be fate. And Phil, he forgot a gift, so he's sending the happy couple some money.
Digital tools so impressive, you just can't stop banking. What would you like the power to do?
If you don't repaint every now and then, it's like the old you is still hanging around.
I'm listening to music. You are a Libra and he is a Pisces. That is like a cosmic dungeon. You know what, can you cosmically know? That's why I only date musicians. What are you guys eating? It's lasagna. I love lasagna. That's you guys.
So today, let's paint with Behr, America's most trusted paint brand, and make your home yours. Behr, exclusively at the Home Depot.
There he is.
There he is. Combining your stuff is hard. Combining your TV with Dish? Easy. Prime Video. Live TV and streaming apps all in one place with Dish.
All this heat around Jimmy John's new Zesty Garden Turkey Club, boss needed to take some time to relax.
Try and forget about the pickled red onions, roasted tomatoes.
Stir or shaken.
Did you say turkey and bacon?
Jimmy?
John, how you doing?
At Jimmy John's, but not for long.
Create a season full of curiosity. Your happiest spring starts at Lowe's.
This is the biggest televised music event you've ever seen.
The first state versus state song competition. And look who's hosting.
California's gonna crush it.
Nah, it's all Texas. I see you.
American Song Contest tonight on NBC.
When it comes to pain medicine, less is more. Aleve gives long-lasting freedom from pain with fewer pills than Tylenol. Instead of taking pills every 4 to 6 hours, Aleve works up to 12 hours, so you can focus on what matters. Aleve, less pills, more relief.
The lace lady, travel with grace, baby. I can't afford to cover the course of... Just because the seasoning and flow's already active. Only 4 years, you classic.
Every home should be a haven. IKEA.
Head up, nothing gonna take me down. Feel the pressure building inside my bones. It feeds my body, it's liquid gold.
Kim Crawford, make it amazing.
Our strength, our power,
Our purpose starts within. So let's start there, with collagen that supports our body from the inside out.
Turn it this way a bit!
Sometimes you push your trucks maybe a little farther than you'd like to.
You don't go to an accident scene every day and see a truck hanging over a bridge.
No! No way!
Severe weather alert right now. We are seeing storms start to pick up here. And as we're watching some of this video here, we're seeing the winds increasing ahead of the storms that are moving in. I believe we're looking at Austin. Is this where Reynolds is? Yeah, okay, so we're looking where Reynolds is. I'm thinking perhaps he's taking some shelter here. The storms are getting very, very close here. There are some tornado warnings south of Austin coming out of the San Antonio office. Again, this is ahead of the storms, and oftentimes you get the outrush of some of the cold air ahead of the storms as the storm's developing and starts to really start rocking. This is in Lakeway, Texas now, where the rain has started. And you can see across the lake, the visibility is down quite a bit. So there are several thunderstorms right now, several warnings right now, severe thunderstorm warnings here and tornado warnings. We were just looking down here in Austin where there are 2 tornado warnings south of there, and north of Dallas also a couple tornado warnings. But right here, this line of storms right with the dry line going into an environment that is extremely conducive for thunderstorms and the potential for tornadoes. Right here, as we look in Hays County, there is a tornado warning currently in effect until 5:45, radar indicated. And you look down here, you kind of see the ragged appendage right here, a little bit of perhaps in here or in here, a little bit of that hook nature and inflow either coming in right here or right here. So when we look at the pattern the raindrops are making, it can give us some clues as to what's going on in the environment. And we're seeing perhaps maybe right in here is where there may be that rotation. Oops, we're going to just about to time that out for you in the direction in which it's going. And again, on the way, if roughly speaking, on the way to Hays around 5:48. Shady Hollow, 5:53, and a little bit after 6 in Williamson. A little bit farther to the south now. It's pretty close to the radar, so as the beam goes away from the radar, it goes up in elevation. So when there's a storm closer to the radar, it's getting a little bit lower in the storm where there's the rotation closer to the ground. Not right at the ground where the tornado would be, but if the storm's rotating strong enough, just a little bit above the atmosphere, you'll have a little bit more confidence there may be something there in progress. Nothing jumps out as being super obvious here, but somewhere in here there is some of that broader rotation. This also has a bit of an appendage associated with it. That's pretty obvious here. And so a tornado possible is tagged on this. The National Weather Service has not gone to the point where they've added the warning just yet. Things are going to be going downhill in a big way here in Fort Worth. Severe thunderstorm warning knocking on the door for you. And then a little bit farther to the north in Cook County, this tornado warning, in effect until 6 o'clock. So tracking several severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings with the watches in place. Conditions remain favorable for severe weather, including tornadoes. We want to go just outside of the tornado watch in Houston, where we find the Weather Channel's Justin Michaels. Hello, Justin.
I'll tell you what, Chris, though we don't have that tornado watch here right now, we do have a wind advisory in place until about 10 o'clock tonight. And what we could see, and we've already seen gusting close to this, about 45 miles per hour. But that's not when this is ending. We have an entire night of what could be very, very intense rain. In fact, there's a flood watch in place tonight for Houston, the greater Houston area. And in fact, Lake Houston, which is one of the main drinking sources here, out of an abundance of caution, they lowered it by a foot just because of the expectation that we could see 2 to 4 inches of rain, maybe some places as much as 6 or more inches if a locally heavy band sets up. So this is something that's going to be certainly on people's minds tonight, Tevin, of course, not just here in Houston, but all across the Lone Star State. Tevin, into you.
Yeah, Justin, that wind, by the way, cranking up, pumping in that moisture out of the Gulf of Mexico. The dew points are rising. The winds are getting stronger at the very least in the lowest levels of the atmosphere. That could certainly lead to some very strong or very efficient rainfall rates out of a lot of these storms. And by the way, this is how much rainfall we need to flood. We really don't need it, but this is the flash flood guidance saying if you were to get along I-20 here anywhere between 2, maybe 2.5 inches of rain per hour, you would start to see extensive flooding along the interstate. That is certainly a possibility, by the way, at the very least with a lot of these storms coming through because they do have a lot of moisture, precipitable water embedded in them. So from Houston to Lufkin, all the way across the Mid-South here to northern Mississippi and western Tennessee, we have that chance of seeing flooding into tomorrow. It's these individual storms that can really put down a lot of rainfall, especially throughout this portion of Texas where we are watching some of this severe weather push through in the next hour to hour and a half. We'll be right back.
Kim Crawford Illuminate. Fewer calories, full flavor. Kim Crawford, make it amazing.
Thanks for bringing me with you guys today, Mr. and Mrs. Lopez.
Not a problem, Josh. Hey, you two. Check out all these camera views in my Silverado. I can see in front of me, behind me, on either side of me. And it has this cam, so I can see if there's any funny business going on. You see any funny business going on?
No, sir.
Let's have a great day.
The Chevy Silverado offers 8 cameras with up to 15 different views. Find new views, find new roads. Chevrolet.
As a struggling actor, I need all the breaks that I can get. At Liberty Mutual.
Cut.
Line.
Cut. Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Cut. Liberty. Am I allowed to riff? What if I come out of the water? Liberty Bibbity.
Cut. We'll dub it.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
JC tried game flings for the first time the other day and forgot where she was. You can always spot a first-time game flings user.
I've seen how cancer can affect the people I care about. That's why I'm helping protect myself against some cancers, like certain cancers caused by HPV. For most people, HPV clears on its own. But for those who don't clear the virus, HPV can lead to certain cancers in both women and men. Gardasil 9 is the only vaccine that helps protect adults through age 45 against certain diseases caused by HPV, including cervical, vaginal, vulvar, anal, and certain head and neck cancers, such as throat and back of mouth cancers, and genital warts. Gardasil 9 doesn't protect everyone and does not treat cancer or HPV infection. Your doctor may recommend screening for certain HPV-related cancers. Women still need routine cervical cancer screenings. You shouldn't get Gardasil 9 if you've had an allergic reaction to the vaccine, its ingredients, or are allergic to yeast. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system, are pregnant, or plan to be. The most common side effects include injection site reactions, headache, fever, nausea, dizziness, tiredness, diarrhea, abdominal pain, and sore throat. Fainting can also happen after getting Gardasil 9. For women and men through age 45 who have not been vaccinated, talk to your doctor or pharmacist about your risk for certain HPV-related cancers and Gardasil 9. Help protect yourself.
It's still the Eat Fresh Refresh, and now Subway's refreshing their Italians. Like the new Supreme Meats, topped high with new Italian-style capicola. That's one handsome Italian.
Thanks.
Not you, Garoppolo. Subway keeps refreshing and refreshing and refreshing.
The stress level is huge.
The tension has to go somewhere.
Every second that we're out here, we're at risk.
All right, breaking right now, we want to show you some of the latest video we are getting out of Bowie, Texas here. This is that tornado that we were talking about earlier in the show. And look at this thing roaring on through Bowie, Texas. This is North Texas, by the way, to the north and west of Dallas-Fort Worth, just to the south of the Texas-Oklahoma state line. You can start to see some of that rain shield precip shield pushing in as well. So a lot of these storms, and that's one thing to know, a lot of the storms that you'll see, or rather won't see, will be rain wrapped. So do not be confused and you're thinking you're just walking out into the middle of rain. This ain't plain old rain that we're watching pushing through with a lot of this stuff through North Texas and even Central and South Texas into the evening hours today and into tomorrow. Portions of Louisiana, maybe Arkansas, maybe even Mississippi as we get into tomorrow in line for some of these storms too. We still have a decent torque on today of a 7. I will let you know the Storm Prediction Center has started highlighting a greater tornado risk for some of Texas right around the Austin area and points towards the east. Check this. Look at this out. That very dark storm cloud coming through right there. The National Weather Service, by the way, still in the Storm Prediction Center, by the way, highlighting a greater risk of seeing tornadoes potentially throughout this area now, especially with the lower level jet pumping in a lot of moisture. We also have a decent shear value with some of these storms, so they rotate really well and allow them to be long-lived. So we want to push into some of these tornado warnings that we have right now just to the south of Austin. And what's happening, I mean, rather quickly here, you'll get a severe thunderstorm warning, and then all of a sudden that's turned over into a tornado warning. So Dalton, if we can, let's go ahead and get to this tornado warning. This is right to the south of State Route 45, north and east of Wimberley, and then another tornado warning storm here right along Highway 90, just to the south and west of Lulling. So if you're anywhere in this area, you really need to take your tornado precautions right now. If you can hear us, maybe you have some sort of radio, turn that volume up, but be sure to get to the lowest level of that home. You want to be inside several different walls, by the way. If you can get 3 or 4 walls between you and the outside, that would be great. And you also want to get underneath something if you can, put perhaps a baseball helmet on. We're looking at the velocity signature. So the green and the red shows you or gives you a good indication as to how the winds are rotating into some of these storms. The green shows you the winds going towards the radar. And this is our radar site right here. So we're actually rather close and in good position to see this storm. Green shows you the winds going towards the radar. The red shows you the wind going away from. And now we've dropped over to correlation coefficient so you can really start to tell, yes, there's certainly a notch or certainly a storm that we're seeing right now. Let's get you another track on that if we can, Dalton. Actually, let's look at the hail really quickly. This is a hail indicator, so perhaps seeing that hail on the order of maybe 1 to perhaps even 2 or 2.5 inches in terms of its size. So some reports right now right around 1.1 inches in size. So you're talking about hail just shy of the size of a golf ball, but still you've got a tornado warning storm here. This is for Guadalupe County until 6 p.m. So almost another 20 or 25 minutes or so to go. Some of the cities in the way of this storm, if it holds together at 5:50, we're talking about Kingsbury, Stairtown, Lulling as well. Go ahead and take your tornado precautions. I would say if you're anywhere to I-10 and towards the south and west here, that tornado warning storm is radar indicated, so we haven't put eyes on it just yet, but it doesn't take eyes to cause a lot of damage. That's just giving you a good indication as to what we're seeing. Here's another now for Austin, Texas, a tornado warning storm for Austin, also for Onion Creek, and also for Dripping Springs as well. And I told you we're going severe thunderstorm warn to tornado warn rather quickly. So the National Weather Service is certainly starting to see some semblance or some hint of rotation. We'll zoom in. Oh, wow. Wow, yeah, so we're now near Mountain City. If we can get even closer, Dalton, if we can, zoom in just to the west of Interstate 35. Do me a favor, bring this up, by the way, in height, so I don't have to drop down. Jack Hayes Trail, let's see, State Route 1626. 1626. If you are in this polygon, you need to take your tornado precautions right now. This is a very, very strong signature that we're seeing in terms of this rotation. Here's this correlation coefficient. Once again, we'll zoom out a little bit more, perhaps some debris being lofted around now just to the west of Kyle, Texas. This is that tornado warning storm for Hays County, Texas until 5:45, rather 6:15 now for this much larger of a complex of storms that we're seeing move through it. very mean storm right now, perhaps higher reflectivities right there. Let's go ahead and get a later track on this. 550 for Mountain City and 554 for Buda, and then Onion Creek a minute or two after the top of the hour. So a tornado-warned storm. It does include I-35, a good chunk of I-35 to the south of Austin, all the way down to Buda and Mountain City as well. We've got winds potentially anywhere between 58, 60 plus miles an hour. Also hail an inch or so in diameter. So you're talking about decent stones the size of quarters. But some of these, by the way, coming down are already putting out hail perhaps on the order of golf ball in size. And that can happen with a very strong updraft in the environment like we have today. You've got to know the atmosphere cools with height typically. So you get a stone starting to be carried up in an updraft from 60 to 70 to maybe even 80 miles an hour. It encounters that colder air and also encounters some moisture as well, and really allows it to freeze and grow rather large in size. You can also have sort of a conveyor belt or a loop, by the way, where some of this hail does sort of loft up, then come back down and loft up again with a turbulent environment. We do have a tornado watch for much of the I-35 corridor from the Red River region all the way down to San Antonio until 10 o'clock this evening. The latest on these storms and more when we come back.
Kim Crawford, make it amazing.
Your shipping manager left to find themselves, leaving you lost. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
No matter where you live, with Dish you get 99% signal reliability.
Okay, everybody, let's get to the basement.
99% signal reliability anywhere in the country with Dish.
Unleash the freshness. Still fresh. It was and booster.
Down the Unstoppables.
We all know there are days, mountains to climb and battles to face. And all we ever have is one another. So let's promise this, never give up on each other. Never give up, never give up on each other.
Verizon is going ultra with 5G ultra wideband in many more cities, so you can do more. Mindy, with up to 10 times faster speeds, she can download a movie in minutes or a song in seconds.
Yep.
Okay, now let's work off-site. Public Wi-Fi? No thanks. 5G ultra wideband is faster and safer, and so powerful that it's not just for phones. Hello 5G home and business internet. It's time to go ultra with Verizon, America's most reliable 5G network, so you can do more.
Hey, I get it. Commitment can be scary, but not when you're saving up to 15% with Subscribe and Save at Amazon. You get free repeat delivery on your favorite items. And if things don't work out, you can always cancel. Seriously, no one would judge you if you call it off. Okay.
Learn all the ways to save with Amazon.
With Life Alert, one touch of a button can get you help fast.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Don't worry.
Over 150,000 people with non-valvular AFib have left blood thinners behind with Watchman, a safe one-time procedure that reduces stroke risk and bleeding worry for life. Watchman, it's one time for a lifetime.
For skin that works as hard as you do, don't settle for silver. 7 intense moisturizers to help stop dry skin before it starts. Gold Bond Healing Lotion, championing your skin.
It only takes a minute to make a moment. Whether it's a birthday, an anniversary, a thank you, or simply I'm thinking of you, FTD.com has you covered. For over 110 years, FTD has made it simple to give moments meaning. Shop on FTD.com and select from hundreds of blooms, bouquets, plants, and curated gifts to say that no matter what the occasion, that this moment matters. Visit FTD.com today.
big puffy mountains float. They say it's boring to talk about the weather. I say it's boring not to. Get into the Out There, the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 60 degrees under sunny skies. Tonight, a few passing clouds, otherwise generally clear. Low 44. Winds northwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tuesday, partly cloudy. High 59. Winds northwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tuesday night, partly cloudy skies. Low 39. Winds north at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Tornado warning right now for Fort Worth, Texas, and a severe thunderstorm warning going in further into the Dallas-Fort Worth metroplex here. Storms are on the march from the west to the east, and you can see that the heavy rain, low visibility has arrived. This picture here coming, this live look, coming courtesy of KXAS. I'll show you another view, this right here showing the skyline. Where the skies are extremely dark, and it's going to be very difficult with the naked eye to see the tornado. So this is so important to make sure that you are going to your safe location. When there is a tornado warning, wherever you live, it means put your plan into action. Warning means take action and make sure you are in a safe location. We are tracking several tornado warnings right now. I'm going to focus on the one right now in Tarrant County in the Fort Worth area, and we can see that this does include a good majority of downtown Fort Worth, but also from Bedford over to Grapevine, North Richland Hills, also within this tornado warning, and you can see these very dark skies here. So this is where the rain is falling right now, and there's a lot of it, a whole heck of a lot of it right now here in Fort Worth, and we'll try to see if we can figure out where there may be some spin. It's a little bit difficult to see exactly where there may be some right here. So what I'm going to do is try to loop this a little bit and see if something jumps out here. Tornado warning does include Fort Worth, and right, I think perhaps. Right, I'm going to pause it right here. I'm thinking maybe right in here is where that, why perhaps it got the warning. But there is some very heavy rain. These storms in this part of Texas have been rotating in a big way. We have seen some damage, not here, but to the west of here. So the environment is there. The environment is ready to produce some damaging storms. And it has already. So again, this tornado warning in effect for Fort Worth, Texas, and the live look we're seeing right now is some very dark skies and seeing some very heavy rain as well here. Moving into the Fort Worth area eventually, and including Arlington, Texas, there's a severe thunderstorm warning. The tornado warned portion of it will be heading north of you, but right now that is what we're seeing with this storm. And again, tracking several tornado warnings right now from north of here. Looks like the one that was in Oklahoma has expired. That's no longer active. But go all the way down west of Interstate 35 and even now including parts of Interstate 35. There are tornado warnings currently in effect. These were storms that got severe thunderstorm warnings initially, and now seeing tornado warnings associated with those. We're going to go back to that here in just a moment. But first, I want to show you what we're seeing up in the Fort Worth area. Again, with a tornado warned storm north of here. This is the visible satellite. And what I want to do is show you the last frame here. because what we see as the sun's going down a little bit lower on the horizon, we can look to the visible satellite and see the explosive nature of these storms. And what I mean by that, it looks sort of like, well, we don't have any rain here. Well, no, we do, or clouds. This is a shadow right here from this cloud right here. So these are tall clouds with an anvil spreading out. And then another obvious feature is right here, one of those overshooting tops. The updraft, essentially what is helping to build the storm, is so intense that it's shooting up and over the stable layers. You get the overshooting top because of the momentum of the updraft. So we're seeing that here. We're also seeing some of that, a little bit of that just to the west of Fort Worth. But again, there is, and look at that right here as well, and bubbling up over here. So again, we do have tornado warning here, which does include Fort Worth, Texas, and all the way up to the north as well. Again, so this tornado warning includes Bedford, Grapevine, North Richland Hills. Again, it does include a lot of Fort Worth. The whole line here that we see going all the way down through here does have a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning associated with it. So we have some very nasty weather heading into Fort Worth right now. Tornado warning also eventually into Arlington, and the trend is indicating that eventually Dallas will have some of the potentially severe weather as well. Again, this is the velocity. Don't see an obvious couplet right now, but perhaps maybe down here, kind of hidden beneath some of the lines here, there may be a little bit of that rotation. Certainly a lot of lightning and some very dark skies with some very heavy rain. Remember, these dark skies are indicating these big storms that have a lot of moisture associated with it, blocking out the sun. And thunderstorms going all the way down and including here into Austin. Want to get over to Tevin here in just a second, who is getting the very latest on a lot of these storms. Again, what I count is from up here north of Dallas, there's one. There's another one including Fort Worth, 2 tornado warnings. And then north of Austin, 3. And including parts of Austin, 4. And then just to the west of San Antonio, east of San Antonio, another tornado warning. So right now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tornado warnings, and in between severe weather. And all of these storms are moving into an environment that is extremely conducive for severe weather, favorable for severe weather and tornadoes. Tornadoes are expected. It's also possible there could be some intense tornadoes and perhaps long-lived tornadoes. So this looks like it is shaping up to be a dangerous night. We want to go over to Tevin right now, who's tracking some of these storms around Austin.
Yeah, we'll travel along the I-35 corridor, Chris, from North Texas all the way down to Austin right now. A live look at the city of Austin. Heavy rainfall pushing through at 75 right now. Dew points perhaps in the low 60s, maybe even mid 60s as well. So we have a very ripe atmosphere for severe weather, be it tornadoes, be it very heavy rainfall, frequent lightning, and also moderate to large size hail is certainly a possibility. You can see all the water that some of those cars passing by are kicking up, and it even looks like maybe there's a little bit of ponding there on the roadways as well. I'm hoping a lot of folks are turning off because what's coming their way, I don't exactly know where this shot is, but I hope they know what's coming their way will mean business. I want to get you to the radar right now because this a lot of these storms certainly do mean business. Chris was just counting some of those severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings that we have at this hour. I mean, just an onslaught of severe weather. 1, 2, 3 tornado warned storms. Yeah, you see multiple warnings there, but that's just for one storm that we're watching. And this, I think, is perhaps the most pressing. But we'll zoom in to the Austin area right now. Yep, that looks a little bit more unfortunate or substantial when we start to see the reflectivity here on the radar. So this is all the heavy rainfall. That pink to purple showing up lets you know that there's a decent amount of rain and maybe even some rotation there. A radar indicated storm, by the way, 6:15 is when this tornado warning expires. Although what we're starting to notice, a lot of these storms are pushing through. They're sustaining their life and they're bringing in strong winds and heavy rainfall at the very least. So this is a velocity couplet showing us the winds in the lower level of the atmosphere, mid to lower level of the atmosphere. And that red right there colliding with some of this green gives us a good indicator as to where the circulation or the center of the storm may be. So now what we want to do, we'll put a track on and let you know some of the cities, by the way, in line for this storm. If it were to hold together right around 6 o'clock, o'clock is when we could see that storm push through Onion Creek, Bluff Springs by 6:01. And notice about 15 minutes later, that is in the city of Austin. So if you are anywhere in this red polygon here, not just this track, but this specific polygon, you really need to heed your tornado precautions at this moment. You need to go downstairs, under something, center of the home. You want to put as many walls between you and the outside as you can, and keep away from windows. Do not go and stare at these storms. If those winds were to come through and burst those windows, all of a sudden you've got glass everywhere. Also, by the way, this is a well-traveled interstate, specifically across Central and South Texas. A lot of folks perhaps heading to spring break. If you can hear us right now, do not take shelter underneath an overpass. That is not a prime location. That is not a good location to be. Should some of these storms come roaring through. So we're still on this tornado warning storm right now for Hays and Travis County, Texas. That does include the city of Austin. This tornado warning goes until about 6:15 here. That rotation has been radar indicated, and now perhaps it looks like it's jumping to the east a little bit. This would cut out the city of Austin, and then perhaps it get towards the eastern side of the metro here, perhaps even Garfield, where we're starting to see the reflectivity of some of the rain at the very least. Dalton, do me a favor. There we go. Yeah, so he's putting the velocity signature, or the winds in the lower to mid levels of the atmosphere, and showing us what they're doing. With that radar site being down towards the south and west, you can quite tell that there is some rotation somewhere along this road 1625 and to the south and east of McKinney Falls Parkway here, and to the south and west of Pierce Lane. So Colton at 606, Elroy by 611, and then Garfield closer to 622. That's just one of multiple tornado warnings that we have at this hour. Dalton, let's zoom out. I do want to take you down to the Kingsbury tornado warning storm. I believe this is in the lulling area as well. And we are seeing a rather very pronounced signature here. So now observed tornado in the Kingsbury area and also lulling Texas, right along I-10 and to the north and west, here south and west of State Route 183 or Highway 183. Yeah, very pronounced signature here. Zoom out so we can get a better look. I want to see both of these locations of rotation. I think it's going to be right about here, but still a very large swath of winds here in and around lulling and right along I-10. So it's I-10, it's I-35 that we're seeing this pronounced rotation. There it is right there. That yellow to orange shows you where we're seeing that couplet or that signature of rotation show up. It looks like hopefully this is in a rather remote area, but still lulling. If this holds together, it's headed your way by about 6:08 or 6:09. Do not wait until that moment to take your tornado precautions. Take those right now. Here's a closer look at the radar reflectivity, Caldwell County, Gonzales County, and Guadalupe County, Texas. Again, so this is an observed storm. I think we've seen hail anywhere between 1, maybe even 1.5 inches in size. Here's some of the hail indicators just to the west with vertically integrated liquid. That size showing up right around 1 inch or so, but in some previous scans, we have seen hail amounts anywhere between 1 inch to 1.5 inches in size. So that's 2 of 3. Let's zoom out a little bit more if we can, Dalton. There we go. Get to it. There we go. Now, Travis and Williamson County, Texas. This does include Round Rock. 6:45 would be the expiration time if the National Weather Service does see fit, but another radar indicated rotation. What's happening here is for a lot of folks what we're watching here, and this looks a bit more pronounced at the very least, just to the east of Round Rock and to the north of Gaddis School Road and right to the north and east, rather, of I-35. So what's happening, we're seeing a lot of severe thunderstorms, an onslaught of severe thunderstorms come through. They're getting very small kinks, and that's just sort of the initiation they need to start to rotate. And then because of the mid to upper level winds, we also have a sustainable pattern that allows some of these storms to not only grow, but sustain and become a little bit more longer lived. So another tornado warning here for Hutto and Taylor, 6:15, 6:30 for both of those cities. If you're anywhere, though, in this red polygon, go ahead and take your tornado precautions at this moment. Chris?
All right, Tevin, I want to kind of show you what's going on here back where there is a tornado warning far north of where Tevin was just showing us. In the Fort Worth area, this is a live look right now from KXAS out of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. This is in Fort Worth, 61 degrees, winds gusting to 41. There is a tornado warning associated with the storm that is moving through. Would not expect to see the tornado with conditions like this. So trust the warnings right now. This is one vantage point. Another vantage point showing what it's like to be in the rain. Quite often when you see us showing red on the radar, radar, this is what it looks like. And again, a lot of storms erupting from Oklahoma all the way down to around San Antonio, that Interstate 35 stretch, including right here in Fort Worth, Texas, as these storms are entering and pushing through the Metroplex. A lot of these storms are spinning. They are getting stronger. And again, several storms we want to show you. I want to kind of get you caught up in what's going on here. So there is this area of low pressure over here. You can see that counterclockwise swirl. This air is a bit drier, and as this air is coming in here, it's helping to get the process started. And the environment over here, you can see the moisture coming in off the Gulf of Mexico, but also notice what's going on. Some of these higher clouds going from left to right, roughly from left to right. So just by looking at the clouds in this part of Texas, you can tell that there is some wind shear, winds going at different directions and different speeds at different levels of the atmosphere. And an environment like that is basically one that's ready to spin once air goes up through it. So I just want to kind of take you along this line and show you the storms that, again, Tevin is getting the very latest on some of these storms right now. There's a lot to keep track of, but just want to show you. Here's San Antonio. No storms right here at the moment, but you can see, right, I'm showing you kind of like the bubbling up nature of these storms. This is a process where air is rising extremely fast, fast enough to be able to sustain hail the size of golf balls or even larger. And you even see some of the strong winds that are pushing the tops of the storms off the mid to upper portion of the storm, pushing it in that way. And this is all part of what can keep these storms going longer and keep them being stronger as well. You see some of the kind of textured look to this. These are the overshooting tops. The momentum of the updraft going above the stable layer, the cloud casts a shadow on the cloud. And that's what you see, that little dark spot right here, dark spot right there. And these are all indicators that we've got some fast rising air. So there's a lot of juice coming into these storms, a lot of fuel for these storms. And that goes up here into the Dallas, Fort Worth area as well. You can kind of see it has an explosive look to the environment as we go and to the satellite presentation, especially right through here, right on this last frame, you can kind of see that. So this is a fast developing storm, essentially a complex. There's a lot going on right here. And you can see here is Fort Worth, where there is still a tornado warning in effect. And you can see all of the lightning associated with these storms. I want to take that lightning off for a moment. And then you can see what almost looks like a line. And within this line, there's a lot of spin. And just for a second, I want to take off the radar as well, just to give you an idea, the extent of all of the warnings. There's only a few gaps in these warnings. So there is essentially these individual storms shoulder to shoulder making up a bit of lines of storms that unfortunately, Tevin, have the potential to be violent and do a lot of destruction.
Yeah, Chris. We're seeing that unfold. We've seen it unfold throughout the course of the evening, and I think things are really just getting started. We want to take you live back to Austin, Texas at 75 there. The winds are certainly howling too. This is the area, I believe, actually from Congress Avenue and Lady Bird Lake in downtown Austin, Texas here. The heavy rainfall continues to come through, and I can assure you a lot of those folks there, as they're traveling, it is very difficult to see perhaps maybe even half a mile to a quarter of a mile ahead of you because of those walls of rain that are roaring through. But the other thing that we're seeing really roar through, unfortunately, tornado warning storms. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tornado warnings at this hour for 1, 2, 3, perhaps 4 tornadoes at this moment. We'll zoom in a little bit closer, get you the latest on some of these when we go towards the south and east of Killeen, Texas here. An observed tornado now for Bell County, Texas. That does include Belton, Morgan's Point Resort, and also Salado as well. 6:45 is that expiration time But what we're seeing, again, a lot of these storms are not just starting, they are not stopping either. They are roaring on through. So this would be that circulation just off the interstate, by the way. So if you're traveling I-35, you need to get to a safe location at this hour. If you're in and around Jarrell, we'll put a track on this, Jarrell by 608, or perhaps just to the west of Jarrell, and then into Prairie Dell by 616, Salado closer towards 626. So another tornado warning storm. This is along I-35 in Texas, just to the south of Salado, but on the way perhaps to Salado. Taking a closer glimpse, there it is right there. This would be the correlation coefficient. So this shows us or reads non-meteorological data and its interaction with meteorological data. So I'll put my hand right here, and Dalton, go ahead and do me a favor, swap it back over to the correlation coefficient so we can see if there's any debris that perhaps has been lofted into the air. So non-meteorological being, unfortunately, debris like plywood or any sort of home or a business or cars or anything that may be in the way of this storm that has now been uprooted because of the strong winds from this storm. So Williamson County, Texas, until 6:15 for this next tornado warning storm. But it looks like this would now be extending the current tornado warning that we have from Jarrell, and points towards the west of Jarrell. Let's slide down towards the south. This is Luling, by the way. I want to apologize to the folks of Luling. I've been calling it lulling. I can assure you, not a lull in a lot of this activity. A very pronounced signature, too, that we're seeing perhaps with this storm now towards the north of Luling. Observed at this time a considerable threat, and you can see very clearly here, this is our rotation of this storm. So we've got this tornado warning storm still continuing now towards the east and perhaps northeast of Luling at this hour. Very strong winds coming through this area right now, just to the east of Highway or State Route 183, to the north, rather, of I-10, and also north of Highway 90 as well. So Dalton, let's do me a favor. Let's go ahead and put a track on this storm so you can see perhaps where this rotation may be going in time, perhaps crossing over to Delhi right around 6:39. So another 30 minutes or so to go. But if you're anywhere in this red polygon from here all the way over towards the west, towards the north and east of Kingsbury, go ahead and take your tornado precautions right now. Downstairs, under something, center of the home, and keep away from windows. I teach this to kids. Anytime I go out, I say duck. Downstairs, under something, center of the home, and keep away from windows. That's how kids can remember how to take their tornado precautions, and so should you as well. Another tornado warning storm that we have right now for Bastrop and Travis County, Texas. This does include Onion Creek and also Garfield until 6:45. And then we'll zoom in really close to the radar. This would be the radar site that they have in Austin, Texas, and all the way over towards Round Rock. So we're getting a very clear picture or glimpse into this storm right now. And so this is now to the north and east of Round Rock, but still in effect for areas in and around Hutto, Texas, just to the south of University Boulevard. So again, another tornado warning storm to the south and east of Georgetown, Texas, to the west of Taylor. But Taylor, do stay in your tornado precautions if you are in this area. Here's a closer track, and I told you stay under those precautions. Here's why you are in this tornado warning storm. Perhaps it's on its way to you a little bit closer towards 6:25, 5 minutes after half an hour here. If it holds on this same rate and goes in the same trajectory. But what we can see, sometimes they wibble and they wobble. They don't travel in a straight line. If it were to, it's Taylor. It's also Waterloo as well that would be in line for this storm. So Williamson County, Texas, until 6:45, and this has an observed tag on it. So someone, perhaps National Weather Service or an emergency management official or a trained storm spotter, has put eyes on this storm just outside of Williamson County, Texas. But a slew of activity we have going on along I-35 at this moment, some a bit stronger than others, but all do warrant, Chris, taking those tornado precautions. And I just want to put this out there again. Folks are heading to spring break. Do not take shelter underneath an overpass. Chris.
All right, so I want to update you on that situation in Fort Worth, Texas. No longer a tornado warning for Fort Worth. However, Fort Worth, Texas, under a severe thunderstorm warning, and it looks like it's only going to be a matter of time before Dallas is the same if this trend that we're seeing on the radar continues. Heavy rain right now. There is frequent lightning, the potential for damaging winds, very large hail, and, of course, dangerous conditions if you're driving because of visibility and also because of ponding on the roadway. So Tevin was just showing us all of these tornado warnings down here with all of these individual storms that look like they're essentially in a line here, a shoulder to shoulder going all the way up Interstate 35 from Austin all the way up to Waco. Again, severe thunderstorm warning up here. Want to show you a closer look at these areas. So pretty much surrounding the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex right now. Again, there is no longer the tornado warning, but there is still a severe thunderstorm warning. So go ahead and treat it like a tornado warning with the potential of damaging winds and be in your safe place. Whatever plan you have, it's time to put that into action here. As we go up a little bit farther to the north, this is showing us the tornado warning that does remain in effect until 6:45 for Cook and Grays County, again, until 6:45. The velocity showing that we're likely seeing that spin right in here. This is getting pretty far away from the radar right now. And again, as we look at the big picture here, seeing a lot of activity now. We're seeing a little bit more thunderstorms showing up here in far east Texas. This is the area where I'll be most concerned about going through the next few to several hours. And we'll see how these storms behave as well, with several tornado warnings right now going into an environment that is conducive. Notice what's happening here. Do you see how these storms right here are going from left to right? Well, they're going into an environment where there's air going from south to north or from bottom to top here on this picture. So this environment is ready to spin, and we still have the potential for some explosive storms. We're tracking these. Also want to show you what is going on right now in Garfield, Texas, 78 degrees. You can see some dark skies. Storm tracker Charles Peak is out there. We're going to check in on what he's doing here in just a few moments.
Before treating your chronic migraine, 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more, you're not the only one with questions about Botox. Botox prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine before they even start, with about 10 minutes of treatment once every 3 months. So ask your doctor if Botox is right for you, and if a sample is available.
Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
In a survey, 92% of current users said they wish they talked to their doctor and started Botox sooner. Plus, right now, you may pay $0 for Botox. Ask your doctor about Botox today.
There he is.
There he is. Combining your stuff is hard. Combining your TV with Dish? Easy. Prime Video. Live TV and streaming apps all in one place with Dish.
JC tried Game Flings for the first time the other day and forgot where she was. You can always spot a first-time Game Flings user.
I've made progress with my mental health. So when I started having unintentional body movements called tardive dyskinesia, I ignored them. But when the twitching and jerking in my face and hands affected my day-to-day, I finally had to say, it's not okay. It was time to talk to my doctor about Austedo. She said Austedo helps reduce TD movements in adults, while I continue with most of my mental health medications.
Austedo can cause depression, suicidal thoughts, or actions in patients with Huntington's disease. Pay close attention to and call your doctor if you become depressed, have sudden changes in mood, behaviors, feelings, or have suicidal thoughts. Common side effects include inflammation of the nose and throat, insomnia, and sleepiness. Don't take Austedo if you have liver problems, are taking Rezapine, tetrabenazine, or valbenazine. Austedo may cause irregular or fast heartbeat, restlessness, movements mimicking Parkinson's disease, fever, stiff muscles, problems thinking, and sweating.
Talk to your doctor about Austedo. It's time to treat TD. TD is not okay. Visit askforaustedo.com.
You're pretty particular about keeping a healthy body. What goes on it? Usually. In it? Mostly. even what gets near your body. Please, please, please take that outside. Here to meet those high standards is the Walgreens Health and Wellness brand. Over 2,000 products, rigorously tested, Walgreens pharmacist recommended. And particularly kind to your wallet.
You don't go to an accident scene every day and see a truck hanging over a bridge.
No way!
Can you believe this? Doug Flutie and Frank Thomas. You guys look great. Once I turn 40.
It only takes a minute to make a moment. Whether it's a birthday, an anniversary, a thank you, or simply I'm thinking of you, FTD.com has you covered. For over 110 years, FTD has made it simple to give moments meaning. Shop on FTD.com and select from hundreds of blooms, bouquets, plants, and curated gifts to say that no matter what the occasion, that this moment matters. Visit FTD.com today.
Pesky leaks? Gorilla Waterproof Patch and Seal Spray, of course. Seals out water, air, and moisture, indoors and out. For the toughest jobs on planet Earth. Available in spray, liquid, and tape.
Chipotle's all-new Pollo Asado starts with fresh grilled chicken, hand-cut cilantro, finished with fresh lime, guajillo peppers, and garlic. All to make our new Pollo Asado bright, flavorful, and uniquely Chipotle.
Fair skies. Tonight, cloudy intervals, low 44, winds northwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tuesday, partly cloudy skies, high 59, winds northwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tuesday night, partly cloudy skies, low 39, winds north at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Adventure level, very high.
I feel like the first person on the moon.
This recovery has to happen in a hurry.
I'm here for one thing only, that's gold.
That was crazy. I did not expect to see that.
We're pushing everything to the max.
There's something alien about it.
Get the gold, dude.
You're into a whole world of new.
I've never seen anything like this. Expect the unexpected.
Breaking right now, following and tracking storms here in Texas. This Garfield, Texas, just a little bit south and east, just about due east of the airport here in Austin by a little ways. Garfield, again, Garfield, Texas. This is Storm Tracker Charles Peak. And off to the left of him, I think he's trying, I don't know exactly what he's trying to do, but it looks like he's probably trying to get in the best and safest position he can possible to track the storm that I believe is off to his left, because I was watching his camera just a few moments ago, and the way he was driving and what I saw was off to the left with some pretty dark skies out there. And there currently is some very heavy rain and what appears to be a pretty obvious hook as well. So again, this is Garfield, and as we look at what Charles is doing here, moving around, I'm not sure exactly which way he's pointing. My thought initially was he was going in that direction. I'm not 100% sure, but I think he's near this storm right here that has that appendage right here, which is often one of the signs when you get a mature storm that has some rotation in it. And as we look a little bit closer, don't see the obvious rotation. It looks like there just maybe might not be a ton of rain able to show us what's going on with the movement of the raindrops here. But somewhere in here with the appendage here, this shows us that we've got the inflow coming in here. So the air coming into the storm, helping the storm rise. Some of the winds are pushing some of the rain and hail this way. Then as the rain comes down, cold air comes down and it wraps around, and oftentimes somewhere in here is where that tornado will be. And again, I believe Charles is in a spot which he would be somewhere in here, away from the path of the storm, but close enough to be able to see it as it's moving by. At least traditionally, that would be the thinking of what would be going on in a situation like this, as we're watching multiple cameras and seeing a lot of action on the radar. Several tornado warnings right now here. Again, this one here is near Garfield. If you're in here in Bastrop and Travis counties, make sure you are seeking shelter. These are dangerous storms. In fact, pretty much anywhere on this line, these storms have the potential to rotate. And let's think about this also. We're seeing these storms with several tornado warnings right now. They are moving into an environment that is even more conducive for tornadoes. So again, as we're looking this is Charles Peak here. So this is an interesting shot here. We'll keep an eye on that one. I head up to the north, though, as we have a tornado warning, which does include, okay, but we'll go back here. I guess we're going to look at Garfield, Texas, what we're seeing here from Charles. Again, it's hard to see if there's actually rotation there. I don't know if you're watching this also. It's always good to have some eyes on this, Tevin. But we see the low hanging here. Is there anything jump out at you initially?
Well, I mean, it's very clear that there it is. Well, let's see. I was just going to say it's very clear that this low-level jet is cranking up. I mean, you can see quite literally the moisture that is rising in the atmosphere. If there's any sort of rotation, I think my hint would be to look towards the far right, right below that power line that's starting to dangle, and maybe some sort of inflow potentially, but it's very difficult to make out, of course, Chris, until it's on the ground, if it were to be on the ground. But the other thing that we have to know is, too, with a lot of these tornadoes that are coming through today, they will be rain wrapped. So even if there's some sort of funnel, it's certainly going to be wrapped in a lot of water.
Yeah, you can certainly see that. So, of course, we'll continue to watch that. But also, here's that tornado warning. And I want to get back up north into the Dallas metro, if we can. We were there just a second ago. Okay, here it is. Because here's Dallas, and there is a tornado warning right now for Collin, Dallas, and Denton counties. This is in effect until 7 o'clock. Radar indicators, the National Weather Service seeing enough on the radar to say there may be a tornado in progress right now. It's hard to see. There's something really obvious here, maybe up here, but the warning does go back here. Again, nothing really jumps out at me, but if you just look at the map, this is a heavily populated area that we are currently tracking. So if you are in any of these areas, if you are north of downtown Dallas, take cover right now. Tornado warning currently in effect here. This is one of several tornado warnings that is ongoing right now here in Texas. This is a radar indicated tornado warning for parts of Collin, Dallas, and Denton counties. There's a little bit of an appendage right here and also and perhaps down here as well. So we'll get right back to this and the other severe weather threats we're tracking here on the Weather Channel in just a moment.
Introducing the all-electric Chevy Silverado RST, the only EV truck that combines four-wheel steer, a multi-flex midgate, and up to a 400-mile range on a full charge. And the only way to reserve it is at Chevy.com. Find your future, find new roads.
ChemDry has been a trusted name in carpet cleaning for over 45 years. And for good reason. ChemDry uses the perfect combination of nature's chemistry, along with our core cleaner, the natural, to provide a deeper, longer-lasting clean to your carpets, area rugs, and upholstery. Millions of carbonating bubbles remove the dirt, allergens, and stains from deep within your surfaces, giving you a healthier home. Call 1-800-ChemDry or visit chemdry.com. ChemDry, the healthier, deeper carpet cleaner.
All this heat around Jimmy John's new Zesty Garden Turkey Club, boss needed to take some time to relax.
Try and forget about the pickled red onions, roasted tomatoes.
Stir or shaken.
Did you say turkey and bacon?
Jimmy? John! How you doing?
At Jimmy John's, but not for long.
Alice loves the scent of Gain so much, she wished there was a way to make it last longer. Say hello to your fairy godmother, Alice, and long-lasting Gain scent beads. Try Spring Daydream, part of our irresistible scent collection.
For 100 years, State Farm has been among the first to arrive, and we'll be there again and again. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
On a road trip, do you need power or optimum power? If that battery in your kid's toy dies, you are in for a long ride. So upgrade to Optimum. Duracell Optimum.
If you don't repaint every now and then, it's like the old you is still hanging around.
I'm listening to music.
So today, let's paint with Behr, America's most trusted paint brand, and make your home yours. Behr, exclusively at the Home Depot.
Your mission, stand up to moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis and take it on with Rinvoq. Rinvoq, a once-daily pill, can dramatically improve symptoms. Rinvoq helps tame pain, stiffness, swelling, and for some, Rinvoq can even significantly reduce RA fatigue. That's Rinvoq relief. With RA, your overactive immune system attacks your joints. Rinvoq regulates it to help stop the attack.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers, including lymphoma and skin cancer, death, heart attack, stroke, and tears in the stomach or intestines occurred. People 50 and older with at least one heart disease risk factor have higher risks. Don't take if allergic to Rinvoq, as serious reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Talk to your rheumatologist about Rinvoq relief. Rinvoq, make it your mission. Learn how AbbVie could help you save on Rinvoq.
Really awesome for any type of plant, especially for beginning gardener. Yeah?
I think you like some.
Create a season full of celebration. Your happiest spring starts at Lowe's.
You know what makes the rooster cocky? He got picked for the weather vane. He trumpets the day. Here comes the day, he shouts. And we'd have to agree with his weather vane stance that every day with weather is a great day. Get into the Out There, the Weather Channel.
We're back here on Storm Center, a new video into our Storm Center team out of Jack County, Texas, more specifically in Jacksboro, where we had reports of the high school gymnasium that was torn down or torn through. Now look at this. You can start to see some of the extensive and significant damage done to this portion of Jacksboro, Texas. Trees torn down. You just saw the police officer car there, the state trooper car, beaten and battered, but the lights were still going. It looks like a couple is walking through maybe the front yard of a home or perhaps their neighbor's home. And then look at this, a van or perhaps a church van tossed upside down and landed upright. Here's a closer glimpse at the tree that was down as well. You can see some of the first responders that are still going through. Perhaps traffic is starting to pile up in several locations as folks are out and about trying to not only survey the damage, but also begin the cleanup process as well. Here's another street where about a dozen or so cars are lining the street. Folks are driving through very slowly here. And you can start to understand why there are power lines down, power poles down. And by the way, in any event, after strong storms have pushed through, you do want to treat those down power lines as if they are charged or as if they are certainly live, as we call them, because you never know if they are or not. And all of a sudden, you've got a host of more problems here. Here's a closer glimpse, by the way. Look at all the trees that were just completely snapped and torn down here throughout this neighborhood of Jacksboro, Texas. Again, areas towards the west of Dallas-Fort Worth saw some of these storms almost about 2 hours ago. Now we're starting to see some of the early indications at some of the damage. It looks like maybe the windows here perhaps blown out from trees or debris that may have hit that police cruiser as well. But Chris, this is certainly an unfortunate sight to see. It never gets easier, doing this job. You see something like this, folks' lives just been forever changed after one storm coming through.
I totally agree with you, Tevin. It is important, though, for us to show you this, knowing what is ahead of us tonight. This is what some of the storms have already done today. And some of the storms that are ongoing right now are moving into an environment that have the potential to produce even stronger storms. The environment is even more conducive to severe weather over here. And there's little hints at that. See the motion of these storms? They're going in this direction. Do you see the air over here? The rain is coming up from the south. So this is moisture, the low-level jet. So some strong winds a little bit above the earth there, above the surface, is bringing a lot of moisture in. It's also helping to produce an environment that's going to want to spin, that's going to want to rotate. And when these storms get into that environment, and that rotation starts to get turned up, we're going to have some potentially intense, long-living tornadoes. So this is a huge concern in these areas, all through here, and then going into the overnight hours into Louisiana and into Arkansas and still into Oklahoma. But right now, several severe thunderstorm warnings and several tornado warnings to tell you about, including around Austin. This one right here is just to the east of Austin, and this has been observed. And so these storms, as we look, you can see the hook right there. We can see, of course, the different clues on the radar that tell us whether there's rotation or the shape of the radar, giving us insight to what the structure of the storm is doing. Or in some cases, with some of these storms, people on the ground seeing what's happening with some of these tornadoes. Another one down here, tornado warning. This one's radar indicated. This one also has some rotation right in here and a little bit farther to the north. Another tornado warning. They're all kind of coming together here. This one, Tevin, in Williamson County.
A long night as we're tracking these storms here on the Weather Channel, so do tune back in. I think there will be several locations that will likely see more storms, unfortunately, push through, not just where we're watching them right now. In fact, here's our Torcon on a scale from 1 to 10. Look, we're at a 7 in and around I-35 and over towards the Brazos Valley. So a lot of these locations, even a 5 as well, down towards Victoria in Houston, Texas. So it is very possible, if not likely, that we'll see strong tornadoes. Some of these, by the way, could be EF2 or greater in strength and also be long-lived as well. What we'll watch here, notice how some of these organized cells sort of get away from the main line of storms, and all of a sudden you get a quick inflow notch, and that really allows some of these the winds to start to rotate with some of the storms. You can start to see smaller individual cells that all of a sudden become much larger storms throughout portions of the Arklatex from Texarkana and the state line, along I-20 from Shreveport to Monroe, places like Dumas, Arkansas, over towards Russellville, perhaps even seeing some strong storms all the way down between Lufkin and Houston, Victoria, and it doesn't look like a lot of these cells or storms migrate even into tomorrow, so it's very possible we see heavy rainfall as well. Here's a closer glimpse at the active radar right now. I-35 getting clobbered by heavy rain, severe thunderstorms, and tornadoes.
Huddle up, sports viewers, and enjoy Arby's corned beef Reuben. Arby's corned beef. Arby's. Come on! Arby's, we have the meat.
With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than this.
I'll take Barkley.
Yes, I still got it. I told her she'd pick me first.
Yep, even easier than that. With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, is it even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Hey, you two, go outside and play.
Create a season full of playfulness. Your happiest spring starts at Lowe's.
Oh, man, that's a whole lot of wrinkly.
At least my shoes look good.
Help prevent wrinkles with Bounce Wrinkle Guard, the mega sheet with 3 times the wrinkle-fighting ingredients.
Introducing the all-new Infiniti QX60. Take on life in style.
As a professional bull rider, I'm used to taking chances. But when it comes to my insurance, I don't. I use Liberty Mutual. They customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need.
And by switching, you can even save $665.
Hey, Tex. Can someone else get a turn?
Yeah, hang on. I'm about to break my own record. Yeah! Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Whoever you are, you have a style. And we want to help you own it. With top brands, great value, and the inspiration you need. So you can own your style.
The new season just dropped. Enter the Big Dinner Box from Pizza Hut. 2 pizzas, breadsticks, and wings all in one box. You'll run out of episodes before you run out of food. The Big Dinner Box, only from Pizza Hut. No one outpizzas the Hut.
Verizon is going ultra with 5G ultra wideband in many more cities so you can do more. Mindy, with up to 10 times faster speeds, she can download a movie in minutes or a song in seconds.
Yep.
Okay, now let's work off-site. Public Wi-Fi? No thanks. 5G ultra wideband is faster and safer and so powerful that it's not just for phones. Hello 5G home and business internet. It's time to go ultra with Verizon, America's most reliable 5G network, so you can do more.
This is the biggest televised music event you've ever seen. The first state versus state song competition. And look who's hosting. California's gonna crush it.
Nah, it's all Texas. I see you.
American Song Contest tonight on NBC.
You don't go to an accident scene every day and see a truck hanging over a bridge.
No way.
Welcome back into Storm Center. A video out of Jack Sparrow, Texas, showing you the extent of some of the damage that we're seeing and that the residents there are seeing too. Cars toppled over. Here's a police cruiser that's certainly taken a beating. The lights are still blaring there. Look off into the distance. That was a decent tree that was snapped down into the ground just in front of that couple that's perhaps walking through, surveying the damage and seeing it perhaps as they're maybe coming out of their shelter or perhaps getting back home. A lot of these storms moved through just about an hour and a half to 2 hours ago. This was to the west of I-35 and to the south of the Texas-Oklahoma state line. Here, folks are still trying to get out and survey all of the damaged cars. They're just starting to line up here or there. First responders are still on scene. This is a very much an active scene, even in the subsequent hour to an hour and a half. Now you've got folks trying to get back into their neighborhoods. Look at that building that has the roof completely torn off. You can start to see some of the insulation that's been lofted into the air as well. Trees are down. Power lines are down. You want to treat those power lines, by the way, as if they are alive, as if they are energized, as if they still have a current flowing through, because you don't necessarily know if they do or not, and you don't want to get electrocuted. Here's all that siding, by the way, that's been torn down from several businesses. Reports of, by the way, the Jack Sparrow High School also sustaining some damage. In fact, we saw earlier the gymnasium. Here it is right here. From our affiliate KXAS in Texas, showing you the extent of the damage. The affiliate reports that they were told all students are safe. So a bit of good news here. But this is one of those things where a lot of kids were perhaps even at school throughout the course of the evening. I know some schools in Central Texas maybe dismissed students earlier today ahead of the severe weather threat. So we can hope the same was done here for the folks there in Jack Sparrow, Texas. But it never gets easier seeing damage done to folks' homes and their livelihood all of a sudden change forever in just a matter of moments. We're going to give you a closer glimpse as to what we'll be watching throughout the course of the afternoon. By the way, welcome back into Storm Center. I'm meteorologist Tevin Wooten alongside meteorologist Chris Warren. We also have several folks out in the field as well. Reynolds Wolf, Justin Michaels, and Mike Seidel and our Charles Peak are out, not only watching these storms coming through, but they're bringing you some of the stories and reports of folks who are seeing damage in and around Texas and portions of the Mid-South as we go throughout the course of the next 24 to 36 hours. And I say that because this is the zone that we're watching tonight. There's another zone that we'll see shift along I-10 and I-20 in the I-55 corridor into tomorrow. But as for tonight, still a decent shot at strong to severe storms pushing through. This is a Torcon of a 7, so we're talking about a very likely chance of seeing stronger storms throughout portions of East Texas as we get into the evening hours. Some of those, by the way, they're already ongoing, but more will still be produced as we get into the overnight hours now. So you need to have multiple ways to get those severe weather warnings, especially along the I-35 corridor and points towards the east in Houston and Lufkin, perhaps northwestern Louisiana into the overnight hours, 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock in the morning. Look at this mean line of storms just pumping in moisture out of the Gulf. That is fuel for a lot of these storms to really erupt and keep going and be sustained. A severe thunderstorm watch for portions of Oklahoma and Texas, too. Graham over towards the east of Abilene. That goes until 9 o'clock this evening. Another for portions of southeastern Texas and areas along the I-35 corridor just outside of Ardmore. That goes until midnight. And then this tornado watch going until 10 o'clock Central Time for now, Chris. However, I think that will likely be extended in time and in coverage into tomorrow morning.
That does make sense based on what we're seeing right now. I do have some new video coming into the Weather Channel of some of the torrential rainfall here in Austin. The huge raindrops and the strong wind pushing those huge raindrops associated with some very strong storms. And now east of Austin right now, east of Interstate 35, west of Highway 77, several tornado warnings to tell you about here in Texas. Again, I want to show you the tornado warnings that are currently in effect as we look at some of the dark skies in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. This from Fort Worth, Texas. Here are several storms. Almost look like they're making up a squall line of tornadoes. This is a serious situation. These storms are moving into an environment that is conducive for tornadoes. So these storms are holding together, and I want to show you some of the storms, a closer look at these, including this one right here. Is this a radar that's down? Yeah, so this data, I believe, is actually old. We're showing you here from some of the last scans. This is where the tornado likely was. We were seeing some signs, and you see, well, what happens is we put these different products. So whether it is the precipitation, the pattern of the raindrops, the velocity, the movement of the raindrops, or when there might be something other than raindrops, which this is. If they all match up, you've got an observed tornado there, and that's what we were seeing. Also, again, back to the raindrops here, the pattern the raindrops are making. You can see these hooks associated. But again, this is older data now. We're going to go ahead and update this with this. We're not sure why the radar went down. It was very close to what appeared to be an observed tornado. But again, okay, getting word right now here in Elgin, there is a particularly dangerous situation for this. A lot of these storms have been observed. Again, a tornado emergency right now. This is a considerable threat with this storm, and we are going to be right on this right after this.
If Damian Lillard let 6 all-star selections go to his head, he never would have had the heart to give back to the streets that shaped him. That's the fighting spirit. That's what makes a lion. Modelo, root for those with a fighting spirit.
You know, in the old days, there were no lights, no heat. Nowadays, you just plug everything into your car.
We are out of pesto.
I'll make a run.
Your journey at its most evolved. The fully electric Hyundai Ioniq 5 with two-way charging.
Really awesome for any type of plant, especially for beginning gardener. Yeah?
I think you like some.
Create a season full of celebration. Your happiest spring starts at Lowe's.
Oh, man, that's a whole lot of wrinkly.
At least my shoes look good.
Help prevent wrinkles with Bounce Wrinkle Guard, the mega sheet with 3 times the wrinkle-fighting ingredients.
Faces get all the love. What about the body? New Dove Shower Collection is infused with hyaluronic and peptide serums to make your skin feel smoother and more radiant. New Dove Body Love face care ingredients now in the shower.
Yes, there he is.
There he is. Combining your stuff is hard. Combining your TV with Dish, easy. Prime Video. Combine your live TV and popular streaming apps like Prime Video all in one place. Live TV and streaming apps all in one place. Dish, tuned into you.
Hey, I get it. Commitment can be scary, but not when you're saving up to 15% with Subscribe and Save at Amazon. You get free repeat delivery on your favorite items. And if things don't work out, you can always cancel. Seriously, no one would judge you if you call it off. Okay.
Learn all the ways to save with Amazon.
Yeah, I'm a cord cutter. Remember when that sounded kind of cool and interesting? Well, now it's time for the next switch by ditching.
Around here, people count on Spectrum to keep them connected to what matters most. With over 93,000 employees, our commitment runs deep. We were born to build, with a network almost 800,000 miles long. From cities to farmland, connecting communities large and small, bringing internet, TV, and mobile service across the country. Our commitment, it's local too, because this is home. We live and work in the communities we serve. We send our kids to the same schools, cheer for the same teams, shop at the same stores, and support those that support us all. Like you, we work hard every day to deliver the best services, since we count on them too. We have commitments to keep, so our work is never done, and that's okay. We are Spectrum, connecting the places we all call home.
Big puffy mountains float. They say it's boring to talk about the weather. I say it's boring not to. Get into the Out There, the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 59 degrees under clear skies. Tonight, cloudy intervals, low 44, winds northwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tuesday, partly cloudy skies, high 59, winds northwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tuesday night, partly cloudy skies, low 39, winds north at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Breaking right now on the Weather Channel, tracking several tornadoes in Texas. Just east now of Interstate 35, some now still along Interstate 35. Here's Interstate 35 going down into Austin, and there are, you can see 1, 2, 3, 4 tornadoes that are currently, again, tornado warnings associated with these storms. They have been holding together, and they are continuing off in the east, slightly northeast direction. We're going to start with this one right here. This is the one that has a considerable threat. In fact, it has a tag on it, what the National Weather Service calls a PDS, a particularly dangerous situation. And this is some of the wording from the National Weather Service saying that you are in a life-threatening situation if you are in the path of this storm. That's my words. You're in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed, considerable damage to homes, businesses, vehicles, likely to be a complete destruction as possible. So this, again, is a very dangerous situation. This is one of many storms that we are tracking right now here in Texas. Again, this is a particularly dangerous situation. We were looking at the reflectivity, the pattern of the raindrops. This is now the movement of the raindrops. And right in here is likely where that tornado is located right now. And you can see it moving off in the northeast direction. So we certainly hope that Bocas or Bucas, I'm not sure, but regardless, if you are here, pretty much anywhere between Interstate 35 and Highway 77 right now, from New Braunfels up to Austin and north of there, is in a very dangerous situation. This is the correlation coefficient. This is where we try to see if there's anything other than raindrops or hailstones falling or in the sky. So we look at that again. Nothing jumped out to me right away with in here. When you get, sometimes you can get a little bit of clutter in there as well. This over here would be uniform raindrops. But again, this is within. This is some of that lighter rain behind the storm. So right in here is the main business of this supercell thunderstorm. This is likely the hail core. Then you would have some of that cold air that's descending, wrapping around the storm with the warm inflow, that warm, moist air creating that notch. And then it would be somewhere in here is where the tornado would be located. And then with the broader location that Dalton's doing a great job of highlighting right there. So you could have the broad rotation and then some of the tighter rotation within that. So again, Bastrop, Lee, and Williamson counties here. Tornado warning currently in effect. This is a considerable threat right now. This has been observed, and this is a particularly dangerous situation. Actually, you know what, Dalton, is it possible if we go to the correlation coefficient, can we put that into motion? And see if that tells the story. Maybe, what do you think? Do you think maybe right in here, if we can go back with the velocity as well and see if perhaps as it was moving through, so let's just go ahead and show where that path may be. So right in here, you can kind of see, again, the red and the green close to each other, that's the rotation. And so this would be perhaps a bit of, that could be it right there. Yeah, so when you match those two up, it says there may be something in the air that was not a raindrop. And yeah, now it's looking more like it. So these would all be raindrops in here, and this would be something else. So that could be either leaves, it could be shingles, parts of a home, it could be anything other than uniform objects, raindrops to say for this. So again, that storm is a particularly dangerous situation. Bell and Milliam counties here, radar indicated tornado warning. This is another one. Again, there are several tornado warnings now going up and right along. This is on Interstate 35 right now, and this has more of a northerly component to this. And a lot of the storms farther north, closer to the Dallas-Fort Worth area, have had that. More of a south to north component. But as the night wears on, and the afternoon goes into the evening, and the evening goes into the night, we're seeing more of a kind of a southwest to northeast direction. And this, again, here's Interstate 35. And here's Cato right here, Tishomingo, and this is in Johnston County until 7:15. A tornado warning. Again, this is in Oklahoma, and this is out of the Norman office, and this would be where the rotation is right here. And again, the threat for severe weather, including tornadoes, right now in Oklahoma. Big threat in Texas as well, and it is still just the beginning of what's going to be a very long night.
What can I do with less asthma? With Dupixent, I can do more yard work, teamwork, long walks.
Game on!
That's how you do more with Dupixent, which helps prevent asthma attacks. Dupixent's not for sudden breathing problems. It's an add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma that can improve lung function or better breathing in as little as 2 weeks. It can reduce or even eliminate oral steroids. And here's something important. Dupixent can cause allergic reactions that can be severe. Get help right away if you have rash, chest pain, worsening shortness of breath, tingling, or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor about new or worsening joint aches and pain or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Are you ready to do more with less asthma?
Hey, come on!
Just ask your asthma specialist about Dupixent.
Add Downy to your wash for all the freshness and softness of home, even when you're not at home. Feel the difference with Downy.
Thank you for taking me home. It's so far.
Don't worry about it, Grandma. This will be fun. 2 chocolate milkshakes, please.
Make it 3.
3?
Did you get his number?
No, Grandma. Grandma!
Excuse me?
Some relationships get better with time. That's why I got a Crosstrek.
96% of Subaru vehicles sold in the last 10 years are still on the road.
So glad you got a Subaru.
I wonder who gave me the idea.
Oh.
Love. It's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
At Olive Garden, when we say never-ending first course, we mean never-ending. Never run out of buttery, freshly baked breadsticks. Never reach the bottom of your garden-fresh salad bowl. Never get to the last spoonful of homemade soup. And it's always on us. Just don't forget, it's only your first course. Olive Garden, we're all family here.
Hey, you two, go outside and play.
Create a season full of playfulness. Your happiest spring starts at Lowe's.
It's the retirement you deserve with Physicians Mutual, where we help you understand Medicare so you're not in a fog. Flour? Oh, it's that cooking class you always wanted to take.
I love pizza.
And since you'll have the coverage you need, you can enjoy treasured moments with the grandkids, like this.
Cool car. Can I ride?
Yeah, in about 50 years.
Physicians Mutual, Physicians Mutual.
If you don't repaint every now and then, it's like the old you is still hanging around.
I'm listening to music.
You are a Libra and he is a Pisces. That is like a cosmic dungeon. You know what? Can you cosmically know? That's why I only date musicians. What are you guys eating? It's lasagna. I love lasagna. That's you guys.
So today, let's paint with Behr, America's most trusted paint brand, and make your home yours. Behr, exclusively at the Home Depot.
Breaking right now on the Weather Channel. This is just moments ago here. This in Bastrop County in Elgin. We were just looking at the radar at what we thought would have been a damaging tornado. And here is some damage. Of course, the National Weather Service will have the final say whether or not this was a tornado. But the radar did give every indication that a tornado just went through here. You can see damage to this home. Windows blown out, parts of the roof torn off, parts of the siding. We were talking about what we thought was debris being lofted in the air, and this goes along exactly with what we were seeing just minutes ago and what we were showing you here on the Weather Channel. Unfortunately, this is something that we feared and knew that it was possible given all of the conditions in the environment. And looking at the distance right there, I think that might have been where the tornado was. At one point, I was watching Charles Peake's camera, and it looked like perhaps the tornado was the funnel was getting really kind of thin and long, a sign that it may have been dissipating. But the environment that's going on right now, would not be surprised if some of these storms went through cycles. So you got the main storm, they get tight rotation, they get broader, and then they tighten back up. As these storms right here, you can see the movement of these from the southeast to the northeast, going into an environment here where there is a lot of moisture, a lot of fuel, a lot of juice for this. And then with the winds a little bit higher up coming over these, you're getting into an environment where the air is going to want to spin. So with this very buoyant atmosphere that's going to rise through an environment where the air is already kind of doing a little tumble, that's going to get tilted upwards and support these tornadic thunderstorms. Several tornado warnings right now, and we can see several clustered right here east of Austin, in Oklahoma as well, just north of the Red River, with a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. So here we go. A lot of these have been observed, either the radar, all of the pieces coming together to tell us that there is a tornado, or people actually seeing them. I believe we're going to start to see more video as well coming into the Weather Channel, and a lot on social media too, with all the people that are out here. Also, if you know anybody over here, say at Texas A&M College Station, just check on them, make sure they're paying attention to what's going on here in the weather. Always a good idea. So now it's between mean, it's getting closer to Highway 77, this whole almost like a line of tornadic thunderstorms on their way to Interstate 45 and all of the towns in between. So we're going to start off right here. Again, we saw just a few moments ago from Charles Peak in Elgin some what appeared to be damage from this storm, again, observed. So likely tornado damage through here. This includes Lee and Williamson counties. Again, tornado warning right now. Here is, it's still spinning. There is still some of that very tight rotation. The brighter colors, the stronger the winds. So if you get two opposing colors, say the green and the red, that are really bright close to each other, you've got some winds going in opposite directions really fast. The radar can't detect whether or not the winds are going side to side, just coming to the radar or away from the radar, and we infer that there is that spin in there. That's one of the clues. And so you see that toward and away. So somewhere in here, the tornado, or right in here with the broader rotation. Sandow, take cover right now. Anywhere within this red outlined area, even though it doesn't look heavily populated, you can still kind of make out the fact that there is likely a lot of farmland in here just by the pattern of the vegetation. It looks like there's been some human interaction. So likely some farmland or ranch land out here with people in the line. And it appears that we've got some sort of structure over here. Okay, so now back to the correlation coefficient. We've talked about looking at the reflectivity, which shows us the pattern of the raindrops. Look for the hook echo there. Then the velocity with that red and the green, the winds going next to each other. And then this, what we saw with Elgin a little bit ago, we lined it up, and there it is right there, the dropout. So a lot of times this is noise. There's either no rain or you just kind of ignore all of this through here. And what we see is that this, where it is raining, a lot of that is uniform, right? So it's all raindrops. And then we get this very obvious dropout. And Charles Peak just drove through here, and we saw those pictures that there was damage. So when stuff gets lofted in the air, whether it is leaves or siding, shingles, parts of roofs, it shows, the radar detects that it's something other than raindrops up there. So this storm's still in progress. This, again, an observed tornado. In fact, I believe we do have Charles Peak on the phone. And Charles, first off, I know you're doing everything you can to stay safe out there while helping to tell the story so we can, get people ahead of this storm. Tell us what your experience with this storm has been in Bastrop County so far.
Well, as you know, we were on it earlier and could see some lowering. I think you and Tevin were both talking about it, but we didn't have anything on the ground. Unfortunately, the road network, I had to go south and then back up around, and it definitely matured. I put my drone up in the air and then could easily see the cone tornado on the ground from that perspective. And then I came down and, I've got some tree damage down in front of me, so I got to figure out how to get around here. So as we were coming in, as I was coming into Elgin, we had some more damage there. A couple of homes that had one of them major damage, the other one moderate. And I got out and made sure everybody was okay, and they were. And from that perspective, you can tell them if they want to go to my shot here. We've got more damage here in Elgin.
I'm watching. You've kind of come to a dead end, haven't you, here, Charles?
Yeah.
The feed coming in is a little digitized, a little pixelated. I think that the coverage you have right now, the cell coverage, might be a little tough. So we're still showing some of the video from earlier. This storm, did it look like it roped out for a second, Charles? Because it's still.
It did. I had other visuals of it, and then it did rope out a little.
But it still does have a warning on it right now, so I think perhaps it did get back, and it looks like it has a pretty tight rotation. Pardon me?
I mean north. I'm sorry. Loop around. Yeah, no, I know.
You were just talking to law enforcement right there, weren't you, Charles?
Yes, sir. I'm talking to law enforcement right now. We're on it.
Okay.
Lexington Road. Okay. Y'all be safe out there, guys. All right. Sorry, Chris, as you know, when you're in the middle of it, you just have to do what you got to do. But we're trying to figure out a way to get around this situation and try to catch back up to the storm. But fortunately, so far, what they just told me that they don't have any reports. They don't know of any damage But right now, in this particular situation, it's a lot of large trees that are down.
All right, we just got a little glimpse of where you are as you're turning around, Charles, with that damage. Again, coverage, especially during storms and after storms, communications can be a little tough. But we are tracking the storm that apparently caused the damage that Charles was just showing us here. Is still on the move, and unfortunately, it's still likely capable of producing more damage right now. So from really the Red River and southern Oklahoma all the way down to areas just east now of San Antonio, including right here. This is east of Interstate 35. You can see Sandow, Marjorie, and Rockdale in line for this storm that did have a PDS on it earlier observed. Charles saw it as it was a tornado. Charles is seeing the damage, and it is still showing some very tight rotation right here with winds, and Dalton's going in really close to just highlight with the winds going in opposite directions. Do have new video right here coming in of that storm, and again, we're taking time here to show you the video to remind you that this is what's going on today. There are active warnings right now, but we have seen confirmed tornadoes. There's video of it. The radar's telling us that it's happening. So this is all to show you, and we show you the damage to remind you this is a dangerous evening here, and it's going to be a dangerous night for a lot of Texas. So when you get a warning, or if you know somebody that's in line that maybe just moved to some parts of Texas, or maybe going to school in Texas, maybe it's a freshman year, aren't familiar with how things work severe weather-wise, not bad idea to check in people to make sure that they are paying attention and have multiple ways of getting alerts. Again, this right here, you can see the funnel at one point with the Elgin tornado here. And going back to that storm, as it has moved on, this, of course, Elgin, we did see some damage there, visually saw it, what Charles just showed us. It has moved off. This would be the hail core right here. This is where the hook is located. There's going to be winds coming back and wrapping around, while there's also that warm, moist air coming in. And right there is where the tornado would likely be, somewhere in here. So again, and you see that green and the red right next to each other. So this is showing us that obvious rotation here on radar. So timing it out, Sandow, 724, roughly 724. Now's the time to get to your safe location. And if it does hold together, and if that warning does continue into Rockdale eventually. Again, the hook with the rotation, seeing signs that there is still a tornado in progress right now. This is one of several. This one is now getting on the far end of the tornado warning for Bell and Milam counties, and this now sometimes it's just when you get farther away from the radar, the rotation might not always be as obvious as it's shooting up a little bit higher, or there's just not a lot of raindrops, not a lot of targets, as it's called, for the radar to connect with. And then here, the tornado warning here for Falls and McLennan counties. This is in effect until 7:30. This one is over Interstate 35, just south of Waco here in Texas. Again, we are south of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And the farther north we go, the more we're seeing these storms have more of a south to north component to them. A little farther south, it's more of a southwest to northeast, more of a west to east movement here. This radar indicated tornado warning is in effect for Hewitt, Robinson, and Woodway, and you can see some of the timing for these storms as well, approximate timing. Take cover right now. The storms are moving into an environment. Some of these storms, they could be holding together for a very long time, and they have the potential for getting even stronger down the line. So the damage that we've seen already isn't necessarily the damage that we're going to see going forward, with the potential of some of these storms to be even stronger and even more destructive into the nighttime hours. Severe thunderstorm warning. Still a large hail game here and a damaging wind situation through time. Dallas-Fort Worth area in a lot of rain right now. You head down 35 east or west, and you're going to be difficult to avoid having some of that rain. Ellis, Hill, and Navarro counties, this severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 8 o'clock. And Tevin, these storms, as we've been talking about, moving into an environment that is just ready to support some very strong, long-lasting thunderstorms.
Yeah, Chris, a lot of energy and a lot of instability still left to sort of be realized or materialized, if you will, as we get into the evening and overnight hours. One location that's still on guard for strong, severe storms, that is H-Town or Houston, Texas here, which is possibly in for a long night, a loud night too, by the way, with thunderstorms on the way. Gusts could blow anywhere between 40, 50 to 60 plus miles an hour. In fact, if you look just underneath 72 degrees here on the left-hand side of your screen, I have not seen this die down at all, at least in terms of the winds that are picking up the Texas state flag and also I believe it looks like the United States flag there to the left of that as well. So a lot to go through in terms of what we're seeing into the overnight hours. There's also the flood watch and flood threat that we'll see as well. Here's what we're looking at in terms of an atmospheric setup. This is our dry line along it, and ahead of it we have ample instability still at play. And in fact, if we look at the radar and overlay that with instability or some of the energy in the atmosphere, what we have, you can start to see that there are a lot of locations that will start to materialize here in a little bit with some of that rain and thunderstorms first. And then there's a lot still to be had across portions of the Texas Gulf Coast from Houston all the way down towards Brownsville, Texas. It looks like, though, this is sort of our dry line here. So that's where the bulk of the initiation has occurred, but still more to go. A slew of tornado warnings here just to the south and west of I-35. That latest, by the way, for Bell County, Texas and Falls County. We'll get you a closer track on that in just a moment. Tornado watch goes until 10 o'clock. A lot of areas to the east, by the way, from Tyler and over towards western Louisiana. I do believe we'll see a severe thunderstorm watch for your area here within the next hour to 2 hours in time. We can track some of these storms as we get into the evening, and now overnight hours, it's close to 9 o'clock where we start to see a lot of huge push of moisture and storms into northeastern Texas from Tyler to Shreveport to Texarkana, southern Arkansas, perhaps even central Arkansas, by the way, seeing strong to severe storms. Lufkin down to Houston still stuck in it, and so is Victoria. And you can quite literally see this trail of moisture that we're pulling out ahead of our dry line. This moisture, by the way, I mean, you walk outside, your dew point's in the upper 60s, maybe even low 70s. That is ample fuel that you'll need for a lot of these storms to get going. And once they fire up, they'll likely sustain themselves. This is a chance where we see a hail an inch or so in diameter. We've got a very likely shot of seeing that throughout the Brazos Valley. Chris.
All right, and Tevin, right now, again, as you're just showing us, there are several tornado warnings currently in effect here in Texas. Just to get your bearings, this is Austin. Severe thunderstorm warnings also in effect pretty much from San Antonio all the way up to north of Dallas. And this is where there are several tornado warnings right now. And as we take a closer look at this storm right here, this is the one that went through Elgin, and we can show you right now some of that damage. Charles Peak has just come on the scene of another area that was in the path of the storm that just did move through in Elgin here. Again, this is some new video, and you look off to the right, it looks like some extensive damage to that structure there, and you can see a lot of what appears to be insulation on the fence and, of course, on the roof on the left. Stay with the Weather Channels. We're tracking multiple tornado warnings right now.
Thanks for bringing me with you guys today, Mr. and Mrs. Lopez.
Not a problem, Josh. Hey, you two. Check out all these camera views in my Silverado. I can see in front of me, behind me, on either side of me. And it has this cam, so I can see if there's any funny business going on. You see any funny business going on?
No, sir.
Let's have a great day.
The Chevy Silverado offers 8 cameras with up to 15 different views. Find new views, find new roads. Chevrolet.
We've got your back, road warriors. Because we know you want to get back to going your speed. Steering life at 10 and 2. You're hitting the road. And we're helping you get there with confidence. Soon, you'll get back to skipping the counter without missing a beat. Back to choosing any car in the aisle. Back to being the boss of you. Go National. Go like a pro.
It's my 552 woke up like this migraine medicine. It's Ubrelvy for any time, anywhere migraine strikes without worrying if it's too late or where I am. One dose can quickly stop my migraine in its tracks within 2 hours.
Unlike older medicines, Ubrelvy is a pill that directly blocks CGRP protein, believed to be a cause of migraine. Do not take with strong CYP3A4 inhibitors. Most common side effects were nausea and tiredness. Ask about Ubrelvy and learn how AbbVie can help you save.
You're pretty particular about keeping a healthy body. What goes on it? Usually. In it? Mostly. Even what gets near your body. Please, please, please take that outside. Here to meet those high standards is the Walgreens Health and Wellness brand. Over 2,000 products, rigorously tested, Walgreens pharmacist recommended. And particularly kind to your wallet.
This is Antonelli's Cheese Shop, and we're the Antonellis.
We chose our Spark Cash Plus card from Capital One because we earn unlimited 2% cash back on every purchase.
And with no preset spending limit, our purchasing power adapts to our business needs. What's in your wallet?
Hitting the road? Not all 5G networks are created equal. T-Mobile covers more interstate highway miles with 5G than Verizon. T-Mobile has more 5G bars in more places than anyone. Another reason T-Mobile is the leader in 5G.
Especially for beginning gardener. Yeah?
I think he likes some.
Create a season full of celebration. Your happiest spring starts at Lowe's.
All this heat around Jimmy John's new Zesty Garden Turkey Club, boss needed to take some time to relax.
Try and forget about the pickled red onions, roasted tomatoes.
Stirred or shaken?
Did you say turkey and bacon?
Jimmy?
John, how you doing?
At Jimmy John's, but not for long.
The stress level is huge.
The tension has to go somewhere.
Every second that we're out here, we're at risk.
Can you believe this? Doug Flutie and Frank Thomas. You guys look great. Once I turn 40.
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito.
If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven.
It's a big old dryer sheets, pickles, tall boys, doggy treats.
If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven.
Tip you driver.
The islands of the Bahamas. Fly away.
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito.
If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven.
It's a big old dryer sheets, pickles, tall boys, doggy treats.
If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven.
Tip you driver.
Tonight, some clouds, low 44, winds northwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tuesday, partly cloudy skies, high 59. Tuesday night, partly cloudy skies, low 39. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Adventure level, very high.
I feel like the first person on the moon.
This recovery has to happen in a hurry.
I'm here for one thing only, that's gold.
That was crazy. I did not expect to see that.
We're pushing everything to the max.
There's something alien about it.
Get the gold, dude. You're into a whole world of new.
I've never seen anything like this.
Expect the unexpected.
We're back here on the Weather Channel as we continue to follow dangerous storms and some of the damage produced by them out of Texas and Oklahoma. Here's a live look out of Elgin, Texas. In fact, I believe we have storm tracker Charles Peak there showing us the scene out of Bastrop County. Charles joins us on the phone right now. And Charles, it looks like we've got a glimpse of perhaps some sunshine pouring through here now. It still looks a little bit windy, but can you take us through the extent of the damage that you've seen so far?
Right here, what we've got is on this building, a trailer was picked up and put on top of this building here.
Oh.
There's other damage to a building behind it. And then it's across the road 290 here. We've got some power lines down in this area. There were some trees completely down right before here. Several homes were hit, one completely destroyed, but so far as we know, I just talked to some emergency management people, and they're saying, as we know right now, there are no injuries, but needless to say, it's breaking, and law enforcement and first responders are continuing to get to places.
Yeah, they still have to do all those surveys and whatnot, but we were seeing some of the siding there tossed around some of the some of the fencing, and it looks like perhaps a dog now maybe sort of distorted and looking out and about after the storm moved through, and hopefully that dog is certainly, hopefully it's in the right spot. But can you just back up really quickly? You just said it looked like a trailer was tossed on top of a building. When you say trailer, do you mean like a mobile home or a modular home?
It looks like, Tevin, as you look on my stream right now on the tan and brown building, on top of that you see some insulation and some other metal. That is actually, it appears to be maybe a large travel trailer that has been tossed up on top of that building there. As best we can tell, there's another media here. We were talking about it, but we can't completely tell how big that trailer is, but it was tossed up on top of the building here.
Sure, and you mentioned some of the other areas, too, that had damage. Is this sort of sporadic, or would you say it's, as best as possible, because I know that this is in a rather rural area, but would you say it's sporadic or certainly widespread damage?
It was a path as it was coming through. I had it once on my drone, and then I had it on my live stream coming through, and it was down for probably at least what I saw, 15 minutes or so as it came through.
And what's it been like for foot traffic, folks perhaps walking, first responders in their cars, and residents out and about as well? What can you say in by way of foot traffic?
It's all the above, Kevin. It's a situation where a lot of people are already out looky-loos, just trying to figure things out. It's making it hard as emergency personnel are still trying to move from one location to another, and in some places traffic's backed up. In other places, it's getting clear pretty well. But needless to say, and I know we say this all the time, if you don't have to be out, stay off the roads and let first responders do what they need to do.
And Charles, I know that that siren's certainly going through, so it might be a bit loud for folks to hear. If you haven't seen everything, I want to clarify that. But for the bit that you have seen, what percentage would you say of the neighborhoods or of the areas you've seen has certainly been hit?
Oh, I would say, just from what I'm seeing, it's probably less than 5% of the neighborhoods that have been hit. Fortunately, the path went just on the outskirts of town, did not go through the center part of town. So, that was obviously a very fortunate thing.
Yeah, that certainly can help. Charles Peak, our eyes and ears there in Elgin, Texas, and surrounding areas too. Charles, we appreciate you for your time, and we certainly wish you the best of luck in your travels. I know that's not an easy drive to make through a lot of the damaged sites, Chris, trees and down and whatnot like that. But
and of course, we do have crews out there in the field, and we want to get to one right now. Meteorologist Reynolds Wolf is live right now for us in Austin. Hello, Reynolds.
Hi, I'm coming to you from Round Rock, Texas, which is about 20 minutes rather north of Austin. And this is, again, what was left behind when a large wedge tornado just came right through here with just incredible speed. You see a community that has just been changed forever. Hard to find a structure here that has not been damaged in some form or fashion. A lot of trees obviously laid to waste. Vehicles just shredded by the strong winds that came through. Now, the wind has died down considerably, but now it's been replaced by the sound of chainsaws. People are not waiting to fix things up. They've moved a lot of this to each side so that you can get vehicles through here to render aid to people that desperately need it. This is a great community, and you've got a lot of families that have lived here for a very, very long time. But again, when you think about the Austin metropolitan area, it is a constantly growing, vibrant place. So you have a lot of people here that are new. So now, in a situation like this, in the aftermath, you've got people, again, just trying to help people they've never met, faces they've never seen. The top of this home, you see the damage here. You can also see just testament to the ferocity of all the insulation that is picked up. You'll find debris right here in front of us that could be from that structure, or it could have been a block away. It's impossible to know. And then off in the distance, we still see some towering clouds. Everything, again, quite a contrast from what happened here less than an hour ago. We may see more scenes like this. So, folks, please know that we've got a very, very dangerous and just a torturous atmosphere right now that is going to be rolling across parts of Texas, eventually into Louisiana, into Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, and Georgia. For continued coverage, keep it here on the Weather Channel. It's all about being safe. See you in a few.
You are an electric vehicle. Electricity powers your heart. Want to feel your heartbeat faster? Drive an electric car, made by a company whose EVs have gone 5 billion miles. For every highway, every driveway, and every speedway. And where the loudest sound is the beat of your electric heart. This is the new Nissan.
You know they're out there, morning, noon, and night. Eye allergens are on the attack, and the itch can stay with you 24 hours a day. Get Pat-A-Day Once Daily Relief Extra Strength, the first and only 24-hour eye allergy itch relief drop without a prescription. A single drop of Pat-A-Day Once Daily Relief Extra Strength works on the cells that make your eyes itch fast. In minutes, you get relief that lasts 24 hours. That's a full day and night in one drop. Make it a Pat-A-Day with the drop that's right for you. Available everywhere.
Verizon Business Unlimited is going ultra. Get more, like Manny. Event planning with our best plan ever.
Yeah, that's what I do.
With 5G ultra wideband in many more cities, you get up to 10 times the speed at no extra cost. Verizon is going ultra, so your business can get more.
My name is Lolly, and I'm a franchisee with Domino's. I started working part-time at 17 and worked my way up to owning and operating 2 stores by 27. 95% of our franchisees started out as delivery drivers or store employees, and you could too. Apply to your local Domino's today.
Strawberries, blueberries, and the cherry on top. Fairlife, with 50% more protein, 50% less sugar, and the creamy taste, turns scrumptious into scrumptious. Fairlife, ultra-filtered milk.
Nicorette knows quitting smoking is freaking hard. You get advice like, try hypnosis. Or quit cold turkey. Kidding me? Instead, start small with Nicorette, which can lead to something big. Start stopping with Nicorette.
When it comes to pain medicine, less is more. Aleve gives long-lasting freedom from pain with fewer pills than Tylenol. Instead of taking pills every 4 to 6 hours, Aleve works up to 12 hours, so you can focus on what matters. Aleve, less pills, more relief.
It's still the Eat Fresh Refresh, and Subway's refreshing their app. So you can customize your favorite footlong, set a pickup time, and jump the line. Oh, here she goes. I thought she was actually gonna jump. Just use this code and order on the Subway app.
Our strength, our power, our purpose starts within. So let's start there. With collagen that supports our body from the inside out.
I brought in Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein.
Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein, 1 gram of sugar, and nutrients to support immune health.
All right, turn it this way a bit.
You don't go to an accident scene every day and see a truck hanging over a bridge.
No way.
Brought to you by the all-new fully electric Hyundai Ioniq 5.
Hello, America. Welcome back to continuing coverage on the Weather Channel. I am Reynolds Wolf. I'm coming to you from Round Rock, Texas, a town that's some 20 minutes north of Austin. And this is a neighborhood that has now been changed by a massive wedge tornado that came right through this area just less than an hour ago. We just arrived on the scene, and you've got a convergence of so many people that are here. And what is just astounding is, my goodness, you can just see these large trees, some of them possibly standing for a century, some a bit less, but now just been rendered to just debris. A lot of this appeared as though it was on the road completely, but has been pushed aside. We've had the sound of buzzsaws a short while ago, people working really hard to already try to get things back to shape. People have already been handing out water. And again, I remind you, this happened less than an hour ago. This is what it looks like in a neighborhood in America when you have one of these atmospheric buzzsaws that just rattle through. Now, what's amazing, too, is that earlier in the day, we had partly cloudy skies. People that live here didn't have a care in the world. They knew that there was a chance you could have some tornadic activity, but it's always going to happen to someone else, right? Well, today it happened here in Round Rock. And right now you have, again, the convergence of clouds off in the distance, but here's a convergence of humanity. So many people from all walks of life here helping each other. Some people, it is a look of disbelief. With others, it is a hug, a word of reassurance that things are going to be okay. Over here, you'll see just the craziest scene where off in the distance, you've got this gorgeous shot of these beautiful clouds in the blue, and then you see what's in the foreground, and you've got timbers, you've got insulation, vehicles that have been shredded. If you look off in this distance over here, there's a series of trees, and it kind of shows you the trail. This came from the southwest and roared very quickly to the northeast. There were times where I know earlier tonight there were indications some of these tornadoes are moving around 50 miles an hour. Now, obviously, you can't run those out of feet by foot, but a lot of these are rain wrapped too. They came through. I'm noticing a lot of these things as you are for the very first time. Let's walk over here for a second. Austin Anderson is the man behind the camera, and Austin's had plenty of experience seeing these, unfortunately, over the years. And one of the craziest things that happens when you have tornadoes, they can be almost surgical. The precision of damage in some locations and the lack of it in others. In fact, Austin, if we can show this shot on the other side of the intersection, you'll notice beyond the blinking lights, homes that are unscathed, trees that still have plenty of foliage. Now, to give you the bearings, Austin, let's go over here for just a moment. And again, Round Rock, off in the distance is the Dell, part of the Dell Computer campus. And the road that kind of spins around Serpentine past the again, first responding vehicles, you can see more and more damage in all spots. Chris, I know you've seen this also firsthand many times. It never gets easy, and it's still just this, it's very overwhelming. And even more overwhelming for the people who call this area home, which, again, just about an hour or so ago, not a problem. And now this, Chris.
And Reynolds, it's so hard to tell exactly if you just show up and put yourself there where the storm came from, because there's no real obvious, the swirling motion of the debris going everywhere. Can you kind of set the scene of which way's north, which way's west, which way, where are the storms now, and where do you think the storm came from? And like what direction through the neighborhood?
Most definitely. Okay. This direction, we're pointing to the north. This is your north right here. Now, Austin Anderson is the man behind the cameras I mentioned. The south is behind Austin. This way is the east, but Austin, if we can spin around in my direction over this way, Austin. Here we go, letting this car come on through. This is to the southwest. And this particular tornado, this wedge tornado, came through going from the southwest. Again, speeds around 50 miles an hour in terms of forward movement. The wind's obviously much stronger, and made its way over the camera towards the northeast. So it's from southwest to northeast. Pretty typical, unfortunately.
All right, meteorologist Reynolds Wolf then looking off in the distance to where the storms are now going. And we'll get back to Reynolds in just a moment. I know he's going to do some more investigating and analysis of the scene right there. But I want to show you what we're tracking and what caused what Reynolds is looking at. Again, as we see on the radar with all of the energy, there's still a lot of juice available for these storms. The storm that Reynolds is looking to damage from went north of Austin like that. And notice that whole area, there are still plenty of severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings right now here in this part of Texas, including this one right here. This tornado warning in effect for Milam County. There's also some rotation we can see with this. This is an ongoing situation here as tornado warnings continue to be issued. These storms continue to hold together. Stay with us here on the Weather Channel.
Age-related macular degeneration may lead to severe vision loss. And if you're taking a multivitamin alone, you may be missing a critical piece. Preservision. Preservision AREDS 2 contains the only clinically proven nutrient formula recommended by the National Eye Institute to help reduce the risk of moderate to advanced AMD progression.
Preservision is backed by 20 years of clinical studies.
And it's from the eye experts at Bausch & Lomb.
So ask your doctor about adding Preservision and fill in a missing piece of your plan.
Like I did with Preservision.
Does your windshield have a crack? Trust SafeLight. This customer had auto glass damage, but he was busy working from home. So he scheduled with SafeLight in just a few clicks. We came to his house. Then we got to work. We replaced his windshield and installed new wipers to protect his new glass. While he finished his meeting, let SafeLight come to you. Looks great. Thank you. Our pleasure. That's service on your time. Schedule now.
SafeLight Repair, SafeLight Replace.
This is a game changer who dares to be fearless even when her bladder leaks. Our softest, smoothest fabric keeping her comfortable, protected, and undeniably sleek. Depend. The only thing stronger than us is you.
Verizon Business Unlimited is going ultra. Get more, like Manny. Event planning with our best plan ever.
Yeah, that's what I do.
With 5G ultra wideband in many more cities, you get up to 10 times the speed at no extra cost. Verizon is going ultra, so your business can get more.
When you order carryout online from Domino's, we know it takes skill to get pizza from our store through a car door to your front door. So we're going to tip you for delivering your own pizza to yourself. Get a $3 tip just for ordering carryout online, only at Domino's.
With Armor All, a little bit of this protects you from a lot of that. Armor All, minimum effort, maximum protection.
Head up, nothing gonna take me down. Feel the pressure building inside my bones. It feeds my body, it's liquid gold. Let go.
Kim Crawford, make it amazing.
With more standard safety features than any vehicle on the road, the 2022 Chrysler Pacifica is an IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus to help protect kids and the world they'll inherit.
Whoever you are, you have a style, and we want to help you own it. With top brands, great value, and the inspiration you need, so you can own your style.
Our strength, our power, our purpose starts within. So let's start there. With collagen that supports our body from the inside out.
The stress level is huge. The tension has to go somewhere. Every second that we're out here, we're at risk.
Some new video into the Weather Channel of a very large wedge tornado that moved through Round Rock, Texas. This is just outside of Austin, or at least Austin proper, but still included in the metro. Look at that person. They're like, I am going right inside, and that is exactly what you should do. But hopefully they got farther inside, got well away from this storm as it pushed through. You can see some of the dirt perhaps lofted up, maybe even one or two semblances of debris, or perhaps, and actually if you look very high into it, you could actually see some of that debris being lofted up about 100 to 200 feet into the air as this storm roared through Round Rock, Texas. We've already seen scenes of unfortunate devastation and damage done in Round Rock. In fact, that is where our Reynolds Wolf is, showing us some of the communities and neighborhoods damaged by this large tornado. But then we want to show you this other scene too, out of Elgin, Texas, of some damage from perhaps a funnel cloud. This is Actually, you can see, yeah, the dark clouds there and the damage done. So both of those at the same time. A lot of siding torn down, maybe a trampoline or two as well. It looks like large trees brought down as well. Big old towering trees too, just snapped almost like twigs or toothpicks there because the winds were so strong with this storm that pushed through. But multiple tornado warnings still in effect for several locations around Texas. And then we want to show you, by the way, of this tornado warned storm from the air. New video into the Weather Channel of this damage done, by the way, to it looks like some sort of large warehouse or a school or some sort of much larger facility here in Jacksboro, Texas, actually is where this is. And so we do know that the school and the gymnasium sustained some damage. So it's possible we're seeing that, but there were several homes too that were also damaged out of Jack County, Texas. And this was actually sort of one of the storms that started everything at the very least. It was one of the earlier storms that we were tracking here on the Weather Channel several hours ago, and we're seeing the extensive damage done to this neighborhood. Large trees brought down, stripped of whatever leaves they may have had, as the first official day of spring was yesterday. And severe weather season has roared on through and unfortunately already produced and in a big way, as you can see here. The view from above, courtesy of Michael Beard there in Jacksboro, Texas. And we're starting to see a little bit more too. Looks like cars perhaps toppled around, and a lot of debris just really deposited after the strong winds pushed on through. We're not done with the storm threat, by the way. We still have a long way to go. In fact, I believe we'll start to see an extension of our severe weather watch, or severe thunderstorm watch rather, or maybe even tornado watch too in the eastern portions of Texas, western Louisiana, and southwestern Arkansas. But this is the larger complex that we are watching here. Our upper level low creating a lot of spin in the atmosphere, flowing in a counterclockwise fashion. So we're drawing in a lot of moisture out of Gulf of Mexico, seeing it stream all the way northbound into Kansas, into portions of Missouri, and also Arkansas as well. It looks like to the east of Little Rock, on your way to Jonesboro, you come across one or two storms there. But this is perhaps the most potent line of storms that we have still through that I-35 corridor in portions of Texas and North Texas and now Central Texas too. Heads up for the folks there at College Station, Texas A&M University. If you're not on spring break, you need to be hitting the deck because of some of the stronger storms coming in right now. If you've got family or friends in the College Station area, just let them know now is not the time to be outside. We've got a new tornado warning here just to the north and west of College Station, Texas, but a slew of tornado warned storms sort of marching along the I-35 corridor and now to the east of that on the way to I-45 as well. A closer zoomed in view. This is for Rockdale, a tornado warned storm for Rockdale, and also Milano here that goes until 8:30. So we've got quite a ways to go before we get to 8:30 for that tornado warned storm. This is just to the south of Franklin, and if it continues, Dalton, if we could we get a trajectory or a path on this? If this were to continue, you've got storms, by the way, traveling at about 35 to 40 miles an hour here. You can see all these towns here and in the way, towns in timing. So pick your town, pick your timing, and that's when you could see this tornado warned storm push through. The good news is, at the very least, if there is some sort of good news, it's radar indicated. So this is really your early heads up. It has not been observed, but we'll let you know if it does become observed. We'll zoom in now. I want to get a closer scan on the velocity signature here. So if you were to take the winds and look at them and dissect them, green would show you the direction towards the radar. Red shows you the winds going away from the radar. And that radar swoop, or that radar scan, further towards the south and west. So green would go that way, red would go this way, and this is where you have that couplet of this storm. And we just showed you its projected path towards the north and east. So a lot of cities still in line for this, some of those being Milano here again until 7:45 or now 8:30 for that storm warrant to the outside of that. Here's another tornado warned storm for Rosebud here, for Burlington and Marlin and Rosebud in Texas. Right around 8 o'clock would be the expiration point of that warning, but it has not expired just yet. Our radar scan is to the north of this, but still looking at another line of storms to the north of that for Hill, Limestone counties in Texas until 8:15. So a lot of this activity is still throughout that I-35 corridor, maybe one or two counties to the east here. We can track this line of storms, by the way, way. And as it pushes towards the east, still several areas here, Prairie Hill, Frosa, Eccles, and also Mexia right around 8:16 here in the evening. But again, I mean, look at this slew of storms. By the way, some of these are severely warned, and rather quickly they all of a sudden turn into a tornado warned as well from radar indication at the very least. So we're showing you this just to the south of Dallas. You've got a severe thunderstorm warning there, and even to the north towards Sherman and Denison, crossing the state line into Oklahoma, another cluster of severely warned thunderstorms. What I think we'll see, we'll zoom out, give you a larger picture here. This area is still under that tornado watch from Dallas and points towards the south and east of San Antonio. But I think what we'll likely start to see is this zone here now towards the east become severe thunderstorm watch, if not a tornado watch. So this current tornado watch goes until about 10 o'clock this evening. Very likely to see additional areas added to that and our severe thunderstorm watch as well.
Our world is changing, and the extreme weather we face is an increasing threat to you and your business. If your business or property has been damaged, our teams across North America have you covered. First On-Site Property Restoration. We equip you with the resources you need to prepare for the unexpected. And when disaster strikes, we're the first on site to quickly help your business restore, rebuild, and rise. Visit us at firstonsite.com and find out why we're the only restoration partner you will ever need.
Thanks for bringing me with you guys today, Mr. and Mrs. Lopez.
Not a problem, Josh. Hey, you two. Check out all these camera views in my Silverado. I can see in front of me, behind me, on either side of me. And it has this cam, so I can see if there's any funny business going on. You see any funny business going on?
No, sir.
Let's have a great day.
The Chevy Silverado offers 8 cameras with up to 15 different views. Find new views, find new roads. Chevrolet.
Introducing the all-new Infiniti QX60. Take on life in style.
Ever wonder what everyone's doing on their phones? They're banking with Bank of America.
His girlfriend just caught the bouquet, so he's checking in on that ring fund. Oh, that photographer? He's looking for something a little more zen, so he's thinking I'll open a yoga studio. And as for the father of the bride, he's checking to see if he's on track to do this all over again. And again.
Digital tools so impressive, you just can't stop banking. What would you like the power to do?
She who has rubbed the bottom will now be granted 3 wishes.
I wish for a new car, my dream house, and the perfect...
I know it doesn't seem like it right now, but we are here to help you, Angela.
You think I'm crazy?
Well, sometimes that's how the world is. The worst thing you can do is try to make sense of it.
I want to be better.
You okay?
I'm okay.
Over 150,000 people with non-valvular AFib have left blood thinners behind with Watchman, a safe one-time procedure that reduces stroke risk and bleeding worry for life. Watchman, it's one time for a lifetime.
For skin that works as hard as you do. Don't settle for silver. 7 intense moisturizers to help stop dry skin before it starts. Gold Bond Healing Lotion, championing your skin.
To see that.
We're pushing everything to the max.
There's something alien about it.
Get the gold, dude. You're into a whole world of new.
Never seen anything like this. Expect the unexpected.
Currently in our area, 58 degrees under clear skies. Tonight, some clouds, low 44, winds northwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tuesday, partly cloudy skies. High 59. Tuesday night, partly cloudy skies. Low 39. Here's our 7-day outlook.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf, coming to you from Round Rock, Texas, which is about 20 minutes north of Austin. And this is really one of our first glimpses of a neighborhood that was struck by a large wedge tornado just at this point a little over an hour ago that came through. Now, we were a couple of blocks over where it looked like it came through. Now it looks like it lifted in some of these spots, but something that'll lift your spirits of the neighbors helping neighbor. A lot of chainsaw action here, understandable. They're trying to clear the roads so that people can get back here and help others. It's all about people helping people. If you'll notice, on one side of the street, it's hard to find a structure that has not been affected in some form or fashion. And I'll tell you, just off in the distance, we saw some lightning there, so we've got another round of storms that are coming through. I would imagine less potent, but still, all the way down this street and beyond, you see more of the same damage. And keep in mind, this was a place that just hours ago probably didn't have a care in the world. But sure enough, we knew that there was a chance we'd have some storms fire up along the I-35 corridor, and this is the result of what came through. Fast-moving tornadoes, around 50 miles an hour that blasted through. This one, again, we're seeing this close up. Tomorrow, the National Weather Service will be flying high reconnaissance and giving us a better idea of the scope, the path, and, well, just a better idea of what happened here just over an hour ago. Let's send it back to Tevin in the studio.
Didn't even notice it. All right, Reynolds, thank you so much. We certainly appreciate that report. I know that it's very difficult for the folks there across Round Rock to start to get back to their normal stride of life, but they certainly have to do that sooner rather than later. Of course, there's a lot of debris to deal with as they're doing that there in Round Rock, but also here in Elgin, Texas, where this is courtesy of Charles Peak. Moments ago, we were speaking with him about 20 to 30 minutes ago, and he talked about that mobile home or that trailer that was lofted into the air. And you can actually see perhaps half of it ripped off of the foundation and then tossed over onto the neighboring building. So if we could re-rack that, you'll see it. But it looks like several homes, by the way, several mobile or modular homes, single wide, double wide, just completely uprooted after this monster of a storm pushed through earlier today. And now you're seeing some of the aftermath here and the residual effects. There you go again. Okay, so now we panned around and you can see, if you see that black sort of rectangle, that is that modular home. Notice on the foundation of another mobile home here, there are 1 or 2 cars that are backed up onto the foundation as well. And siding everywhere you look, just metal sheeting and roofing torn up completely. And as that's going on, also, several people are out surveying the damage and trying to remove important and precious items that may be some by way of photos. In fact, there's a couple of folks there in the middle of your screen trying to pick up whatever they can and continue about the normal stride. Whatever that may look like, Chris, but it's certainly going to be altered and forever altered after this storm moved through.
And Tevin, when you look at this, it really gives you a perspective of how different structures, unfortunately, just get torn apart.
Yeah.
And this also always reminds me, is as awful as it is, when you're thinking about where to go that's safe in your home, you have to think about your home being ripped apart.
Right.
And if you start thinking about, if my home starts coming apart, where do I go?
Where am I the safest?
Where am I the safest?
That worst case scenario has to go through your mind in order to make sure that you're in
unfortunately,
a safe spot.
In mobile homes, there's only a few walls.
Yeah.
And they're not. It's not sound structure. So being in your mobile home is not a good idea.
No, it's not. And in any scenario, that's not the safest spot to be. We always ask folks to, if you can, I mean, make friends with your neighbor. And if they have a better structure or perhaps even a storm shelter, get to a safe spot. But you have to, it goes back to also knowing where you are and knowing the weather where you are. I think today was a day that was well forecasted, days in advance. We've been talking about this since the middle of last week. And then unfortunately it came to fruition. National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center did a heck of a job putting out the warnings several days ago.
And they're still going. I mean, this is really the beginning. And this is going to go for the next couple of days. And a lot of it's happening overnight. tonight. We show you that destruction video in part to help remind you of what these storms are capable of doing here. And there are multiple warnings right now. There's warnings north and south of Dallas. There's north of the Red River there into Oklahoma, and now east of Austin. There are several tornado warnings. Want to get to some of these really quickly here and just let you know these storms are still in progress for Burleson, Washington counties, including Somerville. Tornado warning, and you can see the rotation right in here. Green and red going next to each other is showing winds going very fast. The brighter colors very fast in opposite direction. Here's the timing for some of the locations. If storm does stay together, at College Station, heads up, this could be heading your way. So a storm to watch indeed there. Just to the north of that is this. For Milam County, including Milano, this one is in effect until 8:30. Also seeing some rotation, and a little bit farther to the north as well. Falls in Milam County, including Burlington, Marlin, and Rosebud. This one until 8 o'clock. North of that, continuing up the line, just east of Waco. There's a storm in Waco right now, just east, including Hill, Limestone, and McLennan counties. And then to the north, you can see some severe thunderstorm warnings and a tornado warning here in Oklahoma. This one is in effect until 8:30. Be sure to stick with the Weather Channel all night long for continuing live coverage of what is an active and dangerous severe threat.
At Ace, your backyard is right in our